Mysterious Disappearances by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Natter. Mysterious Disappearances by Ambrose Bierce. The difficulty of crossing a field. One morning in July 1854, a planter named Williamson, living 6 miles from Selma, Alabama, was sitting with his wife and a child on a veranda of his dwelling. Immediately in front of the house was a lawn, perhaps 50 yards in extent, between the house and public road, or, as it was called, the pike. Beyond this road lay a close-cropped pasture of some 10 acres, level and without a tree, rock, or any natural or artificial object on its surface. At the time there was not even a domestic animal in the field. In another field, beyond the pasture, a dozen slaves were at work under an overseer. Throwing away the stump of a cigar, the planter rose, saying, "I forgot to tell Andrew about those horses." Andrew was the overseer. Williamson strolled leisurely down the gravel walk, plucking a flower as he went, passed across the road and into the pasture, pausing a moment as he closed the gate leading into it to greet a passing neighbor, Armour Wren, who lived on an adjoining plantation. Mr. Wren was in an open carriage with his son James, a lad of 13. When he had driven some 200 yards from the point of meeting, Mr. Wren said to his son, "I forgot to tell Mr. Williamson about those horses." Mr. Wren had sold to Mr. Williamson some horses, which were to have been sent for that day, but for some reason, not now remembered, it would be inconvenient to deliver them until the morrow. The coachman was directed to drive back, and as the vehicle turned, Williamson was seen by all three walking leisurely across the pasture. At that moment one of the coach horses stumbled and came near falling. It had no more than fairly recovered itself when James Wren cried, "Why, father, what has become of Mr. Williamson?" It is not the purpose of this narrative to answer that question. Mr. Wren's strange account of the matter, given under oath in the course of legal proceedings relating to the Williamson estate, here follows. My son's exclamation caused me to look toward the spot where I had seen the deceased an instant before, but he was not there, nor was he anywhere visible. I cannot say that at the moment I was greatly startled, or realized the gravity of the occurrence, though I thought it singular. My son, however, was greatly astonished, and kept repeating his question in different forms until we arrived at the gate. My black boy Sam was similarly affected, even in a greater degree, but I reckon more by my son's manner than by anything he had himself observed. This sentence in the testimony was stricken out. As we got out of the carriage at the gate of the field, and while Sam was hanging the team to the fence, Mrs. Williamson, with her child in her arms, and followed by several servants, came running down the walk in great excitement, crying, "He's gone! He's gone! Oh God, what an awful thing!" and many other such exclamations, which I do not distinctly recollect. I got from them the impression that they related to something more than the mere disappearance of her husband, even if that had occurred before her eyes. Her manner was wild, but not more so, I think, than was natural under the circumstances. I have no reason to think she had at that time lost her mind. I have never since seen nor heard of Mr. Williamson. This testimony, as might have been expected, was corroborated in almost every particular by the only other eyewitness, if that is a proper term, the lad James. Mrs. Williamson had lost her reason, and the servants were, of course, not competent to testify. The boy James Wren had declared at first that he saw the disappearance, but there is nothing of this in his testimony given in court. None of the field hands working in the field to which Williamson was going had seen him at all, and the most rigorous search of the entire plantation and adjoining country failed to supply a clue. The most monstrous and grotesque fictions originating with the blacks were current in that part of the state for many years, and probably are to this day, but what has been here related is all that is certainly known of the matter. The courts decided that Williamson was dead, and his estate was distributed according to law. An unfinished race. James Byrne Warson was a shoemaker who lived in Leamington, Warwickshire, England. He had a little shop in one of the byways leading off the road to Warwick. In his humble sphere he was esteemed an honest man, although like many of his class in English towns, he was somewhat addicted to drink. When in liquor he would make foolish wagers. On one of these too frequent occasions he was boasting of his prowess as a pedestrian and athlete, and the outcome was a match against nature. For a stake of 1 sovereign he undertook to run all the way to Coventry and back, a distance of something more than 40 miles. This was on the 3rd day of September in 1873. He set out at once, the man with whom he had made the bet, whose name is not remembered, accompanied by Barham Wise, a linen draper, and Hammerson Burns, a photographer, I think, following in a light cart or wagon. For several miles Worson went on very well, at an easy gait, without apparent fatigue, for he had really great powers of endurance, and was not sufficiently intoxicated to enfeeble them. The 3 men in the wagon kept a short distance in the rear, giving him occasional friendly chaff or encouragement as the spirit moved them. Suddenly, in the very middle of the roadway, not a dozen yards from them, and with their eyes full upon him, the man seemed to stumble, pitched headlong forward, uttered a terrible cry, and vanished. He did not fall to the earth, he vanished before touching it. No trace of him was ever discovered. After remaining at and about the spot for some time, with aimless irresolution, the 3 men returned to Leamington, told their astonishing story, and were afterwards taken into custody. But they were of good standing, had always been considered truthful, were sober at the time of the occurrence, and nothing ever transpired to discredit their sworn account of their extraordinary adventure, concerning the truth of which, nevertheless, public opinion was divided throughout the United Kingdom. If they had something to conceal, their choice of means is certainly one of the most amazing ever made by sane human beings. Charles Ashmore's Trail. The family of Christian Ashmore consisted of his wife, his mother, 2 grown daughters, and a son of 16 years. They lived in Troy, New York, were well-to-do, respectable persons, and had many friends, some of whom, reading these lines, will doubtless learn for the first time the extraordinary fate of the young man. From Troy the Ashmores moved in 1871 or 1872 to Richmond, Indiana, and a year or 2 later to the vicinity of Quincy, Illinois, where Mr. Ashmore bought a farm and lived on it. At some little distance from the farmhouse was a spring with a constant flow of clear, cold water, whence the family derived its supply for domestic use at all seasons. On the evening of the 9th of November in 1878, at about 9 o'clock, young Charles Ashmore left the family circle about the hearth, took a tin bucket, and started toward the spring. As he did not return, his family became uneasy, and going to the door by which he had left the house, his father called without receiving an answer. He then lighted a lantern, and with the eldest daughter, Martha, who insisted on accompanying him, went in search. A light snow had fallen, obliterating the path, but making the young man's trail conspicuous. Each footprint was plainly defined. After going a little more than half-way, perhaps 75 yards, the father, who was in advance, halted, and elevating his lantern stood peering intently into the darkness ahead. "What's the matter, father?" the girl asked. This was the matter. The trail of the young man had abruptly ended, and all beyond was smooth, unbroken snow. The last footprints were as conspicuous as any in the line. The very nail marks were distinctly visible. Mr. Ashmore looked upward, shading his eyes with his hat held between them and the lantern. The stars were shining. There was not a cloud in the sky. He was denied the explanation which had suggested itself, doubtful as it would have been, a new snowfall with a limit so plainly defined. Taking a wide circuit round the ultimate tracks, so as to leave them undisturbed for further examination, the men proceeded to the spring, the girl following, weak and terrified. Neither had spoken a word of what both had observed. The spring was covered with ice, hours old. Returning to the house, they noted the appearance of the snow on both sides of the trail its entire length. No tracks led away from it. The morning light showed nothing more. Smooth, spotless, unbroken, the shallow snow lay everywhere. 4 days later, the grief-stricken mother herself went to the spring for water. She came back and related that in passing the spot where the footprints had ended she had heard the voice of her son and had been eagerly calling to him, wandering about the place as she had fancied the voice to be now in one direction, now in another, until she was exhausted with fatigue and emotion. Questioned as to what the voice had said, she was unable to tell, yet averred that the words were perfectly distinct. In a moment the entire family was at the place, but nothing was heard, and the voice was believed to be an hallucination caused by the mother's great anxiety and her disordered nerves. But for months afterwards, at irregular intervals of a few days, the voice was heard by the several members of the family, and by others. All declared it unmistakably the voice of Charles Ashmore. All agreed that it seemed to come from a great distance, faintly, yet with entire distinctness of articulation, yet none could determine its direction, nor repeat its words. The intervals of silence grew longer and longer, the voice fainter and fainter, and by midsummer it was heard no more. If anybody knows the fate of Charles Ashmore, it is probably his mother. She's dead. Science to the front. In connection with the subject of mysterious disappearance, of which every memory is stored with abundant example, it is pertinent to note the belief of Dr. Hem of Leipzig, not by way of explanation, unless the reader may choose to take it so, but because of its intrinsic interest as a singular speculation. This distinguished scientist has expounded his views in a book entitled Verschwinden und seine Theorie, which has attracted some attention, particularly, says one writer, among the followers of Hegel and mathematicians who hold to the actual existence of a so-called non-Euclidean space, that is to say, of space which has more dimensions than length, breadth, and thickness, space in which it would be possible to tie a knot in an endless cord and to turn a rubber ball inside out without a solution of its continuity, or, in other words, without breaking or cracking it. Dr. Hem believes that in the visible world there are void places, vacua, or something more, holes, as it were, through which animate and inanimate objects may fall into the invisible world and be seen and heard no more. The theory is something like this. Space is pervaded by luminiferous ether, which is a material thing, as much a substance as air or water, although almost infinitely more attenuated. All force, all forms of energy must be propagated in this. Every process must take place in it which takes place at all. But let us suppose that cavities exist in this otherwise universal medium, as caverns exist in the earth, or cells in a Swiss cheese. In such a cavity there would be absolutely nothing. It would be such a vacuum as cannot be artificially produced, for if we pump the air from a receiver, there remains the luminiferous ether. Through one of these cavities light could not pass, for there would be nothing to bear it. Sound could not come from it, nothing could be felt in it. It would not have a single one of the conditions necessary to the action of any of our senses. In such a void, in short, nothing whatever could occur. Now, in the words of the writer before quoted, the learned doctor himself nowhere puts it so concisely. A man enclosed in such a closet could neither see nor be seen, neither hear nor be heard, neither feel nor be felt, neither live nor die, for both life and death are processes which can take place only where there is force, and in empty space no force could exist. Are these the awful conditions, some will ask, under which the friends of the lost are to think of them as existing, and doomed forever to exist? Boldly and imperfectly as here stated, Dr. Hem's theory, in so far as it professes to be an adequate explanation of mysterious disappearances, is open to many obvious objections, to fewer, as he states it himself in the spacious volubility of his book. But even as expounded by its author, it does not explain, and in truth is incompatible with, some incidents of the occurrences related in these memoranda, for example, the sound of Charles Ashmore's voice. It is not my duty to endue facts and theories with affinity. End of Mysterious Disappearances.
An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A man stood upon a railroad bridge in northern Alabama. looking down into the swift water 20 feet below. The man's hands were behind his back, the wrists bound with a cord. A rope closely encircled his neck. It was attached to a stout cross timber above his head, and the slack fell to the level of his knees. Some loose boards laid upon the ties supporting the rails of the railway supplied a footing for him and his executioners. 2 private soldiers of the Federal Army, directed by a sergeant who in civil life may have been a deputy sheriff. At a short remove upon the same temporary platform was an officer in the uniform of his rank, armed. He was a captain. A sentinel at each end of the bridge stood with his rifle in the position known as support, that is to say, vertical in front of the left shoulder, the hammer resting on the forearm thrown straight across the chest, a formal and unnatural position, enforcing an erect carriage of the body. It did not appear to be the duty of these 2 men to know what was occurring at the center of the bridge. They merely blockaded the 2 ends of the foot planking that traversed it. Beyond one of the sentinels nobody was in sight. The railroad ran straight away into a forest for 100 yards, then curving was lost to view. Doubtless there was an outpost farther along. The outer bank of the stream was open ground, a gentle slope topped with a stockade of vertical tree trunks, loopholed for rifles, with a single embrasure through which protruded the muzzle of a brass cannon commanding the bridge. Midway up the slope between the bridge and fort were the spectators, a single company of infantry in line at parade rest, the butts of their rifles on the ground, the barrels inclining slightly backward against the right shoulder, the hands crossed upon the stock. A lieutenant stood at the right of the line, the point of his sword upon the ground, his left hand resting upon his right. Excepting the group of 4 at the center of the bridge, not a man moved. The company faced the bridge, staring stonily, motionless. The sentinels facing the banks of the stream might have been statues to adorn the bridge. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. The man who was engaged in being hanged was apparently about 35 years of age. He was a civilian, if one might judge from his habit, which was that of a planter. His features were good, a straight nose, firm mouth, broad forehead from which his long dark hair was combed straight back, falling behind his ears to the collar of his well-fitting frock coat. He wore a mustache and pointed beard, but no whiskers. His eyes were large and dark gray, and had a kindly expression which one would hardly have expected in one whose neck was in the hemp. Evidently this was no vulgar assassin. The liberal military code makes provision for hanging many kinds of persons, and gentlemen are not excluded. The preparations being complete, the 2 private soldiers stepped aside, and each drew away the plank upon which he had been standing. The sergeant turned to the captain, saluted, and placed himself immediately behind that officer, who in turn moved apart 1 pace. These movements left the condemned man and the sergeant standing on the 2 ends of the same plank, which spanned 3 of the cross ties of the bridge. The end upon which the civilian stood almost, but not quite, reached a 4th. This plank had been held in place by the weight of the captain. It was now held by that of the sergeant. At a signal from the former, the latter would step aside, the plank would tilt, and the condemned man go down between 2 ties. The arrangement commended itself to his judgment as simple and effective. His face had not been covered, nor his eyes bandaged. He looked a moment at his unsteadfast footing, then let his gaze wander to the swirling water of the stream racing madly beneath his feet. A piece of dancing driftwood caught his attention, and his eyes followed it down the current. How slowly it appeared to move! What a sluggish stream! He closed his eyes in order to fix his last thoughts upon his wife and children. The water touched to gold by the early sun. The brooding mists under the banks at some distance down the stream, the fort, the soldiers, the piece of drift, all had distracted him. And now he became conscious of a new disturbance. Striking through the thought of his dear ones was a sound which he could neither ignore nor understand, a sharp, distinct, metallic percussion like the stroke of a blacksmith's hammer upon the anvil. It had the same ringing quality. He wondered what it was, and whether immeasurably distant or nearby. It seemed both. Its recurrence was regular, but as slow as the tolling of a death knell. He awaited each new stroke with impatience, and, he knew not why, apprehension. The intervals of silence grew progressively longer. The delays became maddening. With their great infrequency, the sounds increased in strength and sharpness. They hurt his ear like the thrust of a knife. He feared he would shriek. What he heard was the ticking of his watch. He unclosed his eyes and saw again the water below him. If I could free my hands, he thought, I might throw off the noose and spring into the stream. By diving I could evade the bullets, and swimming vigorously reach the bank, take to the woods, and get away home. My home, thank God, is as yet outside their lines. My wife and little ones are still beyond the invaders' farthest advance. As these thoughts, which have here to be set down in words, were flashed into the doomed man's brain rather than evolved from it, the captain nodded to the sergeant. The sergeant stepped aside. Peyton Farquhar was a well-to-do planter of an old and highly respected Alabama family. Being a slave owner, and like other slave owners, a politician, he was naturally an original secessionist and ardently devoted to the Southern cause. Circumstances of an imperious nature, which it is unnecessary to relate here, had prevented him from taking service with that gallant army which had fought the disastrous campaigns ending with the fall of Corinth, and he chafed under the inglorious restraint, longing for the release of his energies, the larger life of the soldier, and the opportunity for distinction. That opportunity, he felt, would come, as it comes to all in wartime. Meanwhile he did what he could. No service was too humble for him to perform in the aid of the South, no adventure too perilous for him to undertake if consistent with the character of a civilian who was at heart a soldier, and who in good faith, and without too much qualification, assented to at least a part of the frankly villainous dictum that all is fair in love and war. One evening, when Farquhar and his wife were sitting on a rustic bench near the entrance to his grounds, a gray-clad soldier rode up to the gate and asked for a drink of water. Mrs. Farquhar was only too happy to serve him with her own white hands. While she was fetching the water, her husband approached the dusty horseman and inquired eagerly for news from the front. "The Yanks are repairing the railroads," said the man, "and are getting ready for another advance. They have reached the Owl Creek Bridge, put it in order, and built a stockade on the north bank. The commandant has issued an order, which is posted everywhere, declaring that any civilian caught interfering with the railroad, its bridges, tunnels, or trains, will be summarily hanged. I saw the order." "How far is it to the Owl Creek Bridge?" Farquhar asked. "About 30 miles. "Is there no force on this side of the creek?" "Only a picket post half a mile out, on the railroad, and a single sentinel at this end of the bridge." "Suppose a man, a civilian and student of hanging, should elude the picket post and perhaps get the better of the sentinel," said Farquhar, smiling. "What could he accomplish?" The soldier reflected. "I was there a month ago," he replied. "I observed that the flood of last winter had lodged a great quantity of driftwood against the wooden pier at this end of the bridge. It is now dry and would burn like tinder." The lady had now brought the water, which the soldier drank. He thanked her ceremoniously, bowed to her husband, and rode away. An hour later, after nightfall, he repassed the plantation, going northward in the direction from which he had come. He was a Federal scout. As Peyton Farquhar fell straight downward through the bridge, he lost consciousness and was as one already dead. From this state he was awakened, ages later it seemed to him, by the pain of a sharp pressure upon his throat, followed by a sense of suffocation. Keen, poignant agonies seemed to shoot from his neck downward through every fiber of his body and limbs. These pains appeared to flash along well-defined lines of ramification and to beat with an inconceivably rapid periodicity. They seemed like streams of pulsating fire, heating him to an intolerable temperature. As to his head, he was conscious of nothing but a feeling of fullness, of congestion. These sensations were unaccompanied by thought. The intellectual part of his nature was already effaced. He had power only to feel, and feeling was torment. He was conscious of motion, encompassed in a luminous cloud of which he was now merely the fiery heart. Without material substance, he swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation, like a vast pendulum. Then, all at once, with terrible suddenness, the light about him shot upward with the noise of a loud splash. A frightful roaring was in his ears, and all was cold and dark. The power of thought was restored. He knew that the rope had broken, and he had fallen into the stream. There was no additional strangulation. The noose about his neck was already suffocating him and kept the water from his lungs. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river! The idea seemed to him ludicrous. He opened his eyes in the darkness and saw above him a gleam of light. But how distant, how inaccessible! He was still sinking, for the light became fainter and fainter until it was a mere glimmer. Then it began to grow and brighten, and he knew that he was rising toward the surface, knew it with reluctance, for he was now very comfortable. To be hanged and drowned, he thought, that is not so bad, but I do not wish to be shot. No, I will not be shot. That is not fair. He was not conscious of an effort, but a sharp pain in his wrist apprised him that he was trying to free his hands. He gave the struggle his attention, as an idler might observe the feat of a juggler without interest in the outcome. What splendid effort! What magnificent! What superhuman strength! Ah, that was a fine endeavor! Bravo! The cord fell away, his arms parted and floated upward, the hands dimly seen on each side in the growing light. He watched them with a new interest as first one and then the other pounced upon the noose at his neck. They tore it away and thrust it fiercely aside, its undulations resembling those of a water snake. "Put it back! Put it back!" he thought. He shouted these words to his hands, for the undoing of the noose had been succeeded by the direst pang that he had yet experienced. His neck ached horribly, his brain was on fire, his heart, which had been fluttering faintly, gave a great leap, trying to force itself out of his mouth. His whole body was racked and wrenched with an insupportable anguish. But his disobedient hands gave no heed to the command. They beat the water vigorously with quick, downward strokes, forcing him to the surface. He felt his head emerge. His eyes were blinded by the sunlight, his chest expanded convulsively, and with a supreme and crowning agony his lungs engulfed a great draught of air, which instantly he expelled in a shriek. He was now in full possession of his physical senses. They were indeed preternaturally keen and alert. Something in the awful disturbance of his organic system had so exalted and refined them that they made record of things never before perceived. He felt the ripples upon his face and heard their separate sounds as they struck. He looked at the forest on the bank of the stream, saw the individual trees, the leaves and the veining of each leaf. He saw the very insects upon them, the locusts, the brilliant-bodied flies, the gray spiders stretching their webs from twig to twig. He noted the prismatic colors in all the dewdrops upon 1,000,000 blades of grass, the humming of the gnats that danced above the eddies of the stream, the beating of the dragonflies' wings, the strokes of the water spiders' legs like oars which had lifted their boat. All these made audible music. A fish slid along beneath his eyes, and he heard the rush of its body parting the water. He had come to the surface, facing down the stream. In a moment the visible world seemed to wheel slowly round, himself the pivotal point, and he saw the bridge, the fort, the soldiers upon the bridge, the captain, the sergeant, the 2 privates, his executioners. They were in silhouette against the blue sky. They shouted and gesticulated, pointing at him. The captain had drawn his pistol, but did not fire. The others were unarmed. Their movements were grotesque and horrible, their forms gigantic. Suddenly he heard a sharp report, and something struck the water smartly within a few inches of his head, spattering his face with spray. He heard a second report, and saw one of the sentinels with his rifle at his shoulder, a light cloud of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The man in the water saw the eye of the man on the bridge gazing into his own through the sights of the rifle. He observed that it was a gray eye, and remembered having read that gray eyes were keenest, and that all famous marksmen had them. Nevertheless, this one had missed. A counter-swirl had caught Farquhar and turned him half round. He was again looking at the forest on the bank opposite the fort. The sound of a clear, high voice in a monotonous sing-song now rang out behind him and across the water with a distinctness that pierced and subdued all other sounds, even the beating of the ripples in his ears. Although no soldier, he had frequented camps enough to know the dread significance of that deliberate, drawling, aspirated chant. The lieutenant on the shore was taking a part in the morning's work. How coldly and pitilessly, with what an even, calm intonation, presaging and enforcing tranquillity in the men, with what accurately measured interval fell those cruel words. "Company! Attention! Shoulder arms! Ready! Aim! Fire!" Farquhar dived as deeply as he could. The water roared in his ears like the voice of Niagara. Yet he heard the dull thunder of the volley, and rising again toward the surface met shining bits of metal, singularly flattened, oscillating slowly downward. Some of them touched him on the face and hands, then fell away, continuing their descent. One lodged between his collar and neck. It was uncomfortably warm, and he snatched it out. As he rose to the surface, gasping for breath, he saw that he had been a long time under water. He was perceptibly farther downstream and nearer to safety. The soldiers had almost finished reloading. The metal ramrods flashed all at once in the sunshine as they were drawn from the barrels, turned in the air, and thrust into their sockets. The two sentinels fired again, independently and ineffectually. The hunted man saw all this over his shoulder. He was now swimming vigorously with the current. His brain was as energetic as his arms and legs. He thought with the rapidity of lightning. The officer, he reasoned, will not make that Martinez error a second time. It is as easy to dodge a volley as a single shot. He has probably already given the command to fire at will. God help me, I cannot dodge them all. An appalling splash within 2 yards of him was followed by a loud, rushing sound, diminuendo, which seemed to travel back through the air to the fort and died in an explosion which stirred the very river to its depths. A rising sheet of water curved over him, fell down upon him, blinded him, and strangled him. Cannon had taken a hand in the game. As he shook his head free from the commotion of the smitten water, he heard the deflected shot humming through the air ahead, and in an instant it was cracking and smashing the branches in the forest beyond. They will not do that again, he thought. The next time they will use a charge of grape. I must keep my eye upon the gun. The smoke will apprise me. The report arrives too late. It lags behind the missile. That is a good gun. Suddenly he felt himself whirled round and round, spinning like a top. The water, the banks, the forest, the now distant bridge, fort, and men, all were commingled and blurred. Objects were represented by their colors only, circular, horizontal streaks of color. That was all he saw. He had been caught in a vortex and was being whirled on with a velocity of advance and gyration that made him giddy and sick. In a few moments he was flung upon the gravel at the foot of the left bank of the stream, the southern bank, and behind a projecting point which concealed him from his enemies. The sudden arrest of his motion, the abrasion of one of his hands on the gravel, restored him, and he wept with delight. He dug his fingers into the sand, threw it over himself in handfuls, and audibly blessed it. It looked like diamonds, rubies, emeralds. He could think of nothing beautiful which it did not resemble. The trees upon the bank were giant garden plants. He noted a definite order in their arrangement, and inhaled the fragrance of their blooms. A strange roseate light shone through the spaces among their trunks, and the wind made in their branches the music of aeolian harps. He had not wished to perfect his escape. He was content to remain in that enchanting spot until retaken. A whiz and a rattle of grape-shot among the branches high above his head roused him from his dream. The baffled cannoneer had fired him a random farewell. He sprang to his feet, rushed up the sloping bank, and plunged into the forest. All that day he traveled, laying his course by the rounding sun. The forest seemed interminable. Nowhere did he discover a break in it, not even a woodsman's road. He had not known that he lived in so wild a region. There was something uncanny in the revelation. By nightfall he was fatigued, footsore, famished. The thought of his wife and children urged him on. At last he found a road which led him in what he knew to be the right direction. It was as wide and straight as a city street, yet it seemed untraveled. No fields bordered it, no dwelling anywhere. Not so much as the barking of a dog suggested human habitation. The black bodies of the trees formed a straight wall on both sides, terminating on the horizon in a point like a diagram in a lesson in perspective. Overhead, as he looked up through this rift in the wood, shone great golden stars, looking unfamiliar and grouped in strange constellations. He was sure they were arranged in some order which had a secret and malign significance. The wood on either side was full of singular noises, among which, once, twice, and again, he distinctly heard whispers in an unknown tongue. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it, found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. How softly the turf had carpeted the untraveled avenue. He could no longer feel the roadway beneath his feet. Doubtless, despite his suffering, he had fallen asleep while walking, for now he sees another scene. Perhaps he has merely recovered from a delirium. He stands at the gate of his own home. All is as he left it, and all bright and beautiful in the morning sunshine. He must have traveled the entire night. As he pushes open the gate and passes up the wide white walk, He sees a flutter of female garments. His wife, looking fresh and cool and sweet, steps down from the veranda to meet him. At the bottom of the steps she stands waiting with a smile of ineffable joy and attitude of matchless grace and dignity. Ah, how beautiful she is! He springs forward with extended arms. As he is about to clasp her, he feels a stunning blow upon the back of his neck. A blinding white light blazes all about him with a sound like the shock of a cannon. Then all is darkness and silence. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. End of an occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Utlunta, the Spearfinger, from Myths of the Cherokee, by James Mooney. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Utlunta, the Spearfinger. Long, long ago, Halahiyu, there dwelt in the mountains a terrible ogress, a woman monster whose food was human livers. She could take on any shape or appearance to suit her purpose, but in her right form she looked very much like an old woman, excepting that her whole body was covered with a skin as hard as rock, that no weapon could wound or penetrate, and that on her right hand she had a long stony forefinger of bone, like an awl or spearhead, with which she stabbed everyone to whom she could get near enough. On account of this fact, she was called Utlunta, Spearfinger, and on account of her stony skin she was sometimes called Nunyunui, Stone Dress. There was another stone-clothed monster that killed people, but that is a different story. Spearfinger had such powers over stone that she could easily lift and carry immense rocks, and could cement them together by merely striking one against another. To get over the rough country more easily, she undertook to build a great rock bridge through the air from Nunyu Tlugunyi, the Tree Rock, on Hiwassee over to Sinagila-gi Whiteside Mountain on the Blue Ridge, and had it well started from the top of the Tree Rock when the lightning struck it and scattered the fragments along the whole ridge, where the pieces can still be seen by those who go there. She used to range all over the mountains, about the heads of the streams, and in the dark passes of Nantahala, always hungry and looking for victims. Her favorite haunt on the Tennessee side was about the gap on the trail where Chilhowie Mountain comes down to the river. Sometimes an old woman would approach along the trail where the children were picking strawberries or playing near the village, and would say to them coaxingly, "Come, my grandchildren, come to your granny and let granny dress your hair." When some little girl ran up and laid her head in the old woman's lap to be petted and combed, the old witch would gently run her fingers through the child's hair until it went to sleep, when she would stab the little one through the heart or back of the neck with the long awl finger, which she had kept hidden under her robe. Then she would take out the liver and eat it. She would enter a house by taking the appearance of one of the family who happened to have gone out for a short time, and would watch her chance to stab someone with her long finger and take out his liver. She could stab him without being noticed, and often the victim did not even know it himself at the time, for it left no wound and caused no pain. But went on about his own affairs until all at once he felt weak and began gradually to pine away, and was always sure to die, because Spearfinger had taken his liver. When the Cherokee went out in the fall, according to their custom, to burn the leaves off from the mountains in order to get the chestnuts on the ground, they were never safe, for the old witch was always on the lookout, and as soon as she saw the smoke rise she knew there were Indians there, and sneaked up to try to surprise one alone. So as well as they could they tried to keep together, and were very cautious of allowing any stranger to approach the camp. But if one went down to the spring for a drink they never knew but it might be the liver-eater that came back and sat with them. Sometimes she took her proper form, and once or twice, when far out from the settlements, a solitary hunter had seen an old woman with a queer-looking hand going through the woods, singing low to herself, "Hovela natsiku susasai." Liver, I eat it, susasai. It was rather a pretty song, but it chilled his blood, for he knew it was the liver-eater, and he hurried away silently before she might see him. At last a great council was held to devise some means to get rid of Utlunta before she should destroy everybody. The people came from all around, and after much talk it was decided that the best way would be to trap her in a pitfall where all the warriors could attack her at once. So they dug a deep pitfall across the trail and covered it over with earth and grass, as if the ground had never been disturbed. Then they kindled a large fire of brush near the trail and hid themselves in the laurels, because they knew she would come as soon as she saw the smoke. Sure enough, they soon saw an old woman coming along the trail. She looked like an old woman whom they knew well in the village, and although several of the wiser men wanted to shoot at her, the others interfered, because they did not want to hurt one of their own people. The old woman came slowly along the trail, with one hand under her blanket, until she stepped upon the pitfall, and tumbled through the brush top into the deep hole below. Then, at once, she showed her true nature, and instead of the feeble old woman, there was the terrible Utlanta, with her stony skin and her sharp awl finger, reaching out in every direction for someone to stab. The hunters rushed out from the thicket and surrounded the pit, but shoot as true and as often as they could, their arrows struck the stony mail of the witch, only to be broken and fall useless at her feet, while she taunted them and tried to climb out of the pit to get at them. They kept out of her way, but were only wasting their arrows, when a small bird, Utsu-gi, the titmouse, perched on a tree overhead and began to sing, "Un, un, un." They thought it was saying "Unahu," heart, meaning that they should aim at the heart of the stone witch. They directed their arrows where the heart should be, but the arrows only glanced off, with the flint heads broken. Then they caught the Utsugi and cut off its tongue, so that ever since its tongue is short, and everybody knows it's a liar. When the hunters let it go, it flew straight up into the sky until it was out of sight and never came back again. The titmouse that we know now is only an image of the other. They kept up the fight without result until another bird, little Tsikilili, the chickadee, flew down from a tree and alighted upon the witch's right hand. The warriors took this as a sign that they must aim there, and they were right, for her heart was on the inside of her hand, which she kept doubled into a fist, this same awl hand with which she had stabbed so many people. Now she was frightened in earnest, and began to rush furiously at them with her long awl finger, and to jump about in the pit to dodge the arrows, until at last a lucky arrow struck just where the awl joined her wrist, and she fell down dead. Ever since, the Tsi-kilili is known as the truth-teller, and when a man is away on a journey, if this bird comes and perches near the house and chirps its song, his friends know he will soon be safe home. End of Utlanta, the Spearfinger, from Myths of the Cherokee. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
Beyond the Wall by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, go to LibriVox.org. Beyond the Wall by Ambrose Bierce. Many years ago, on my way from Hong Kong to New York, I passed a week in San Francisco. A long time had gone by since I had been in that city, during which my ventures in the Orient had prospered beyond my hope. I was rich and could afford to revisit my own country, to renew my friendship with such of the companions of my youth as still lived and remembered me with the old affection. Chief of these, I hoped, was Mohan Dampier, an old schoolmate with whom I had held a desultory correspondence which had long ceased, as is the way of correspondence between men. You may have observed that the indisposition to write a merely social letter is in the ratio of the square of the distance between you and your correspondent. It is a law. I remember Dampier as a handsome, strong young fellow of scholarly tastes, with an aversion to work and a marked indifference to many of the things that the world cares for, including wealth, of which, however, he had inherited enough to put him beyond the reach of want. In his family, one of the oldest and most aristocratic in the country, it was, I think, a matter of pride that no member of it had ever been in trade nor politics, nor suffered any kind of distinction. Mohan was a trifle sentimental, and had in him a singular element of superstition, which led him to the study of all manner of occult subjects, although his sane mental health safeguarded him against fantastic and perilous faiths. He made daring incursions into the realm of the unreal without renouncing his residence in the partly surveyed and uncharted region of what we are pleased to call certitude. The night of my visit to him was stormy. The Californian winter was on, and the incessant rain plashed in the deserted streets, or lifted by irregular gusts of wind, was hurled against the houses with incredible fury. With no small difficulty, my cabman found the right place, away out towards the ocean beach, in a sparsely populated suburb. The dwelling, a rather ugly one, apparently stood in the centre of its grounds, which, as nearly as I could make out in the gloom, were destitute of either flowers or grass. 3 or 4 trees writhing and moaning in the torment of the tempest appeared to be trying to escape from their dismal environment and take the chance of finding a better one out at sea. The house was a 2-story brick structure with a tower, a story higher at one corner. In a window of that was the only visible light. Something in the appearance of the place made me shudder, a performance that may have been assisted by a rill of rainwater down my back as I scuttled to cover in the doorway. In answer to my note apprising him of my wish to call, Dampier had written, "Don't ring. Open the door and come up." I did so. The staircase was dimly lighted by a single gas jet at the top of the 2nd flight. I managed to reach the landing without disaster, and entered by an open door into the lighted square room of the tower. Dampier came forward in gown and slippers to receive me, giving me the greeting that I had wished, and if I had held a thought, that it might be more fitly have been accorded me at the front door. The first look at him dispelled any sense of his inhospitality. He was not the same. Hardly past middle-aged, he had gone grey and had acquired a pronounced stoop. His figure was thin and angular, his face deeply lined, his complexion dead, white, without a touch of colour. His eyes, unnaturally large, glowed with a fire that was almost uncanny. He seated me, proffered a cigar, and with grave and obvious sincerity assured me of the pleasure that it gave him to meet me. Some unimportant conversation followed, but all the while I was dominated by a melancholy sense of the great change in him. This he must have perceived, for he suddenly said with a bright enough smile, "You are disappointed in me. Non sum qualis eram." I hardly knew what to reply, but managed to say, "Why, really, I don't know. Your Latin is about the same." He brightened again. "No," he said, "being a dead language, it grows in appropriateness. But please have the patience to wait. Where I am going, there is perhaps a better tongue. Will you care to have a message in it?" The smile faded as he spoke, and as he concluded, he was looking into my eyes with a gravity that distressed me. Yet I would not surrender myself to his mood, nor permit him to see how deeply his prescience of death affected me. "I fancy that it will be long," I said, "before human speech will cease to serve our need, and then the need, with its possibilities of service, will have passed." He made no reply, and I too was silent, for the talk had taken a dispiriting turn, yet I knew not now how to give it a more agreeable character. Suddenly, in a pause of the storm, when the dead silence was almost startling by contrast of the previous uproar, I heard a gentle tapping which appeared to come from the wall behind my chair. The sound was such as might have been made by a human hand, not as upon a door by one asking admittance, but rather, I thought, as an agreed signal, an assurance of someone's presence in an adjoining room. Most of us, I fancy, have had more experience of such communications than we could care to relate. I glanced at Dampier. If possibly there was something of amusement in the look, he did not observe it. He appeared to have forgotten my presence, and was staring at the wall behind me with an expression in his eyes that I am unable to name, although my memory of it is as vivid today as was my sense of it then. The situation was embarrassing. I rose to take my leave. At this he seemed to recover himself. "Please be seated," he said. "It is nothing. No one is there." But the tapping was repeated, and with the same gentle, slow insistence as before. "Pardon me," I said. "It is late. May I call tomorrow?" He smiled. A little mechanically, I thought. "It is very delicate of you," said he, "but quite needless. Really, this is the only room in the tower, and no one is there. At least—" He left the sentence incomplete, rose, and threw up a window, the only opening in the wall from which the sound seemed to have come. See? Not clearly knowing what else to do, I followed him to the window and looked out. A street lamp some little distance away gave enough light through the murk of the rain, that was again falling in torrents, to make it entirely plain that no one was there. In truth, there was nothing but the sheer blank wall of the tower. Dampier closed the window, and signing me to my seat, resumed his own. The incident was not in itself particularly mysterious. Any one of a dozen explanations was possible, though none has occurred to me. Yet it impressed me strangely, the more, perhaps, from my friend's efforts to reassure me, which seemed to dignify it with a certain significance and importance. He had proved that no one was there, but in that fact lay all the interest, and he proffered no explanation. His silence was irritating, and made me resentful. "My good friend," I said, somewhat ironically, I fear, "I am not disposed to question your right to harbour as many spooks as you find agreeable to your taste, and consistent with your notions of companionship. That is no business of mine. But, being just a plain man of affairs, mostly of this world, I find spooks needless to my peace and comfort. I am going to my hotel, where my fellow guests are still in the flesh." It was not a very civil speech, but he manifested no feeling about it. "Kindly remain," he said. "I am grateful for your presence here. What you have heard tonight, I believe myself to have heard twice before. Now I know it was no illusion. That is much to me, more than you know. Have a fresh cigar and a good stock of patience while I tell you the story." The rain was now falling more steadily, with a low monotonous susurration, interrupted at long intervals by the sudden slashing of the boughs of the trees as the wind rose and failed. The night was well advanced, but both sympathy and curiosity held me a willing listener to my friend's monologue, which I did not interrupt by a single word from beginning to end. "10 years ago," he said, "I occupied a ground-floor apartment in one of the row of houses, all alike, away at the other end of the town, on what we call Rincon Hill. This had been the best quarter of San Francisco, but had fallen onto neglect and decay, partly because the primitive character of its domestic architecture no longer suited the maturing tastes of our wealthy citizens, and partly because certain public improvements had made a wreck of it. The row of dwellings, in one of which I lived, stood a little way back from the street, each having a miniature garden, separated from its neighbours by low iron fences, and bisected with mathematical precision by a box-bordered gravel walk from gate to door. One morning, as I was leaving my lodging, I observed a young girl entering the adjoining garden on the left. It was a warm day in June, and she was lightly gowned in white. From her shoulders hung a broad straw hat, profusely decorated with flowers and wonderfully beribboned in the fashion of the time. My attention was not long held by the exquisite simplicity of her costume, for no one could look at her face and think of anything earthly. Do not fear, I shall not profane it by description. It was beautiful exceedingly. All that I had ever seen or dreamed of loveliness was in that matchless living picture by the hand of the divine artist, So deeply did it move me, that without a thought of the impropriety of the act, I unconsciously bared my head as a devout Catholic or well-bred Protestant uncovers before an image of the Blessed Virgin. The maiden showed no displeasure. She merely turned her glorious dark eyes upon me with a look that made me catch my breath, and without other recognition of my act, passed into the house. For a moment I stood motionless, hat in hand, painfully conscious of my rudeness, yet so dominated by the emotion inspired by that vision of incomparable beauty that my penitence was less poignant than it should have been. Then I went my way, leaving my heart behind. In the natural course of things, I should probably have remained away until nightfall, but by the middle of the afternoon I was back in the little garden, affecting an interest in the few foolish flowers that I had never before observed. My hope was vain. She did not appear. To a night of unrest succeeded a day of expectation and disappointment, but on the day after, as I wandered aimlessly about the neighborhood, I met her. Of course I did not repeat my folly of uncovering, nor venture by even so much as to long a look to manifest an interest in her, yet my heart was beating audibly. I trembled and consciously coloured as she turned her big black eyes upon me with a look of obvious recognition, entirely devoid of boldness or coquetry. I will not weary you with the particulars. Many times afterwards I met the maiden, yet never either addressed her or sought to fix her attention, nor did I take any action toward making her acquaintance. Perhaps my forbearance, requiring so supreme an effort of self-denial, will not be entirely clear to you. That I was heels over head in love is true, but who can overcome his habit of thought, or reconstruct his character? I was what some foolish persons are pleased to call, and others more foolish are pleased to be called, an aristocrat, and despite her beauty, her charms and grace, the girl was not of my class. I had learnt her name, which it is needless to speak, and something of her family. She was an orphan, a dependent niece of the impossible elderly fat woman in whose lodging-house she lived. My income was small, and I lacked the talent for marrying. It is perhaps a gift. An alliance with that family would condemn me to its manner of life, part me from my books and studies, and in a social sense reduce me to the ranks. It is easy to deprecate such considerations as these, and I have not retained myself for the defence. Let judgment be entered against me, but in strict justice all my ancestors for generations should be made co-defendants, and I be permitted to plead in mitigation of punishment the imperious mandate of heredity. To a mesalliance of that kind, every globule of my ancestral blood spoke in opposition. In brief, my tastes, habits, instincts, with whatever of reason, my love had left me, all fought against it. Moreover, I was an irreclaimable sentimentalist, and found a subtle charm in an impersonal and spiritual relation which acquaintance might vulgarize and marriage would certainly dispel. No woman, I argued, is what this lovely creature seems. Love is a delicious dream. Why should I bring about my own awakening? The course dictated by all this sense and sentiment was obvious. Honor, pride, prudence, preservation of my ideals, all commanded me to go away. But for that I was too weak. The utmost that I could do by a mighty effort of will was to cease meeting the girl, and that I did. I even avoided the chance encounters of the garden, leaving my lodging only when I knew that she had gone to her music lessons, and returning after nightfall. Yet all the while I was as one in a trance, indulging the most fascinating fancies and ordering my entire intellectual life in accordance with my dream. Ah, my friend, as one whose actions have traceable relation to reason, you cannot know the fool's paradise in which I lived. One evening the devil put it into my head to be an unspeakable idiot. By apparently careless and purposeless questioning, I learned from my gossipy landlady that the young woman's bedroom adjoined my own, a party wall between. Yielding to a sudden and coarse impulse, I gently rapped on the wall. There was no response, naturally, but I was in no mood to accept a rebuke. A madness was upon me, and I repeated the folly, the offence, but again ineffectually, and I had the decency to desist. An hour later, while absorbed in some of my infernal studies, I heard, or thought I heard, my signal answered. Flinging down my books, I sprang to the wall, and as steadily as my beating heart would permit, gave 3 slow taps upon it. This time the response was distinct, unmistakable. 1, 2, 3, an exact repetition of my signal. That was all I could elicit, but it was enough. Too much. The next evening, and for many evenings afterwards, that folly went on, I always having the last word. During the whole period I was deliriously happy, but with the perversity of my nature I persevered in my resolution not to see her. Then, as I should have expected, I got no further answers. She is disgusted, I said to myself, with what she thinks my timidity in making no more definite advances, and I resolved to seek her and make her acquaintance, and what? I did not know, nor do I now know what might have come of it. I know only that I passed days and days trying to meet her, and all in vain. She was invisible as well as inaudible. I haunted the streets where we had met, but she did not come. From my window I watched the garden in front of her house, but she passed neither in nor out. I fell into the deepest dejection, believing that she had gone away, yet took no steps to resolve my doubt by inquiry of my landlady, to whom, indeed, I had taken an unconquerable aversion from her having once spoken of the girl with less of reverence than I thought befitting. There came a fateful night. Worn out with emotion, irresolution, and despondency, I had retired early and fallen into such sleep as was still possible to me. In the middle of the night, some malign power bent upon the wrecking of my peace forever caused me to open my eyes and sit up, wide awake and listening intently, for I knew not what. Then I thought I heard a faint tapping on the wall, the mere ghost of the familiar signal. In a few moments it was repeated. 1, 2, 3, no louder than before, but addressing a sense alert and strained to receive it. I was about to reply when the adversary of peace again intervened in my affairs with a rascally suggestion of retaliation. She had long and cruelly ignored me. Now I would ignore her. Incredible fatuity. May God forgive it. All the rest of the night I lay awake, fortifying my obstinacy with shameless justifications, and listening. Late the next morning, as I was leaving the house, I met my landlady entering. "Good morning, Mr. Dampier," she said. "Have you heard the news?" I replied in words that I had heard no news, in manner that I did not care to hear any. The manner escaped her observation. "About the sick young lady next door," she babbled on. "What? You did not know? Why, she has been ill for weeks. And now—" I almost sprang upon her. "And now?" I cried. "Now what?" "She is dead." That is not the whole story. In the middle of the night, as I learnt later, the patient, awakening from a long stupor of a week of delirium, had asked, it was her last utterance, that her bed be moved to the opposite side of the room. Those in attendance had thought the request a vagary of her delirium, but had complied. And there the poor passing soul had exerted its failing will to restore a broken connection, a golden thread of sentiment between its innocence and a monstrous baseness owing a blind, brutal allegiance to the law of self. What reparations could I make? Are there masses that can be said for the repose of souls that are abroad such nights as this, spirits blown about by the viewless winds, coming in the storm and darkness with signs and portents, hints of memory and presages of doom? This is the third visitation. On the first occasion I was too sceptical to do more than verify by natural methods of the character of the incident. On the second, I responded to the signal after it had been several times repeated, but without result. Tonight's recurrence completes the fatal triad, expounded by Parapelius Necromantius. There is no more to tell. When Dampier had finished his story, I could think of nothing relevant that I cared to say, and to question him would have been a hideous impertinence. I rose and bade him good night, in a way to convey him a sense of my sympathy, which he silently acknowledged by a pressure of the hand. That night, alone in his sorrow and remorse, he passed into the unknown. That was Beyond the Wall by Ambrose Bierce.
Marsyas in Flanders by Vernon Lee. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Marsyas in Flanders by Vernon Lee. 1. You are right. This is not the original crucifix at all. Another one has been put instead. Il y a une substitution. And the little old antiquary of Dunas nodded mysteriously, fixing his ghost-seer's eyes upon mine. He said it in a scarce audible whisper, for it happened to be the vigil of the Feast of the Crucifix, and the once famous church was full of semi-clerical persons decorating it for the morrow, and of old ladies in strange caps, clattering about with pails and brooms. The antiquary had brought me there the very moment of my arrival, lest a crowd of faithful should prevent his showing me everything next morning. The famous crucifix was exhibited behind rows and rows of unlit candles, and surrounded by strings of paper flowers and coloured muslin, and garlands of sweet, resinous maritime pine, and 2 lighted chandeliers illumined it. There has been an exchange, he repeated, looking round that no one might hear him. Il y a une substitution. For I had remarked, as anyone would have done at the first glance, that the crucifix had every appearance of French work of the 13th century, boldly realistic, whereas the crucifix of the legend, which was a work of St. Luke, which had hung for centuries in the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem, and been miraculously cast ashore at Dunas in 1195, would surely have been a more or less Byzantine image, like its miraculous companion of Lucca. But why should there have been a substitution? I inquired innocently. Hush, hush, answered the antiquary, frowning. Not here, later, later. He took me all over the church, once so famous for pilgrimages, but from which, even like the sea which has left it in a salt marsh beneath the cliffs, the tide of devotion has receded for centuries. It is a very dignified little church, of charmingly restrained and shapely Gothic, built of a delicate pale stone, which the sea damp has picked out, in bases and capitals and carved foliation, with stains of a lovely bright green. The antiquary showed me where the transept and belfry
had been left unfinished when the miracles had diminished in the 14th century, and he took me up to the curious warder's chamber, a large room up some steps in the triforium, with a fireplace and stone seats for the men who guarded the precious crucifix day and night. There had even been beehives in the window, he told me, and he remembered seeing them still as a child. Was it usual here in Flanders to have a guard-room in churches containing important relics? I asked, for I could not remember having seen anything similar before. By no means, he answered, looking round to make sure we were alone, but it was necessary here. You have never heard in what the chief miracles of this church consisted? No, I whispered back, gradually infected by his mysteriousness, unless you allude to the legend that the figure of the Saviour broke all the crosses until the right one was cast up by the sea. He shook his head, but did not answer, and descended the steep stairs into the nave, while I lingered a moment, looking down into it from the warder's chamber. I have never had so curious an impression of a church. The chandeliers on either side of the crucifix swirled slowly round, making great pools of light, which were broken by the shadows of the clustered columns, and among the pews of the nave moved the flicker of the sacristan's lamp. The place was full of the scent of resinous pine branches, evoking dunes and mountain-sides, and from the busy groups below rose a subdued chatter of women's voices and a splash of water and clatter of pattens. It vaguely suggested preparations for a witch's Sabbath. What sort of miracles did they have in this church? I asked, when we had passed into the dusky square. And what did you mean about their having exchanged the crucifix, about a substitution? It seemed quite dark outside. The church rose black, a vague lopsided mass of buttresses and high-pitched roofs against the watery moonlit sky, the big trees of the churchyard behind wavering about in the sea wind, and the windows shone yellow like flaming portals in the darkness. "Please remark the bold effect of the gargoyles," said the antiquary, pointing upwards. They jutted out, vague wild beasts, from the roof-line, and what was positively frightening, you saw the moonlight yellow and blue through the open jaws of some of them. A gust swept through the trees, making the weathercock clatter and groan. "Why, those gargoyle wolves seem positively to howl!" I exclaimed. The old antiquary chuckled. "Ha, ha!" he answered. "Did I not tell you that this church has witnessed things like no other church in Christendom, and it still remembers them? There, have you ever known such a wild, savage church before?" And as he spoke, there suddenly mingled with the sough of the wind and the groans of the weather-vane a shrill quavering sound as of pipers inside. "The organist trying his vox humana for tomorrow," remarked the antiquary. 2. Next day I bought one of the printed histories of the miraculous crucifix, which they were hawking all round the church, and next day also my friend the antiquary was good enough to tell me all that he knew of the matter. Between my two informants, the following may be said to be the true story. In the autumn of 1195, after a night of frightful storm, a boat was found cast upon the shore of Dunas, which was at that time a fishing village at the mouth of the Nis, and exactly opposite a terrible sunken reef. The boat was broken and upset, and close by it, on the sand and bent grass, lay a stone figure of the crucified Saviour, without its cross, and, as seems probable, also without its arms, which had been made of separate blocks. A variety of persons immediately came forward to claim it. The little church of Dunas, on whose glebe it was found, the barons of Croy, who had the right of jetsam on that coast, and also the great abbey of St. Loup of Arras, as possessing the spiritual overlordship of the place. But a holy man, who lived close by in the cliffs, had a vision which settled the dispute. St. Luke in person appeared, and told him that he was the original maker of the figure, that it had been one of 3 which had hung round the Holy Sepulchre of Jerusalem, that 3 knights, a Norman, a Tuscan, and a man of Arras, had, with the permission of Heaven, stolen them from the infidels and placed them on unmanned boats, that one of the images had been cast upon the Norman coast near Salinel, that the second had run aground not far from the city of Lucca in Italy, and that this third was the one which had been embarked by the knight from Artois. As regarded its final resting place, the hermit, on the authority of St. Luke, recommended that the statue should be left to decide the matter itself. Accordingly, the crucified figure was solemnly cast back into the sea. The very next day it was found once more in the same spot, among the sand and bent grass at the mouth of the Nis. It was therefore deposited in the little church of Dunas, and very soon indeed the flocks of pious persons who brought it offerings from all parts made it necessary and possible to rebuild the church thus sanctified by its presence. The holy effigy of Dunas, a Sacra Dunarum effigies, as it was called, did not work the ordinary sort of miracles, but its fame spread far and wide by the unexampled wonders which became the constant accompaniment of its existence. The effigy, as above mentioned, had been discovered without the cross to which it had evidently been fastened, nor had any researches or any subsequent storms brought the missing blocks to light, despite the many prayers which were offered for the purpose. After some time, therefore, and a deal of discussion, it was decided that a new cross should be provided for the effigy to hang upon, and certain skilful stonemasons of Arras were called to Dunas for this purpose. But behold, the very day after the cross had been solemnly erected in the church, an unheard of and terrifying fact was discovered. The effigy, which had been hanging perfectly straight the previous evening, had shifted its position, and was bent violently to the right, as if in an effort to break loose. This was attested not merely by hundreds of laymen, but by the priests of the place, who notified the fact in a document existing in the episcopal archives of Arras until 1790, to the abbot of St. Loup, their spiritual overlord. This was the beginning of a series of mysterious occurrences which spread the fame of the marvellous crucifix all over Christendom. The effigy did not remain in the position into which it had miraculously worked itself. It was found, at intervals of time, shifted in some other manner upon its cross, and always as if it had gone through violent contortions. And one day, about 10 years after it had been cast up by the sea, the priests of the church and the burghers of Dunas discovered the effigy hanging in its original outstretched, symmetrical attitude, but, oh wonder, with the cross, broken in 3 pieces, lying on the steps of its chapel. Certain persons who lived in the end of the town nearest the church reported to have been roused in the middle of the night by what they had taken for a violent clap of thunder, but which was doubtless the crash of the cross falling down, or perhaps, who knows, the noise with which the terrible effigy had broken loose and spurned the alien cross from it. For that was the secret. The effigy, made by a saint and come to Dunas by miracle, had evidently found some trace of unholiness in the stone to which it had been fastened. Such was the ready explanation afforded by the prior of the church in answer to an angry summons of the abbot of St. Lou, who expressed his disapproval of such unusual miracles. Indeed, it was discovered that the piece of marble had not been cleaned from sinful human touch with the necessary rites before the figure was fastened on, a most grave, though excusable, oversight. So a new cross was ordered, although it was noticed that much time was lost about it, and the consecration took place only some years later. Meanwhile, the prior had built the warder's chamber, with the fireplace and recess, and obtained permission from the Pope himself that a clerk in orders should watch day and night, on the score that so wonderful a relic might be stolen. For the relic had by this time entirely cut out all similar crucifixes, and the village of Dunas, through the concourse of pilgrims, had rapidly grown into a town, the property of the now fabulously wealthy Priory of the Holy Cross. The abbots of St. Lou, however, looked upon the matter with an unfavourable eye. Although nominally remaining their vassals, the priors of Dunas had contrived to obtain gradually from the Pope privileges which rendered them virtually independent, and, in particular, immunities which sent to the treasury of St. Lou only a small proportion of the tribute money brought by the pilgrims. Abbot Walterius, in particular, showed himself actively hostile. He accused the prior of Dunas of having employed his warders to trump up stories of strange movements and sounds on the part of the still crossless effigy, and of suggesting to the ignorant changes in his attitude which were more credulously believed in now that there was no longer the straight line of the cross by which to verify. So, finally, the new cross was made and consecrated, and on Holy Cross Day of the year the effigy was fastened to it, in the presence of an immense concourse of clergy and laity. The effigy, it was now supposed, would be satisfied, and no unusual occurrences would increase, or perhaps fatally compromise, its reputation for sanctity. These expectations were violently dispelled. In November 1293, after a year of strange rumours concerning the effigy, the figure was again discovered to have moved, and continued moving, or rather, judging from the position on the cross, writhing. And on Christmas Eve of the same year, the cross was a second time thrown down and dashed in pieces. The priest on duty was at the same time found, it was thought, dead in his warder's chamber. Another cross was made, and this time privately consecrated and put in place, and a hole in the roof made a pretext to close the church for a while, and to perform the rites of purification necessary after its pollution by workmen. Indeed, it was remarked that on this occasion the prior of Doonas took as much trouble to diminish, and if possible to hide away the miracles, as his predecessor had done his best to blazon the preceding ones abroad. The priest who had been on duty on the eventful Christmas Eve disappeared mysteriously, and it was thought by many persons that he had gone mad, and was confined in the prior's prison for fear of the revelations he might make. For by this time, and not without some encouragement from the abbots at Arras, extraordinary stories had begun to circulate about the goings-on in the church of Doonas. This church, be it remembered, stood a little above the town, isolated and surrounded by big trees. It was surrounded by the precincts of the priory, and saved on the water side by high walls. Nevertheless, persons there were who affirmed that, the wind having been in that direction, they had heard strange noises coming from the church of nights. During storms particularly, sounds have been heard which were variously described as howls, groans, and the music of rustic dancing. A master mariner affirmed that one Halloween, as his boat approached the mouth of the Nis, he had seen the church of Doonas brilliantly lit up, its immense windows flaming. But he was suspected of being drunk, and of having exaggerated the effect of the small light shining from the warder's chamber. The interest of the townsfolk of Doonas coincided with that of the priory, since they prospered greatly by the pilgrimages, so these tales were promptly hushed up. Yet they undoubtedly reached the ear of the abbot of St. Loup, and at last there came an event which brought them all back to the surface. For on the vigil of All Saints, 1299, the church was struck by lightning. The new warder was found dead in the middle of the nave, the cross broken in two, and, oh horror, the effigy was missing. The indescribable fear which overcame everyone was merely increased by the discovery of the effigy lying behind the high altar in an attitude of frightful convulsion, and, it was whispered, blackened by lightning. This was the end of the strange doings at Doonas. An ecclesiastical council was held at Arras, and the church shut once more for nearly a year. It was opened this time and reconsecrated by the abbot of St. Loup, whom the prior of Holy Cross served humbly at Mass. A new chapel had been built, and in it the miraculous crucifix was displayed, dressed in more splendid brocade and gems than usual, and its head nearly hidden by one of the most gorgeous crowns ever seen before, a gift, it was said, of the Duke of Burgundy. All this new splendor, and the presence of the great abbot himself, was presently explained to the faithful, when the prior came forward to announce that a last and greatest miracle had now taken place. The original cross, on which the figure had hung in the church of the Holy Sepulchre, and for which the effigy had spurned all others made by less holy hands, had been cast on the shore of Doonas, on the very spot where, 100 years before, the figure of the Saviour had been discovered in the sands. This, said the prior, was the explanation of the terrible occurrences which had filled all hearts with anguish. The holy effigy was now satisfied, it would rest in peace, and its miraculous powers would be engaged only in granting the prayers of the faithful. One half of the forecast came true. From that day forward the effigy never shifted its position, but from that day forward also no considerable miracle was ever registered. The devotion of donors diminished. Other relics threw the sacred effigy into the shade, and the pilgrimages dwindling to mere local gatherings, the church was never brought to completion. What had happened, no one ever knew, guessed, or perhaps even asked. But when, in 1790, the archiepiscopal palace of Arras was sacked, a certain notary of the neighbourhood bought a large portion of the archives at the price of waste paper, either from historical curiosity, or expecting to obtain thereby facts which might gratify his aversion to the clergy. These documents lay unexamined for many years, till my friend the antiquary bought them. Among them, taken helter-skelter from the Archbishop's palace, were sundry papers referring to the suppressed abbey of St. Louis of Arras, and among these latter a series of notes concerning the affairs of the Church of Donors. They were, so far as their fragmentary nature explained, the minutes of an inquest made in 1309, and contained the deposition of sundry witnesses. To understand their meaning, it is necessary to remember that this was the time when witch trials had begun, and when the proceedings against the Templars had set the fashion of inquests which could help the finances of the country while furthering the interests of religion. What appears to have happened is that after the catastrophe of the Vigil of All Saints, October 1299, the prior, Urbain de Luc, found himself suddenly threatened with a charge of sacrilege and witchcraft, of obtaining miracles of the effigy by devilish means, and of converting his church into a chapel of the evil one. Instead of appealing to high ecclesiastical tribunals, as the privileges obtained from the Holy See would have warranted, Prior Urbain guessed that this charge came originally from the wrathful abbot of St. Louis, and, dropping all his pretensions in order to save himself, he threw himself upon the mercy of the abbot, whom he had hitherto flouted. The abbot appears to have been satisfied by his submission, and the matter to have dropped, after a few legal preliminaries, of which the notes found among the archiepiscopal archives of Arras represented a portion. Some of these notes my friend the antiquary kindly allowed me to translate from the Latin, and I give them here, leaving the reader to make what he can of them. Item. The abbot expresses himself satisfied that his reverence the prior has had no personal knowledge of or dealings with the evil one, Diabolus. Nevertheless, the gravity of the charge requires. Here the page is torn. Hugues Jacques, Simon le Couvreur, Pierre Denis, burghers of Donors, being interrogated, witness that the noises from the Church of the Holy Cross always happened on nights of bad storms, and foreboded shipwrecks on the coast, and were very various, such as terrible rattling, groans, howls as of wolves, and occasional flute-playing. A certain Jehan, who has twice been branded and flogged for lighting fires on the coast, and otherwise causing ships to wreck at the mouth of the Nice, being promised immunity, after 2 or 3 slight pulls on the rack, witnesses as follows: that the band of wreckers to which he belongs always knew when a dangerous storm was brewing, on account of the noises which issued from the church of Dunas. Witness has often climbed the walls and prowled round in the churchyard, waiting to hear such noises. He was not unfamiliar with the howlings and roarings mentioned by the previous witnesses. He has heard tell by a countryman who passed in the night that the howling was such that the countryman thought himself pursued by a pack of wolves, although it is well known that no wolf has been seen in these parts for 30 years. But the witness himself is of the opinion that the most singular of all the noises, and the one which always accompanied or foretold the worst storms, was a noise of flutes and pipes, quod vulgo dicuntur flustes et musettes, so sweet that the King of France could not have sweeter at his court. Being interrogated whether he had ever seen anything, the witness answers that he has seen the church brightly lit up from the sands, but on approaching found all dark, save the light from the warder's chamber. That once, by moonlight, the piping and fluting and howling being uncommonly loud, he thought he had seen wolves and a human figure on the roof, but that he ran away from fear, and cannot be sure. Item. His Lordship the Abbot desires the Right Reverend Prior to answer truly, placing his hand on the Gospels, whether or not he had himself heard such noises. The Right Reverend Prior denies ever having heard anything similar, but being threatened with further proceedings, the rack, acknowledges that he had frequently been told of these noises by the warder on duty. Query, whether the Right Reverend Prior was ever told anything else by the warder. Answer, yes, but under the seal of confession. The last warder, moreover, the one killed by lightning, had been a reprobate priest, having committed the greatest crimes and obliged to take asylum, whom the prior had kept there on account of the difficulty of finding a man sufficiently courageous for the office. Query, whether the prior has ever questioned previous warders. Answer, that the warders were bound to reveal only in confession whatever they had heard, that the prior's predecessors had kept the seal of confession inviolate, and that though unworthy, the prior himself desired to do alike. Query, what had become of the warder who had been found in a swoon after the occurrences of Halloween? Answer, that the prior does not know. The warder was crazy. The prior believes he was secluded for that reason. A disagreeable surprise had been apparently arranged for Prior Urbain de Luc, for the next entry states that Item. By order of His Magnificence the Lord Abbot, certain servants of the Lord Abbot aforesaid introduce a Robert Baudouin, priest, once warder in the Church of the Holy Cross, who has been kept 10 years in prison by his Reverence the Prior, as being of unsound mind. Witness manifests great terror on finding himself in the presence of their lordships, and particularly of his Reverence the Prior, and refuses to speak, hiding his face in his hands and uttering shrieks. Being comforted with kind words by those present, nay, even most graciously by my lord the Abbot himself, Etienne threatened with the rack if he continue obdurate, this witness deposes as follows, not without much lamentation, shrieking, and senseless jabber, after the manner of madmen. Query, can he remember what happened on the vigil of All Saints in the church of Dunas, before he swooned on the floor of the church? Answer: he cannot. It would be sin to speak of such things before great spiritual lords. Moreover, he is but an ignorant man, and also mad. Moreover, his hunger is great. Being given white bread from the Lord Abbot's own table, witness is again cross-questioned. Query: what can he remember of the events of the Vigil of All Saints? Answer: thinks he was not always mad, thinks he has not always been in prison, thinks he once went in a boat on sea, etc. Query: does witness think he has ever been in the church of Dunas? Answer: cannot remember, but is sure that he was not always in prison. Query: has witness ever heard anything like that? My lord the abbot, having secretly ordered that a certain fool in his service, an excellent musician, should suddenly play the pipes behind the arras, at which sound witness began to tremble and sob and fall on his knees and catch hold of the robe even of my lord the abbot, hiding his head therein. Query: wherefore does he feel such terror, being in the fatherly presence of so clement a prince as the Lord Abbot? Answer: that witness cannot stand that piping any longer, that it freezes his blood, that he has told the prior many times that he will not remain any longer in the warder's chamber, that he is afraid for his life, that he dare not make the sign of the cross, nor say his prayers, for fear of the great wild man, that the great wild man took the cross and broke it in two, and played at quoits with it in the nave, that all the wolves trooped down from the roof howling, and danced on their hind legs, while the great wild man played the pipes on the high altar, that witness had surrounded himself with a hedge of little crosses, made of broken rice-straw, to keep up the great wild man from the warder's chamber. Ha, ha, ha! He is piping again, the wolves are howling, he is raising the tempest. Item: that no further information can be extracted from witness, who falls on the floor like one possessed, and has to be removed from the presence of his lordship the abbot, and his reverence the prior. 3. Here the minutes of the inquest break off. Did those great spiritual dignitaries ever get to learn more about the terrible doings in the church of Dunas? Did they ever guess at their cause? For there was a cause, said the antiquary, folding his spectacles after reading me these notes, or, more strictly, the cause still exists, and you will understand, though those learned priests of 6 centuries ago could not. And, rising, he fetched a key from a shelf, and preceded me into the yard of his house, situated on the Nis, a mile below Dunas. Between the low steadings one saw the salt marsh, lilac with sea lavender, the island of birds, a great sandbank at the mouth of the Nis, where every kind of seafowl gathers, and beyond the angry white-crested sea under an angry orange afterglow. On the other side, inland, and appearing above the farm roofs, stood the church of Dunas, its pointed belfry and jagged outlines of gables and buttresses and gargoyles and wind-warped pines black against the easterly sky of ominous livid red. "I told you," said the antiquary, stopping with the key in the lock of a big outhouse, "that there had been a substitution, that the crucifix at present at Dunas is not the one miraculously cast up by the storm of 1195. I believe the present one may be identified as a life-size statue, for which a receipt exists in the archives of Arras, furnished to the Abbot of St. Luc by Estienne Lamain and Guillaume Pernelle, stonemasons, in the year 1299, that is to say, the year of the inquest, and of the cessation of all supernatural occurrences at Dunas, As to the original effigy, you shall see it and understand everything." The antiquary opened the door of a sloping vaulted passage, lit a lantern, and led the way. It was evidently the cellar of some medieval building, and a scent of wine, of damp wood, and of fir branches from innumerable stacked-up faggots filled the darkness among thick-set columns. "Here," said the antiquary, raising his lantern, "he was buried beneath this vault, and they had run an iron stake through his middle like a vampire, to prevent his rising." The effigy was erect against the dark wall, surrounded by brushwood. It was more than life-sized, nude, the arms broken off at the shoulders, the head, with stubbly beard and clotted hair, drawn up with an effort, the face contracted with agony, the muscles dragged as of one hanging crucified, the feet bound together with a rope. The figure was familiar to me in various galleries. I came forward to examine the ear. It was leaf-shaped. "Ah, you have understood the whole mystery," said the antiquary. "I have understood," I answered, not knowing how far his thought really went, "that this supposed statue of Christ is an antique satyr, a Marsyas, awaiting his punishment." The antiquary nodded. "Exactly," he said dryly. "That is the whole explanation. Only I think the abbot and the prior were not so wrong to drive the iron stake through him when they removed him from the church." End of Marsyas in Flanders.
Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Young Goodman Brown by Nathaniel Hawthorne. Young Goodman Brown came forth at sunset into the street at Salem Village, but put his head back after crossing the threshold to exchange a parting kiss with his young wife, and Faith, as the wife was aptly named, thrust her own pretty head into the street, letting the wind play with the pink ribbons of her cap, while she called to Goodman Brown. "Dearest heart," whispered she softly and rather sadly, when her lips were close to his ear, "prithee put off your journey until sunrise, and sleep in your own bed to-night. A lone woman is troubled with such dreams and such thoughts that she's afeard of herself sometimes. Pray tarry with me this night, dear husband, of all nights in the year." "My love and my faith," replied young Goodman Brown, "of all nights in the year, this one night must I tarry away from thee. My journey, as thou call'st it, forth and back again, must needs be done 'twixt now and sunrise. What, my sweet pretty wife, dost thou doubt me already, and we but 3 months married?" "Then God bless you," said Faith with the pink ribbons, "and may you find all well when you come back." "Amen," cried Goodman Brown. "Say thy prayers, dear Faith, and go to bed at dusk. and no harm will come to thee." So they parted, and the young man pursued his way until, being about to turn the corner by the meeting-house, he looked back and saw the head of Faith still peeping after him with a melancholy air, in spite of her pink ribbons. "Poor little Faith," thought he, for his heart smote him. "What a wretch am I to leave her on such an errand! She talks of dreams, too. Methought as she spoke there was trouble in her face, as if a dream had warned her what work is to be done tonight. But no, no, 'twould kill her to think it. Well, she's a blessed angel on earth, and after this one night I'll cling to her skirts and follow her to heaven." With this excellent resolve for the future, Goodman Brown felt himself justified in making more haste on his present evil purpose. He had taken a dreary road, darkened by all the gloomiest trees of the forest, which barely stood aside to let the narrow path creep through, and closed immediately behind. It was all as lonely as could be, and there is this peculiarity in such a solitude, that the traveller knows not who may be concealed by the innumerable trunks and the thick boughs overhead, so that, with lonely footsteps, he may yet be passing through an unseen multitude. "There may be a devilish Indian behind every tree," said Goodman Brown to himself, and he glanced fearfully behind him as he added, "What if the devil himself should be at my very elbow?" His head being turned back, he passed a crook of the road, and looking forward again, beheld the figure of a man, in grave and decent attire, seated at the foot of an old tree. He arose at Goodman Brown's approach, and walked onward, side by side with him. "You are late, Goodman Brown," said he. "The clock of the Old South was striking as I came through Boston, and that is full 15 minutes agone." "Faith kept me back a while," replied the young man, with a tremor in his voice, caused by the sudden appearance of his companion, though not wholly unexpected. It was now deep dusk in the forest, and deepest in that part of it where these two were journeying. As nearly as could be discerned, the second traveller was about 50 years old, apparently in the same rank of life as Goodman Brown, and bearing a considerable resemblance to him, though perhaps more in expression than features. Still, they might have been taken for father and son, and yet, though the elder person was as simply clad as the younger, and as simple in manner too, he had an indescribable air of one who knew the world, and who would not have felt abashed at the governor's dinner-table, or in King William's court, were it possible that his affairs should call him thither. But the only thing about him that could be fixed upon as remarkable was his staff, which bore the likeness of a great black snake, so curiously wrought that it might almost be seen to twist and wriggle itself like a living serpent. This, of course, must have been an ocular deception, assisted by the uncertain light. "Come, Goodman Brown," cried his fellow-traveller, "this is a dull pace for the beginning of a journey. Take my staff, if you are so soon weary." "Friend, said the other, exchanging his slow pace for a full stop. Having kept covenant by meeting thee here, it is my purpose now to return whence I came. I have scruples touching the matter thou wotst of. Sayest thou so? Replied he of the serpent, smiling apart. Let us walk on nevertheless, reasoning as we go, and if I convince thee not, thou shalt turn back. We are but a little way in the forest yet. Too far, exclaimed the good man, unconsciously resuming his walk. My father never went into the woods on such an errand, nor his father before him. We have been a race of honest men and good Christians since the days of the martyrs, and shall I be the first of the name of Brown that ever took this path and kept such company, thou wouldst say? Observed the elder person, interpreting his pause. Well said, Goodman Brown. I have been as well acquainted with your family as with ever a one among the Puritans, and that's no trifle to say. I helped your grandfather, the constable, when he lashed the Quaker woman so smartly through the streets of Salem, and it was I that brought your father a pitch pine knot kindled at my own hearth to set fire to an Indian village in King Philip's War. They were my good friends both, and many a pleasant walk have we had along this path, and returned merrily after midnight. I would fain be friends with you for their sake. If it be as thou sayest, replied Goodman Brown, I marvel they never spoke of these matters, or verily I marvel not, seeing that the least rumour of the sort would have driven them from New England. We are a people of prayer and good works to boot, and abide no such wickedness. Wickedness or not, said the traveller with the twisted staff, I have a very general acquaintance here in New England. The deacons of many a church have drunk the communion wine with me. The select men of divers towns make me their chairman, and a majority of the great and general court are firm supporters of my interest. The governor and I, too, but these are state secrets. Can this be so? Cried Goodman Brown, with a stare of amazement at his undisturbed companion. Howbeit, I have nothing to do with the governor and council. They have their own ways, and are no rule for a simple husbandman like me. But were I to go on with thee, how should I meet the eye of that good old man, our minister, at Salem village? Oh, his voice would make me tremble both Sabbath day and lecture day. Thus far the elder traveller had listened with due gravity, but now burst into a fit of irrepressible mirth, shaking himself so violently that his snake-like staff actually seemed to wriggle in sympathy. "Ha, ha, ha!" shouted he again and again, then composing himself, "Well, go on, Goodman Brown, go on, but prithee don't kill me with laughing." "Well, then, to end the matter at once," said Goodman Brown, considerably nettled, "there is my wife, Faith. It would break her dear little heart, and I'd rather break my own." "Nay, if that be the case," answered the other, "e'en go thy ways, Goodman Brown. I would not for 20 old women like the one hobbling before us that Faith should come to any harm." As he spoke, he pointed his staff at a female figure on the path, in whom Goodman Brown recognized a very pious and exemplary dame, who had taught him his catechism in youth, and was still his moral and spiritual adviser, jointly with the minister and Deacon Gookin. A marvel truly, that Goody Cloyse should be so far in the wilderness at nightfall, said he. But, with your leave, friend, I shall take a cut through the woods until we have left this Christian woman behind. Being a stranger to you, she might ask whom I was consorting with and whither I was going. Be it so, said his fellow traveller. Betake you to the woods, and let me keep the path. Accordingly the young man turned aside, but took care to watch his companion, who advanced softly along the road until he had come within a staff's length of the old dame. She, meanwhile, was making the best of her way with singular speed for so aged a woman, and mumbling some indistinct words, a prayer doubtless, as she went. The traveller put forth his staff and touched her withered neck with what seemed the serpent's tail. "The devil!" screamed the pious old lady. "Then Goody Cloyse knows her old friend," observed the traveller, confronting her and leaning on his writhing stick. "Ah, forsooth! And is it your worship indeed?" cried the good dame. "Yea, truly is it, and in the very image of my old gossip, Goodman Brown, the grandfather of the silly fellow that now is. But would your worship believe it, my broomstick hath strangely disappeared, stolen, as I suspect, by that unhanged witch Goody Cory, and that, too, when I was all anointed with the juice of smallage and cinquefoil and wolfsbane, mingled with fine wheat and the fat of a new-born babe," said the shape of old Goodman Brown. "Ah, your worship knows the recipe," cried the old lady, cackling aloud. "So, as I was saying, being all ready for the meeting, and no horse to ride on, I made up my mind to foot it, for they tell me there is a nice young man to be taken into communion tonight. But now your good worship will lend me your arm, and we shall be there in a twinkling." "That can hardly be," answered her friend. "I may not spare you my arm, Goody Cloyse, but here is my staff, if you will." So saying, he threw it down at her feet, where, perhaps, it assumed life, being one of the rods which its owner had formerly lent to the Egyptian Magi. Of this fact, however, Goodman Brown could not take cognizance. He had cast up his eyes in astonishment, and looking down again, beheld neither Goody Cloyse nor the serpentine staff, but his fellow traveller alone, who waited for him as calmly as if nothing had happened. "That old woman taught me my catechism," said the young man, and there was a world of meaning in this simple comment. They continued to walk onward, while the elder traveller exhorted his companion to make good speed and persevere in the path, discoursing so aptly that his arguments seemed rather to spring up in the bosom of his auditor than to be suggested by himself. As they went, he plucked a branch of maple to serve for a walking-stick, and began to strip it of the twigs and little boughs, which were wet with evening dew. The moment his fingers touched them, they became strangely withered and dried up, as with a weak sunshine. Thus the pair proceeded at a good free pace, until suddenly, in a gloomy hollow of the road, Goodman Brown sat himself down on the stump of a tree, and refused to go any farther. "Friend," said he stubbornly, "my mind is made up. Not another step will I budge on this errand. What if a wretched old woman do choose to go to the devil when I thought she was going to heaven? Is that any reason why I should quit my dear faith and go after her?" "You will think better of this by and by," said his acquaintance composedly. "Sit here and rest yourself a while, and when you feel like moving again, there is my staff to help you along." Without more words, he threw his companion the maple stick, and was as speedily out of sight as if he had vanished into the deepening gloom. The young man sat a few moments by the roadside, applauding himself greatly, and thinking with how clear a conscience he should meet the minister in his morning walk, nor shrink from the eye of good old Deacon Gookin. And what calm sleep would be his that very night, which was to have been spent so wickedly, but so purely and sweetly now, in the arms of faith. Amidst these pleasant and praiseworthy meditations, Goodman Brown heard the tramp of horses along the road, and deemed it advisable to conceal himself within the verge of the forest, conscious of the guilty purpose that had brought him thither, though now so happily turned from it. On came the hoof-tramps and the voices of the riders, 2 grave old voices conversing soberly as they drew near. These mingled sounds appeared to pass along the road, within a few yards of the young man's hiding-place, but owing, doubtless, to the depth of the gloom at that particular spot, neither the travellers nor their steeds were visible. Though their fingers brushed the small boughs by the wayside, it could not be seen that they intercepted even for a moment the faint gleam from the strip of bright sky athwart which they must have passed. Goodman Brown alternately crouched and stood on tiptoe, pulling aside the branches and thrusting forth his head as far as he durst, without discerning so much as a shadow. It vexed him the more, because he could have sworn, were such a thing possible, that he recognized the voices of the minister and Deacon Gookin jogging along quietly, as they were wont to do, when bound to some ordination or ecclesiastical council. While yet within hearing, one of the riders stopped to pluck a switch. "Of the 2, reverend sir," said the voice like the deacon's, "I had rather miss an ordination dinner than tonight's meeting. They tell me that some of our community are to be here from Falmouth and beyond, and others from Connecticut and Rhode Island, besides several of the Indian powwows, who, after their fashion, know almost as much deviltry as the best of us. Moreover, there is a goodly young woman to be taken into communion." "Mighty well, Deacon Gookin," replied the solemn old tones of the minister. "Spur up, or we shall be late. Nothing can be done, you know, until I get on the ground." The hoofs clattered again, and the voices, talking so strangely in the empty air, passed on through the forest, where no church had ever been gathered, or solitary Christian prayed. Whither, then, could these holy men be journeying so deep into the heathen wilderness? Young Goodman Brown caught hold of a tree for support, being ready to sink down on the ground, faint and overburdened with the heavy sickness of his heart. He looked up to the sky, doubting whether there really was a heaven above him. Yet there was the blue arch, and the stars brightening in it. With heaven above and faith below, I will yet stand firm against the devil, cried Goodman Brown, while he still gazed upward into the deep arch of the firmament, and had lifted his hands to pray. A cloud, though no wind was stirring, hurried across the zenith and hid the brightening stars. The blue sky was still visible, except directly overhead, where this black mass of cloud was sweeping swiftly northward. Aloft in the air, as if from the depths of the cloud, came a confused and doubtful sound of voices. Once the listener fancied that he could distinguish the accents of townspeople of his own, men and women, both pious and ungodly, many of whom he had met at the communion table, and had seen others rioting at the tavern. The next moment, so indistinct were the sounds, he doubted whether he had heard aught but the murmur of the old forest, whispering without a wind. Then came a stronger swell of those familiar tones heard daily in the sunshine at Salem village, but never until now from a cloud of night. There was one voice of a young woman, uttering lamentations, yet with an uncertain sorrow, and entreating for some favour which, perhaps, it would grieve her to obtain, and all the unseen multitude, both saints and sinners, seemed to encourage her onward. "Faith!" shouted Goodman Brown, in a voice of agony and desperation, and the echoes of the forest mocked him, crying, "Faith! Faith!" as if bewildered wretches were seeking her all through the wilderness. The cry of grief, rage, and terror was yet piercing the night, when the unhappy husband held his breath for a response. There was a scream, drowned immediately in a louder murmur of voices, fading into far-off laughter as the dark cloud swept away, leaving the clear and silent sky above Goodman Brown. But something fluttered lightly down through the air and caught on the branch of a tree. The young man seized it and beheld a pink ribbon. "My faith is gone," cried he, after one stupefied moment. "There is no good on earth, and sin is but a name. Come, devil, for to thee is this world given." And, maddened with despair, so that he laughed loud and long, did Goodman Brown grasp his staff and set forth again at such a rate that he seemed to fly along the forest path rather than to walk or run. The road grew wilder and drearier and more faintly traced, and vanished at length, leaving him in the heart of the dark wilderness, still rushing onward with the instinct that guides mortal man to evil. The whole forest was peopled with frightful sounds, the creaking of the trees, the howling of wild beasts, and the yell of Indians, while sometimes the wind tolled like a distant church bell, and sometimes gave a broad roar around the traveller, as if all nature were laughing him to scorn. But he was himself the chief horror of the scene, and shrank not from its other horrors. "Ha! ha! ha!" roared Goodman Brown, when the wind laughed at him. "Let us hear which will laugh loudest. Think not to frighten me with your deviltry. Come witch, come wizard, come Indian powwow, come devil himself, and here comes Goodman Brown. You may as well fear him as he fear you." In truth, all through the haunted forest there could be nothing more frightful than the figure of Goodman Brown. On he flew among the black pines, brandishing his staff with frenzied gestures, now giving vent to an inspiration of horrid blasphemy, and now shouting forth such laughter as set all the echoes of the forests laughing like demons around him. The fiend in his own shape is less hideous than when he rages in the breast of man. Thus sped the demoniac on his course, until, quivering among the trees, he saw a red light before him, as when the felled trunks and branches of a clearing have been set on fire, and throw up their lurid blaze against the sky at the hour of midnight. He paused in a lull of the tempest that had driven him onward, and heard the swell of what seemed a hymn, rolling solemnly from a distance with the weight of many voices. He knew the tune. It was a familiar one in the choir of the village meeting-house. The verse died heavily away, and was lengthened by a chorus, not of human voices, but of all the sounds of the benighted wilderness, pealing in awful harmony together. Goodman Brown cried out, and his cry was lost to his own ear by its unison with the cry of the desert. In the interval of silence, he stole forward until the light glared full upon his eyes. At one extremity of an open space, hemmed in by the dark wall of the forest, arose a rock, bearing some rude natural resemblance either to an altar or a pulpit, and surrounded by 4 blazing pines, their tops aflame, their stems untouched, like candles at an evening meeting. The mass of foliage that had overgrown the summit of the rock was all on fire, blazing high into the night, and fitfully illuminating the whole field. Each pendant twig and leafy festoon was in a blaze. As the red light arose and fell, a numerous congregation alternately shone forth, then disappeared in shadow, and again grew, as it were, out of the darkness, peopling the heart of the solitary woods at once. A grave and dark-clad company, quoth Goodman Brown. In truth, they were such. Among them, quivering to and fro between gloom and splendour, appeared faces that would be seen next day at the council board of the province, and others which, Sabbath after Sabbath, looked devoutly heavenward and benignantly over the crowded pews from the holiest pulpits in the land. Some affirm that the lady of the governor was there. At least there were high dames well known to her, and wives of honoured husbands, and widows a great multitude, and ancient maidens, all of excellent repute, and fair young girls, who trembled lest their mothers should espy them. Either the sudden gleams of light flashing over the obscure field bedazzled Goodman Brown, or he recognized a score of the church members of Salem village, famous for their especial sanctity. Good old Deacon Gookin had arrived, and waited at the skirts of that venerable saint, his revered pastor, but irreverently consorting with these grave, reputable, and pious people, these elders of the church, these chaste dames and Jewy virgins, there were men of dissolute lives, and women of spotted fame, wretches given over to all mean and filthy vice, and suspected even of horrid crimes. It was strange to see that the good shrank not from the wicked, nor were the sinners abashed by the saints. Scattered also among their pale-faced enemies were the Indian priests or powwows, who had often scared their native forest with more hideous incantations than any known to English witchcraft. But where is faith? Thought Goodman Brown, and as hope came into his heart he trembled. Another verse of the hymn arose, a slow and mournful strain, such as the pious love, but joined to words which expressed all that our nature can conceive of sin, and darkly hinted at far more. Unfathomable to mere mortals is the lore of fiends. Verse after verse was sung, and still the chorus of the desert swelled between like the deepest tone of a mighty organ, and with the final peal of that dreadful anthem there came a sound as if the roaring wind, the rushing streams, the howling beasts, and every other voice of the unconcerted wilderness were mingling and according with the voice of guilty man in homage to the Prince of all. The 4 blazing pines threw up a loftier flame, and obscurely discovered shapes and visages of horror on the smoke wreaths above the impious assembly. At the same moment the fire on the rock shot redly forth, and formed a glowing arch above its base, where now appeared a figure. With reverence be it spoken, the figure bore no slight similitude, both in garb and manner, to some grave divine of the New England churches. "Bring forth the converts!" cried a voice that echoed through the field and rolled into the forest. At the word, Goodman Brown stepped forth from the shadow of the trees, and approached the congregation, with whom he felt a loathful brotherhood by the sympathy of all that was wicked in his heart. He could have well nigh sworn that the shape of his own dead father beckoned him to advance, looking downward from a smoke wreath, while a woman, with dire features of despair, threw out her hand to warn him back. Was it his mother? But he had no power to retreat one step, nor to resist even in thought, when the minister and good old Deacon Gookin seized his arms and led him to the blazing rock. Thither came also the slender form of a veiled female, led between Goody Cloyce, that pious teacher of the catechism, and Martha Carrier, who had received the devil's promise to be queen of hell. A rampant hag was she, and there stood the proselytes beneath the canopy of fire. "Welcome, my children," said the dark figure, "to the communion of your race. Ye have found thus young your nature and your destiny. My children, look behind you." They turned, and flashing forth as it were in a sheet of flame, the fiend worshippers were seen. The smile of welcome gleamed darkly on every visage. "There," resumed the sable form, "are all whom ye have reverenced from youth. Ye deemed them holier than yourselves, and shrank from your own sin, contrasting it with their lives of righteousness and prayerful aspirations heavenward. Yet here are they, all in my worshipping assembly. This night it shall be granted you to know their secret deeds, how hoary bearded elders of the church have whispered wanton words to the young maids of their households, how many a woman, eager for widow's weeds, has given her husband a drink at bedtime, and let him sleep his last sleep in her bosom, how beardless youths have made haste to inherit their father's wealth, and how fair damsels, blush not, sweet ones, have dug little graves in the garden, and bidden me, the sole guest, to an infant's funeral. By the sympathy of your human hearts for sin, ye shall scent out all the places, whether in church, bedchamber, street, field, or forest, where crime has been committed, and shall exult to behold the whole earth one stain of guilt, one mighty blood spot. For more than this, it shall be yours to penetrate in every bosom the deep mystery of sin, the fountain of all wicked arts, and which inexhaustibly supplies more evil impulses than human power, than my power at its utmost can make manifest in deeds. And now, my children, look upon each other. They did so, and by the blaze of the hell-kindled torches, the wretched man beheld his face, and the wife her husband, trembling before that unhallowed altar. Lo, there ye stand, my children, said the figure, in a deep and solemn tone, almost sad with its despairing awfulness, as if his once angelic nature could yet mourn for our miserable race. Depending upon one another's hearts, ye had still hoped that virtue were not all a dream. Now are ye undeceived. Evil is the nature of mankind. Evil must be your only happiness. Welcome again, my children, to the communion of your race. Welcome, repeated the fiend worshippers in one cry of despair and triumph. And there they stood, the only pair, as it seemed, who were yet hesitating on the verge of wickedness in this dark world. A basin was hollowed naturally in the rock. Did it contain water, reddened by the lurid light, or was it blood, or perchance a liquid flame? Herein did the shape of evil dip his hand, and prepare to lay the mark of baptism upon their foreheads, that they might be partakers of the mystery of sin, more conscious of the secret guilt of others, both in deed and thought, than they could now be of their own. The husband cast one look at his pale wife, and Faith at him. What polluted wretches would the next glance show them to each other, shuddering alike at what they disclosed and what they saw. Faith, Faith, cried the husband, look up to heaven and resist the wicked one. Whether Faith obeyed, he knew not. Hardly had he spoken when he found himself amid calm night and solitude, listening to a roar of the wind which died heavily away through the forest. He staggered against the rock and felt it chill and damp, while a hanging twig that had been all on fire besprinkled his cheek with the coldest dew. The next morning, young Goodman Brown came slowly into the street of Salem village, staring around him like a bewildered man. The good old minister was taking a walk along the graveyard to get an appetite for breakfast and meditate his sermon, and bestowed a blessing, as he passed, on Goodman Brown. He shrank from the venerable saint as if to avoid an anathema. Old Deacon Gookin was at domestic worship, and the holy words of his prayer were heard through the open window. "What God doth the wizard pray to?" quoth Goodman Brown. Goody Cloyce, that excellent old Christian, stood in the early sunshine at her own lattice, catechizing a little girl who had brought her a pint of morning's milk. Goodman Brown snatched away the child as from the grasp of the fiend himself. Turning the corner by the meeting-house, he spied the head of Faith with the pink ribbons, gazing anxiously forth, and bursting into such joy at sight of him that she skipped along the street and almost kissed her husband before the whole village. But Goodman Brown looked sternly and sadly into her face, and passed on without a greeting. Had Goodman Brown fallen asleep in the forest, and only dreamed a wild dream of a witch meeting? Be it so if you will, but alas, it was a dream of evil omen for young Goodman Brown. A stern, a sad, a darkly meditative, a distrustful, if not a desperate man, did he become from the night of that fearful dream. On the Sabbath day, when the congregation was singing a holy psalm, he could not listen, because an anthem of sin rushed loudly upon his ears, and drowned all the blessed strain. When the minister spoke from the pulpit with power and fervid eloquence, and with his hand on the open Bible, of the sacred truths of our religion, and of saint-like lives and triumphant deaths, and of future bliss or misery unutterable, then did Goodman Brown turn pale, dreading lest the roof should thunder down upon the grey blasphemer and his hearers. Often, waking suddenly at midnight, he shrank from the bosom of Faith, and at morning or evening-tide, when the family knelt down at prayer, he scowled and muttered to himself, and gazed sternly at his wife and turned away. And when he had lived long, and was borne to his grave a hoary corpse, followed by Faith, an aged woman, and children and grandchildren, a goodly procession, besides neighbours not a few, they carved no hopeful verse upon his tombstone, for his dying hour was gloom. End of Young Goodman Brown.
The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I'm mad? The dishes had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken, and observe how healthily and how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. He had the eye of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing, but you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. I opened it so gently, and then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all close, close that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have loved to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise at this? And then when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, so cautiously, for the hinges creak. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And I did this for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he has passed the night. So, you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch minute's hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you might think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were close fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily, very steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped upon the thin fastening, and the old man sprang up in bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watchers in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of a grief. Oh no, it was the slow, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well many a night just at midnight, when all the world slept. It has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt and pitied him. Although I chuckled at heart, I know that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing up on him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he had been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw or heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a simple dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from the out of the crevice and fell up full upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, as a dull blue with a hideous feel over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I couldn't see nothing else of the old man's face of person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over acuteness of the sense? Now I say there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eve. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet, for some minutes longer, I refrained and stood still. But the beating grew louder and louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by neighbor, and then the old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant, I dragged him into the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eyes would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night went, and I worked hastily but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs, and then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men. who introduced himself with perfect suavity as officer of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled. For what I had to fear, I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own, in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things, but ere long I felt myself getting pale and wished them just gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more instinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definiteness, until at length I found that the noises was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a hidden voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was slow, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officer heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced to the floor and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observation of the man, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, louder, and louder, until the man chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God! No, no, no. They heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark! Louder, louder, louder and louder! Villains! I shriek. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here, it is the beating of his hideous heart. End of the Telltale Heart.
Jimmy Goggles a God by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Clayton Whittle. It isn't everyone who's been a god, said the sunburnt man, but it's happened to me, among other things. I intimated my sense of his condescension. It didn't leave much for ambition, does it? Said the sunburnt man. I was one of those men who were saved from the ocean pioneer. Gummy how the time flies. It's 20 years ago. I doubt if you'll remember anything of the ocean pioneer. The name was familiar, and I tried to recall when and where I had read it. The ocean pioneer.
Something about gold dust, I said vaguely, but the precise, "That's it," he said, "in a beastly little channel where she hadn't no business in dodging pirates." It was before they'd put the kibosh on that business, and there'd been volcanoes or something, and all the rocks was wrong. There's places about sooner where you fair have to follow the rocks about to see where they're going next. Down she went, in 20 fathoms before you could have dealt a whist, with 50,000 pounds worth of gold aboard, it was said, in one form or another. Survivors? 3. I remember the case now, I said. There was something about salvage. But at the word salvage, the sunburnt man exploded into language so extraordinarily horrible that I stopped aghast. He came down to more ordinary swearing, and pulled himself up abruptly. "Excuse me," he said, "but salvage." He leaned over towards me. "I was in that job," he said. "Tried to make myself a rich man, and I got made a god instead. I've got my feelings." "It ain't all that jam being a god," said the sunburnt man, and for some time conversed by means of such pithy but unprogressive axioms. At last he took up his tale again. "There was me," said the sunburnt man, "and a seaman named Jacobs, and Always, the mate of the Ocean Pioneer. And him it was that set the whole thing going. I remember him now, when we was in the jolly boat, suggesting it all to our minds just by one sentence. He was wonderful at suggesting things. There was 40,000 pounds, he said, on that ship, and it was for me to say just where she went down. It didn't need much brains to tumble to that, and he was a leader from first to last. He got hold of Sanders's and their brig. They were brothers. Then the brig was the Pride of Banya. And it was bought the diving dress, a second-hand one with a compressed air apparatus instead of pumping. He'd have done the diving, too, if it hadn't made him sick going down. And the salvage people were mucking about with a chart he'd cooked up, as solemn as could be at Star Race, 120 miles away. I can tell you we was a happy lot aboard that brig, jokes and drink and bright hopes all the time. It all seemed so neat and clean and straightforward, and what rough chaps call a cert. And we used to speculate about how the other blessed lot, the proper salvagers, who'd started 2 days before us, were getting on, until our sides fairly ached. We all messed together in the Sanders's cabin. It was a curious crew, all officers and no men. And there stood the diving dress, waiting its turn. Young Sanders was a humorous sort of chap, and there certainly was something funny in the confounded thing's great fat head and its stare, and he made us see it too. Jimmy Goggles, he used to call it, and talked to it in like a Christian manner. Asked if he was married, asked how Mrs. Goggles was, and all the little Goggleses. Fit to make you split. And every blessed day all of us used to drink the health of Jimmy Goggles in rum, and unscrew his eye, and pour a glass of rum in him, until, instead of that nasty Macintosherness smell, he smelled as nice in his inside as a cask of rum. It was jolly times we had in those days, I can tell you, little suspecting, poor chaps, what was a-comin'. We weren't going to throw away our chances by any blessed hurry, you know, and we spent a whole day sounding our way towards where the Ocean Pioneer had gone down, right between two chunks of ropey gray rock, lava rocks that rose nearly out of the water. We had to lay off about half a mile to get a safe anchorage, and there was a thundering row who should stop on board. And there she lay, just as she has gone down, so that you could see the top of the mast that was still standing perfectly distinctly, the row ending and all coming in the boat. I went down in the diving dress on Friday morning directly it was light. What a surprise it was. I can see it all now, quite distinctly. It was a queer-looking place, and the light was just coming. People over here think every blessed place in the tropics is a flat shore and palm trees and surf, bless 'em. This place, for instance, wasn't a bit that way. Not common rocks they were, undermined by waves, but great curved banks like ironwork cinder heaps, with green slime below, and thorny shrubs and things just waving upon them there, in that water glassy calm and clear, and showing you a kind of dirty gray-black shine, with huge flaring red-brown weeds, spreading motionless, and crawling and darting things going through it. And far away beyond the ditches and the pools and the heaps was a forest on the mountain flank, growing again after the fires, and cinders showering of the last eruption. And the other way, forest too, and a kind of broken, amphitheater of black and rusty cinders rising out of it all, and the sea in a kind of bay in the middle. The dawn, I say, was just coming, and there wasn't much color about things. Not a human being but ourselves anywhere in sight, up or down the channel, except the Pride of Banya, laying out beyond a lump of rocks toward the line of the sea. Not a human being in sight, he repeated, and paused. I don't know where they come from, not a bit, and we were feeling so safe we were all alone that poor young Sanders was a-singing. I was in Jimmy goggles, all except the helmet. Easy, says always. There's your mast. And after I had just one squint over the gunwale, I caught up the bogey and almost tipped out as old Sanders brought the boat around. When the windows were screwed and everything was all right, I shut the valve from the air belt in order to help my sinking, and jumped overboard, feet foremost, for we hadn't a ladder. I left the boat pitching, and all of them staring down into the water after me, as my head sank down into the weeds and blackness that lay about the mast. I suppose nobody, not the most cautious chap in the world, would have bothered about a look at such a desolate place. It stunk of solitude. Course, you must understand, I was a greenhorn at diving. None of us were divers. We'd had to muck about with the thing to get the way of it, and this was the first time I'd been deep. It feels damnable. Your ears hurt beastly. I don't know if you've ever hurt yourself yawning or sneezing, but it takes you like that, only 10 times worse. And a pain over the eyebrows here, splitting, and a feeling like influenza in the head. And it isn't all heaven in your lungs and things, and going down feels like the beginning of a lift, only it keeps on. And you can't turn your head to see what's above you, and you can't get a fair squint at what's happening at your feet without bending down something painful. And being deep, it was dark, let alone the blackness of the ashes and mud that formed the bottom. It was like going down at the dawn, back into the light, so to speak. The mass came up like a ghost of the black, and then a lot of fishes, and then a lot of flapping red seaweed, and then whack I came with a kind of dull bang on the deck of the Ocean Pioneer, and the fishes that had been feeding on the dead rose about me like a swarm of flies from road stuff in summertime. I turned on the compressed air again, for the suit was a bit thick and Macintoshery after all, in spite of the rum, and stood recovering myself. It struck coolish down there, and that helped take off the stuffiness a bit. When I began to feel easier, I started looking about me. It was an extraordinary sight. Even the light was extraordinary, a kind of ruddy-colored twilight on account of the streamers of seaweed that floated up on either side of the ship, and far overhead, just a moony deep green blue. The deck of the ship, except for a slight list to starboard, was level, and lay all dark and long between the weeds, clear except where the mast had snapped when she rolled, and vanishing in the black night towards the forecastle. There wasn't any dead on the decks. Most were in the weeds alongside, I suppose. But afterwards I found 2 skeletons lying in the passengers' cabins, where death had come to them. It was curious to stand on that deck and recognize it all bit by bit. A place against the rail where I had been fond of smoking by starlight, and the corner where an old chap from Sydney used to flirt with a widow he had aboard. A comfortable couple they'd been, only a month ago. And now, you couldn't have got a meal for a baby crab off either of them. I've always had a bit of philosophical turn, and I dare say I spent the best part of 5 minutes in such thoughts before I went below to find where the blessed dust was stored. It was slow work, hunting, feeling it was for the most part, pitchy dark, with confusing blue gleams down the companion. And there were things moving about. A dab at my glass once, and once a pinch at my legs. Crabs, I expect. I kicked a lot of loose stuff that puzzled me, and stooped and picked up something all knobs and spikes. What do you think? It's a backbone. But I never had any particular feeling for bones. We had talked the affair over pretty thoroughly, and I always knew just where the stuffed box was stowed. I found it that trip. I lifted a box one end an inch or more. He broke off his story. I've lifted it, he said, as near as that. 40,000 pounds worth of pure gold. Gold! I shouted inside my helmet, as a kind of cheer and hurt my eyes. I was getting confounded stuffy and tired by this time. I must have been down 25 minutes or more, and I thought this was good enough. I went up the companion again, and as my eyes came up flush with the deck, a thundering great crab gave a kind of hysterical jump and went scuttling off sideways. Quite a start it gave me. I stood up clear on deck and shut the valve behind the helmet to let the air accumulate to carry me up again. I noticed a kind of whacking from above, as though they were hitting the water with an oar, but I didn't look up. I fancied they were signaling for me to come up. And then something shot down by me, something heavy, and I stood a quiver on the planks. I looked, and there was a long knife I'd seen young Sanders handling. Thinks I, he's dropped it, and I was still calling him this kind of fool and that, for it might have hurt me serious, when I began to lift up and drive towards the daylight. Just about the level of the top spars of the Ocean Pioneer, whack! I came up against something sinking down, and a boot knocked in front of my helmet. Then something else, struggling frightful. It was a big weight atop of me, whatever it was, and moving and twisting about. I'd have thought it a big octopus or some such thing if it hadn't been for the boot, but octopuses don't wear boots. It was all in a moment, of course. I felt myself sinking down again, and I threw my arms up about me to keep steady, and the whole lot rolled free of me and shot down as I went up. He paused. I saw young Sanders's face over a naked black shoulder, and a spear driven clean through his neck, and out of his mouth and neck what looked like spirits of pink smoke in the water, and down they went clutching one another, and turning over, and both too far gone to leave go, and in another second my helmet came a whack, fit to split against the nigger's canoe. It was niggers, 2 canoes full. It was lively times, I tell you. Overboard came always with 3 spears in 'em. There was the legs of 3 or 4 black chaps kicking about me in the water. I couldn't see much, but I saw the game was up at a glance, gave my valve a tremendous twist, and went bubbling down again after poor Always, in as awful a state of a scare and astonishment as you could well imagine. I passed young Sanders and the nigger going up again and struggling still a bit, and in another moment I was standing in the dim again on the deck of the Ocean Pioneer. Gummy, thinks I, here's a fix. Niggers. At first I couldn't see anything for it but stifle below or stabs above. I didn't properly understand how much air there was to last me, but I didn't feel like standing very much more of it down below. I was hot and frightfully heady, quite apart from the blue funk I was in. We'd never repined with these beastly natives, filthy Papuan beasts. It wasn't any good coming up where I was, but I had to do something. On the spur of the moment, I clambered over the side of the brig and landed among the weeds, and set off through the darkness as fast as I could. I just stopped once and knelt, and twisted back my head in the helmet, and had a look up. It was a most extraordinary bright green blue above, and the 2 canoes in the boat floating there were small and distant like a kind of twisted H, and it made me feel sick to squint up at it, and think what the pitching and swaying of the 3 meant. It was just about the most horrible 10 minutes I ever had, blundering about in the darkness, pressure something awful, like being buried in sand, pain across the chest, sick with funk, and breathing nothing as it seemed but the smell of rum and mackintosh. Gummy. After a bit I found myself going up a steeper sort of slope. I had another squint to see if anything was visible of the canoes and boats, and then kept on. I stopped with my head a foot from the surface, and tried to see where I was going, but, of course, nothing was to be seen but the reflection of the bottom. Then out I dashed like knocking my head through a mirror. Directly I got my eyes out of the water, I saw I'd come up on a kind of beach near the forest. I had to look around, but the natives and the brig were both hidden by a big, hummocky heap of twisted lava. The born fool in me suggested a run for the woods. I didn't take the helmet off, but eased open one of the windows, and after a bit of a pant, went on out of the water. You'd hardly imagine how clean and light the air tasted. Course, with 4 inches of lead in your boot soles and your head in a copper knob the size of a football, and being 35 minutes underwater, you don't break any records running. I ran like a plowboy going to work, and halfway to the trees I saw a dozen niggers or more coming out in a gaping, astonished sort of a way to meet me. I just stopped dead, and cursed myself for all the fools out of London. I had about as much chance of cutting back to the water as a turned turtle. I just screwed up my window again to leave my hands free and waited for 'em. There wasn't anything else for me to do. But they didn't come on very much. I began to suspect why. "Jimmy Goggles," I says, "it's your beauty does it." I was inclined to be a little lightheaded, I think, with all these dangers about, and the change in the pressure of the blessed air. "Who are you staring at?" I said, as if the savages could hear me. "What do you take me for? I'm hanged if I don't give you something to stare at," I said. And with that I screwed up the escape valve and turned on the compressed air from the belt until I was swelled out like a blown frog. Regular imposing I must have been. I'm blessed if they come on a step. And presently, one and then the other went down on their hands and knees. They didn't know what to make of me, and they was doing the extra polite, which was very wise and reasonable of them. I had half a mind to edge back seaward and cut and run, but it seemed too hopeless. A step back and they'd have been after me, and out of sheer desperation I began to march towards them up the beach with slow, heavy steps, and waving my blown-out arms about in a dignified manner, and inside of me I was singing as a small bit of tomtit. But there's nothing like striking an appearance to help a man over a difficulty. I found that before and since. People like ourselves, who are up to diving dresses by the time we're 7, can scarcely imagine the effect of one on a simple-minded savage. 1 or 2 of these niggers cut and run, and the others started in a great hurry trying to knock their brains out on the ground, and on I went, as slow and solemn and silly-looking and artful as a jobbing plumber. It was evident they took me for something immense. Then up jumped one and began pointing, making extraordinary gestures to me as he did so, and all the others began sharing their attention between me and something out of the sea. "What's the matter now?" I said. I turned slowly on account of my dignity, and there I saw, coming around a point, the poor old Pride of Banya towed by a couple of canoes. The sight fairly made me sick. But they evidently expected some recognition, so I waved my arms in a striking sort of non-committal manner, and then I turned and stalked on towards the trees again. At that time I was praying like mad, and I remember over and over again, "Lord help me through it. Lord help me through it." It's only fools who know nothing of dangers can afford to laugh at praying. But these niggers weren't going to let me walk through and away like that. They started to kind of bow and dance at me, and sort of pressed me to take a pathway that lay through the trees. It was clear to me they didn't take me for a British citizen, whatever else they thought of me. And for my own part, I was never less anxious to own up to the old country. You'd hardly believe, perhaps, unless you're familiar with the savages, but these poor, misguided, ignorant creatures took me straight to their kind of joss place to present me to the blessed old black stone there. By this time, I was beginning to sort of realize the depth of their ignorance, and directly I set eyes on this deity I took my cue. I started a baritone howl. Wow, wow. Very long and on one note, and began waving my arms about a lot, and then, very slowly and ceremoniously turned their image over on its side and sat down on it. I wanted to sit down badly, for diving dresses ain't much wear in the tropics. Or, to put it different like, they're a sight too much. It took away their breath, I could see, my sitting on their jaws. But in less time than a minute they made up their minds and were hard at work worshipping me. And I can tell you I felt a bit relieved to see things turning out so well, in spite of the weight on my shoulders and feet. But what made me anxious was what the chaps in the canoes might think when they came back. If they'd seen me in the boat before I went down, and without the helmet on, for they might have been spying and hiding since overnight, they would very likely take a different view from the others. I was in a deuce of a stew about that for hours, as it seemed, until the shindy of the arrival began. But they took it down. The whole blessed village took it down. At the cost of sitting up stiff and stern, as much like those sitting Egyptian images one sees as I could manage for pretty nearly 12 hours, I should guess at least, I got over it. You'd hardly think what it meant in the heat and stink. I don't think any of them dreamt of the man inside. I was just a wonderful leathery great joss that had come up with the luck out of the water. But that fatigue, the heat, the beastly closeness, the mackintoshery-ness and the rum, and the fuss. They lit a stinking fire on a kind of lava slab there was before me, and brought up in a lot of gory muck, the worst parts of what they were feasting on outside, the beasts, and burnt it all in my honor. I was getting a bit hungry, but I understood now how gods managed to do without eating, what with the smell of burnt offerings about them. And they brought up in a lot of stuff that they got off the brig, and among other stuff, what I was a bit relieved to see, the kind of pneumatic pump that was used for the compressed air affair. And then a lot of chaps and girls came in and danced about me, something disgraceful. It was extraordinary in the different ways different people have of showing respect. If I'd had a hatchet handy, I'd have gone for the lot of 'em. They made me feel that wild. All this time I sat as stiff as company, not knowing anything better to do. At last, when nightfall came, and the Wattle Joss House place got a bit too shadowy for their tastes, all these here savages are afraid of dark, you know, and I started a sort of moo noise. They built big bonfires outside and left me alone in peace in the darkness of my hut, free to unscrew my windows a bit and think things over, and feel just as bad as I liked, and Lord, I was sick. I was weak and hungry, and my mind kept on behaving like a beetle on a pin. Tremendous activity and nothing done at the end of it, come round just where it was before. It was sorrowing for the other chaps, beastly drunkards certainly, but not deserving such a fate. And young Sanders with the spear through his neck wouldn't go out of mind. There was the treasure down in the Ocean Pioneer, and how one might get in and hide it somewhere safer and get away and come back for it. And there was a puzzle where to get anything to eat. I tell you, I was fair rambling. I was afraid to ask by signs for food for fear of behaving too human. And so there I sat and hungered until very near the dawn. The village got a bit quiet, and I couldn't stand it any longer. And I went out and got some stuff like artichokes in a bowl and some sour milk. What was left of these I put away among the other offerings, just to give them a hint of my tastes. And in the morning they came to worship, and found me sitting up stiff and respectable on their previous god, just as they'd left me overnight. I'd got my back against the central pillar of the hut, and, practically, I was asleep. And that's how I became a god among the heathen. A false god, no doubt, and blasphemous, but one can't always pick and choose. Now, I don't want to crack myself up as a god beyond my merits, but I must confess that while I was god to these people, they was extraordinarily successful. I don't say there's anything in it, mind you. They won a battle with another tribe. I got a lot of offerings I didn't want through it. They had a wonderful fishing, and their crop of power was extremely fine, and they counted the capture of the brig among the benefits I brought them. I must say, I don't think that was a poor record for a perfectly new hand. And though perhaps you scarcely credit it, I was the tribal god of those beastly savages for pretty nearly 4 months. What else could a man do? But I didn't wear that diving dress all the time. I made 'em rig me up a sort of holy of holies, and a deuce of a time I had, too, making them understand what it was I wanted them to do. That indeed was great difficulty, making them understand my wishes. I couldn't let myself down by talking their lingo badly, even if I'd been able to speak it at all. And I couldn't go flapping a lot of gestures at them, so I drew pictures in sand and sat down beside them and hooted like 1 o'clock. Sometimes they did things I wanted all right, and sometimes they did 'em all wrong. They were always very willing, certainly. All the while I was puzzling how I was to get the confounded business settled. Every night before dawn I used to march out in full rig and go off to a place where I could see the channel in which the Ocean Pioneer lay sunk. And once even, one moonlight night, I tried to walk out to her, but the weeds and rock and dock clean beat me. I didn't get back till full day, and then I found all those silly niggers out on the beach praying their sea god to return them. I was that vexed and tired, messing and tumbling about, and coming up and going down again. I could have punched their silly heads all round when they started rejoicing. I'm hanged if I like so much ceremony. And then came the missionary. That missionary. It was in the afternoon, and I was sitting in state over my outer temple place, sitting on that old black stone of theirs when he came. I heard a row outside and jabbering, then his voice speaking to an interpreter. They worship stocks and stones, he said, and I knew what was up in a flash. I had one of my windows out for comfort, and I sang out straight away on the spur of the moment. Stocks and stones, I says. You come inside, I says, and I'll punch your bloomin' head. There was a kind of silence, and more jabbering, and then he came, Bible in hand, after the manner of them, a little sandy chap in specs and a pitch helmet. I flattered myself that me sitting there in the shadows with my copper head and my big goggles struck him a bit of a heap at first. Well, I says, how's the trade in calico? For I don't hold with missionaries. I had a lark with that missionary. He was a raw hand, and quite outclassed with a man like me. He gasped out who was I, and I told him to read the inscription at my feet if he wanted to know. Down he goes to read, and his interpreter, being of course as superstitious as any of them, took it as an act of worship and plumped down like a shot. All my people gave a howl of triumph, and there wasn't any more business to be done in my village after that journey, not by the likes of him. But of course, I was a fool to choke him off like that. If I'd had any sense, I should have told him straight away of the treasure and taken him into company. I've no doubt he'd have come into company. A child with a few hours to think it over could have seen the connection between my diving dress and the loss of the Ocean Pioneer. A week after he left, I went out one morning and saw the Motherhood, the salvage ship from Star Race, towing up the channel and sounding. The whole blessed game was up, and all my trouble was thrown away. Gummy, how wild I felt, and guying it in that stinking silly dress 4 months. The sunburnt man's story denigrated again. Think of it, he said, when he emerged to linguistic purity once more. 40,000 pounds worth of gold. Did the little missionary come back? I asked. Oh yes, bless him. And he pledged his reputation there was a man inside the god, and started out to see as much with tremendous ceremony. But there wasn't. He got sold again. I always did hate scenes and explanations, and long before he came I was out of it all, going home to Banya along the coast, hiding in bushes by day and thieving food from the villages at night. Only weapon a spear. No clothes, no money, nothing. My face was my fortune, as the saying is. And just a squeak of 8,000 pounds of gold. 5th share. But the natives cut up Rusty, thank goodness, because they thought it was him had driven their luck away. Jimmy Goggles the God by H.G. Wells. Recording by Clayton Whittle.
The Greatest Good of the Greatest Number by Gertrude Atherton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gerzinski. The Greatest Good of the Greatest Number by Gertrude Atherton. Morton Blaine returned to New York from his brief vacation to find awaiting him a frantic note from John Schuyler, the man nearer to him than any save himself, imploring him to come at once. The appeal was supplemented with the usual intimation that the service was to be rendered to God rather than to man. The note was 24 hours old. Blaine, without changing his traveling clothes, rang for a cab and was driven rapidly up the avenue. He was a man of science, not of enthusiasms, cold, unerring, brilliant, a superb intellectual machine which never showed a fleck of rust, unremittingly polished and enlarged with every improvement. But for one man he cherished an abiding sympathy. To that man he hastened on the slightest summons, as he hastened now. They had been intimate in boyhood, then in later years through mutual respect for each other's high abilities and ambitions. As the cab rolled over the asphalt of the avenue, Blaine glanced idly at the stream of carriages returning from the park, lifting his hat to many of the languid pretty women. He owed his minor fame to his guardianship of fashionable nerves. He could calm hysteria with a pressure of his cool, flexible hand, or a sudden modulation of his harsh voice, and women dreaded his wrath. There were those who averred that his eyes could smoke. He leaned forward and raised his hat with sudden interest. She who returned his bow was as cold in her coloring as a winter night, but possessed a strength of line and depth of eye which suggested to the analyst her power to give the world a shock did circumstance cease to run abreast of her. She was leaning back indolently in the open carriage, the sun slanting into her luminous skin and eyes, her face locked for the benefit of the chance observer, although she conversed with the faded individual at her side. As her eyes met those of the doctor, her mouth convulsed suddenly, and a glance of mutual understanding passed between them. Then she raised her head with a defiant, almost reckless movement. Blaine reached his friend's house in a moment. The man who had summoned him was walking aimlessly up and down his library. He was unshaven, his hair and his clothing were disordered. His face had the modern beauty of strength and intellect, and passion and weakness. A flash of relief illuminated it as Blaine entered. "She has been terrible," he said. "Terrible! I have not had the courage to call in anyone else, and I'm worn out. She's asleep now, and I got out of the room for half an hour. The nurse is exhausted, too. Do stay tonight." "I will stay. Let us go upstairs." As they reached the second landing, two handsome children romped across the hall and flung themselves upon their father. "Where have you been?" they demanded. "Why do you shut yourself up on the third floor with Mamma all the time? When will she get well?" Schuyler kissed them and bade them return to the nursery. "How long can I keep it from them?" he asked bitterly. "What an atmosphere for children, my children, to grow up in." "If you would do as I wish, and send her where she belongs." "I shall not. She is my wife. Moreover, concealment would then be impossible." They had reached the third floor. He inserted a key in a door, hesitated a moment, then said abruptly, "I saw in a paper that she had returned. Can it be possible? I saw her on the avenue a few moments ago." Was it the doctor's imagination, or did the goaded man at his side flash him a glance of appeal? They entered a room whose doors and windows were muffled. The furniture was solid, too solid to be moved except by muscular arms. There were no mirrors nor breakable articles of any sort. On the bed lay a woman with ragged hair and sunken yellow face, but even in her ruin, indefinably elegant. Her parted lips were black and blistered within. Her shapely, skinny hands clutched the quilt with the tenacious suggestion of the eagle, that long-lived defiant bird. At the bedside sat a vigorous woman, the pallor of fatigue on her face. The creature on the bed opened her eyes. They had once been what are vaguely known as fine eyes. Now they looked like blots of ink on parchment. "Give me a drink," she said feverishly. "Water, water, water," she panted, and her tongue protruded slightly. Her husband turned away, his shoulders twitching. The nurse held a silver goblet to the woman's lips. She drank greedily, then scowled up at the doctor. "You missed it," she said. "I should be glad, for I hate you. Only you give me more relief than they. They are afraid. They tried to fool me, the idiots. But they didn't try it twice. I bit." She laughed and threw her arms above her head. The loose sleeves of her gown fell back and disclosed arms speckled as if from an explosion of gunpowder. Just an ordinary morphine fiend, thought the doctor, and she is the wife of John Schuyler. An hour after dinner, he told the husband and nurse to go to bed. For a while, he read, the woman sleeping profoundly. The house was absolutely still, or seemed to be. Had pandemonium reigned, he could hardly have heard an echo of it from this isolated room. The window was open, but looked upon roofs and backyards. No sound of carriage wheels arose to break the quiet. Despite the stillness, the doctor had to strain his ear and catch the irregular breathing of the sick woman. He had a singular feeling, although the most unimaginative of men, that this third floor, containing only himself and the woman, had been sliced from the rest of the house and hung suspended in space, independent of natural laws. It was after the book had ceased to interest him that the idea shaped itself, born of another, as yet unacknowledged, skulking in the recesses of his brain. At length he laid aside the book, and going to the bed, looked down upon the woman, coldly, reflectively, exactly as he had often watched the quivering of an animal, dissected alive in the cause of science. Studying this man's face, it was impossible to imagine it agitated by any passion except thirst for knowledge. The skin was as white as marble. The profile was straight and mathematical. The mouth a straight line. The chin square as that of a chiseled fate. The jaw was prominent, powerful, relentless. The eyes were deeply set and gray as polished steel. The large brow was luminous, very full, an index to the terrible intellect of the man. As he looked down on the woman, his thin nostrils twitched once, and his lips compressed more firmly. Then he smiled. It was an odd, almost demoniacal smile. "A physician," he said half aloud, "has almost as much power as God. The idea strikes me that we are the personification of that useful symbol." He plunged his hands into his pockets and walked up and down the long, thickly carpeted room. "Those are the facts in the case," he continued. "The one man I love and unequivocally respect is tied hand and foot to that unsexed, dehumanized morphine receptacle on the bed. She is hopeless. Every known specific has failed, must fail, for she loves the vice. He has one of the best brains of this day, prolific in brains, a distressing capacity for affection, human to the core. At the age of 42, in the maturity of his mental powers, he carries with him a constantly sickening sense of humiliation. A proud man, he lives in daily fear of exposure and shame. At the age of 42, in the maturity of his manhood, he meets the woman who conquers his heart, his imagination, who compels his faith by making other women abhorrent to him, who allures and maddens with the certainty of her power to make good his ideal of her. He cannot marry her. That animal on the bed is capable of living for 20 years. So much for him, a girl of 28 whose wealth and brain and beauty and that other something that has not yet been analyzed and labeled have made her a social star, who has come to wonder, then to resent, then to yawn at the general vanity of life, is suddenly swept out of her calm orbit by a man's passion, and with the swiftness of decision natural to her, goes to Europe. She returns in less than 3 months. For these two people there is but one sequel. The second chapter will be written the first time they are alone. Then they will go to Europe. What will be the rest of the book? First, there will be an ugly and reverberating scandal. In the course of a year or two, she will compel him to return in the interest of his career. She will not be able to remain. So proud a woman could not stand the position. Again, he will go with her. In a word, my friend's career will be ruined. So many novelists and reporters have written the remaining chapters of this sort of story that it is hardly worthwhile for me to go any further. So much for them. Let us consider the other victims, the children. A morphine mother in an asylum, a father in a strange land with a woman who is not his wife. The world cognizant of all the facts of the case, they grow up at odds with society. Result? They are morbid, warped, unnormal. In trite old English, their lives are ruined, as are all lives that have not had a fair chance. He returned abruptly to the bedside. He laid his finger on the woman's pulse. No morphine tonight, and she dies. A worthless wretch is sent where she belongs. 4 people are saved. His breast swelled. His gray eyes seemed literally to send forth smoke. They suggested some noiseless, deadly weapon of war. He exclaimed aloud, "My God, what a power to lie in the hands of one man! I stand here, the arbiter of 5 destinies. It is for me to say whether 4 people shall be happy or wretched, saved or ruined. I might say with Nero, 'I am God!'" He laughed. "I am famed for my power to save where others have failed. I am famed in their comic weeklies for having ruined the business of more undertakers than any physician of my day. That has been my role, my professional pride. I have never felt so proud as now." The woman, who had been moving restlessly for some time, twitched suddenly and uncontrollably. She opened her eyes. "Give it to me, quick," she demanded. Her voice, always querulous, was raucous. Her eyes were wild. "No," he said deliberately. "You will have no more morphine. Not a drop." She stared at him incredulously, then laughed. "Stop joking," she said, roughly. "Give it to me quick, quick. I am very weak." "No." Then, as he continued to hold her eyes, her own gradually expanded with terror. She raised herself on one arm. "You mean that?" she asked. "Yes." He watched her critically. She would be interesting. "You are going to cure me with drastic measures since others have failed?" "Possibly." Her face contracted with hatred. She had been a rather clever woman, and she believed that he was going to experiment with her. But she had also been a strong-willed woman, and used to command since babyhood. "Give me that morphine," she said imperiously. "If you don't, I'll be dead before morning." He stood imperturbable. She sprang from the bed and flung herself upon him, strong with anger and apprehension. "Give it to me," she screamed. "Give it to me." And she strove to bite him. He caught her by the shoulder and held her at arm's length. She writhed and struggled and cursed. Her oaths might have been learned in the gutter. She kicked at him and strove to reach him with her nails, clawing the air. She looked like a witch on a broomstick. What an exquisite bride she was, he thought. And what columns of rubbish have been printed about her and her entertainments. The woman was shrieking and struggling. "Give it to me, you brute! You fiend! I always hated you! Give it to me! I am dying! I am dying! Help! Help!" But the walls were padded, and she knew it. He permitted her to fling herself upon him, easily brushing aside her jumping fingers and snapping teeth. He knew that her agony was frightful. Her body was a network of hungry nerves. The diseased pulp of her brain had ejected every thought but one. She squirmed like an old autumn leaf about to fall. Her ugly face became tragic. The words shot from her dry, contracted throat. "Give me the morphine! Give me the morphine!" Suddenly realizing the immutability of the man in whose power she was, she sprang from him and ran frantically about the room, uttering harsh, bleat-like cries. She pulled open the drawers of a chest, rummaging among its harmless contents, gasping, quivering, bounding, as her tortured nerves commanded. When she had littered the floor with the contents of the chest, she ran about screaming hopelessly. The doctor shuddered, but he thought of the 4 innocent people in her power and in his. She fell in a heap on the floor, biting the carpet, striking out her arms aimlessly, tearing the nightgown into strips, then lay quivering, a hideous, speckled, uncanny thing who should have been embalmed and placed beside the Venus of Milo. She raised herself on her hands and crawled along the carpet, casually at first, as a man stricken in the desert may, half-consciously, continue his search for water. Then the doctor, intently watching her, saw an expression of hope leap into her bulging eyes. She scrambled past him towards the washing-stand. Before he could define her purpose, she had leapt upon the goblet inadvertently left there, and had broken it on the marble. He reached her just in time to save her throat. Then she looked up at him pitifully. "Give it to me!" She pressed his knees to her breast. The red burned-out tear ducts yawned. The tortured body stiffened and relaxed. Poor wretch, he thought. But what is the physical agony of a night to the mental anguish of a lifetime? Once, she gasped, "Or kill me." Then, as he stood implacable, "Kill me! Kill me!" He picked her up, put a fresh nightgown on her, and laid her on the bed. She remained as he placed her, too weak to move, her eyes staring at the ceiling, above the big 4-posted bed. He returned to his chair and looked at his watch. She may live 2 hours, he thought, possibly 3. It is only 12. There is plenty of time. The room grew as still as the mountain top whence he had that day returned. He attempted to read, but could not. The sense of supreme power filled his brain. He was the gigantic factor in the fates of 4, then circumstance, the outwardly wayward, the ruthlessly sequential, played him an ugly trick. His eyes, glancing idly about the room, were arrested by a big, old-fashioned rocking chair. There was something familiar about it, Soon he remembered that it resembled one in which his mother had used to sit. She had been an invalid, and the most sinless and unworldly woman he had ever known. He recalled, with a touch of the old impatience, how she had irritated his active, aspiring, essentially modern mind with her cast-iron precepts of right and wrong. Her conscience flagellated her, and she had striven to develop her sons to the goodly proportion of her own. As he was naturally a truthful and upright boy, he resented her homilies mightily. Conscience, he once broke out impatiently, has made more women bores, more men failures, than any 10 vices in the rogue's calendar. She had looked in pale horror and taken refuge in an axiom. Conscience makes cowards of us all. He moved his head with involuntary pride. The greatest achievement of civilization was the triumph of the intellect over inherited impressions. Every normal man was conscientious by instinct, however he might outrage the sturdy little judge, clinging tenaciously to his bench in the victim's brain. It was only when the brain grew big with knowledge and the will clasped it with fingers of steel that the little judge was throttled, then cast out. Conscience. What was it like? The doctor had forgotten. He had never committed a murder, nor a dishonorable act. Had the impulse of either been in him, his cleverness would have put it aside with a smile of scorn. He had never scrupled to thrust from his path whoever or whatever stood in his way, and had stridden on without a backward glance. His profession had involved many experiments that would have made quick havoc of even the ordinary man's conscience. Conscience. An awkward guest for an unsuspected murderer, for the groundling whose heredity had not been conquered by brain, fancy being pursued by the specter of the victim. The woman on the bed gave a start and groan that recalled him to the case in hand. He rose and walked quickly to her side. Her eyes were closed. Her face was black with congested blood. He laid his finger on her pulse. It was feeble. It would not be long now, he thought. He went toward the chair. He felt a sudden distaste for it, a desire for motion. He walked up and down the room rather more rapidly than before. If I were an ordinary man, he thought, I suppose that tortured creature on the bed would haunt me to my death. Rot! A murderer I should be called, if the facts were known, I suppose. Well, she is worse. Did I permit her to live, she would make the living hell of 4 people. The woman gave a sudden, awful cry, the cry of a lost soul shot into the night of eternity. The stillness had been so absolute, the cry broke that stillness so abruptly and so horridly that the doctor, strong-brained, strong-nerved as he was, gave a violent start, and the sweat started from his body. I am a fool, he exclaimed angrily, welcoming the sound of his voice, but I wish to God that it were day and there were noises outside. He strode hurriedly up and down the room, casting furtive glances at the bed. The night was quiet again, and still that cry rang through it and lashed his brain. He recalled the theory that sound never dies. The waves of space had yielded this to him. Good God, he thought, am I going to pieces? If I let this wretch, this criminal, die, I save 4 people. If I let her live, I ruin their lives. The life of a man of brain and pride and heart. The life of a woman of beauty and intellect and honor. The lives of 2 children of unknown potentialities, for whom the world has now a warm heart. The greatest good of the greatest number, the principle that governs civil law. Has not even the worthy individual been sacrificed to it again and again? Does it not hang the criminal dangerous to the community? And is that called murder? What am I at this moment but law epitomized? Shall I hesitate? My God, am I hesitating? Conscience. Is it that? A superfluous instinct transmitted by my ancestors and coddled by a woman. Is it that which has sprung from its grave, rattling its bones? Conscience makes... Oh, shame that I should succumb when so much is at stake. That I should hesitate when the welfare of 4 human beings trembles in the balance. Conscience, that in the moment of my supreme power I should falter. He returned to the woman. He reached his finger toward her pulse, then hurriedly withdrew it and resumed his restless march. This is only a nightmare, born of the night and the horrible stillness. Tomorrow in the world of men it will be forgotten, and I shall rejoice, but there will be recurring hours of stillness, of solitude. Will this night repeat itself? Will that thing on the bed haunt me? Will that cry shriek in my ears? Oh, shame of my selfishness! What am I thinking of? To let that base, degraded wretch exist, that I may live peaceably with my conscience? To let 4 others go to their ruin, that I may escape a few hours of torment? That I should come to this? The greatest good of the greatest number, the greatest... Conscience makes cowards of us all. To his unutterable self-contempt and terror, he found his will for once powerless to control the work of the generations that had preceded him. His iron jaw worked spasmodically, his gray eyes looked frozen. The marble pallor of his face was suffused with a tinge of green. I despise myself, he exclaimed with fierce emphasis. I loathe myself. I will not yield. Conscience, they shall be saved, and by me. The greatest, I will maintain my intellectual supremacy, that, if nothing else, she shall die. He halted abruptly. Perhaps she was already dead. Then he could reach the door in a bound and run downstairs and out of the house, to be followed. He ran to the bed. The woman still breathed faintly, her mouth twisted into a sardonic, pertinent expression. His hand sought his pocket and brought forth a case. He opened it and stared at the hypodermic syringe. His trembling fingers closed about it and moved toward the woman. Then, with an effort so violent he fancied he could hear his tense muscles creak, he straightened himself and turned his back upon the bed. At the same moment he dropped the instrument to the floor and set his heel upon it. End of The Greatest Good of the Greatest Number.
A Ghost Story by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Donald Honeycutt. A Ghost Story by Mark Twain. I took a large room, far up Broadway, in a huge old building whose upper stories had been wholly unoccupied for years until I came. The place had long been given up to dust and cobwebs, to solitude and silence. I seemed groping among the tombs and invading the privacy of the dead that first night I climbed up to my quarters. For the first time in my life, a superstitious dread came over me, and as I turned a dark angle of the stairway, and an invisible cobweb slung its slazy woof in my face and clung there, I shuddered as one who had encountered a phantom. I was glad enough when I reached my room and locked out the mold and the darkness. A cheery fire was burning in the grate, and I sat down before it with a comforting sense of relief. For 2 hours I sat there, thinking of bygone times, recalling old scenes, and summoning half-forgotten faces out of the mists of the past, listening, in fancy, to voices that long ago grew silent for all time, and to once familiar songs that nobody sings now. And as my reverie softened down to a sadder and sadder pathos, the shrieking of the winds outside softened to a wail. The angry beating of the rain against the panes diminished to a tranquil patter, and one by one the noises in the street subsided, until the hurrying footsteps of the last belated straggler died away in the distance and left no sound behind. The fire had burned low. A sense of loneliness crept over me. I arose and undressed, moving on tiptoe about the room, doing stealthily what I had to do, as if I were environed by sleeping enemies whose slumbers it would be fatal to break. I covered up in bed, and lay listening to the rain and wind and the faint creaking of distant shutters till they lulled me to sleep. I slept profoundly, but how long I do not know. All at once I found myself awake, and filled with a shuddering expectancy. All was still, all but my own heart. I could hear it beat. Presently the bedclothes began to slip away slowly toward the foot of the bed, as if someone were pulling them. I could not stir, I could not speak. Still the blankets slipped deliberately away, till my breast was uncovered. Then, with a great effort, I seized them, and drew them over my head. I waited, listened, waited. Once more the steady pull began, and once more I lay torpid a century of dragging seconds till my breast was naked again. At last I roused my energies and snatched the covers back to their place, and held them with a strong grip. I waited. By and by I felt a faint tug and took a fresh grip. The tug strengthened to a steady strain. It grew stronger and stronger. My hold parted, and for the third time the blankets slid away. I groaned. An answering groan came from the foot of the bed. Beaded drops of sweat stood upon my forehead. I was more dead than alive. Presently I heard a heavy footstep in my room, the step of an elephant it seemed to me. It was not like anything human. But it was moving from me. There was relief in that. I heard it approach the door, pass without moving bolt or lock, and wander away among the dismal corridors, straining the floors and joists till they creaked again as it passed. Then silence reigned once more. When my excitement had calmed, I said to myself, "This is a dream, simply a hideous dream." And so I lay, thinking it over, until I convinced myself that it was a dream. And then a comforting laugh relaxed my lips, and I was happy again. I got up and struck a light, and when I found that the locks and bolts were just as I had left them, another soothing laugh welled in my heart and rippled from my lips. I took my pipe and lit it, and was just sitting down before the fire when... Down went the pipe from my nerveless fingers. The blood forsook my cheeks, and my placid breathing was cut short with a gasp. In the ashes on the hearth, side by side with my own bare footprint, was another. So vast in comparison, mine was but an infant's. Then I had had a visitor, and the elephant tread was explained. I put out the light and returned to bed, palsied with fear. I lay a long time, peering into the darkness and listening. Then I heard a grating noise overhead, like the dragging of a heavy body across the floor, then the throwing down of the body, and the shaking of my windows in response to the concussion. In distant parts of the building I heard the muffled slamming of doors. I heard, at intervals, stealthy footsteps creeping in and out among the corridors, and up and down the stairs. Sometimes these noises approached my door, hesitated, and went away again. I heard the clanking of chains faintly, in remote passages, and listened while the clanking grew nearer, while it warily climbed the stairways, marking each move by the loose surplus of chain that fell with an accented rattle upon each succeeding step as the goblin that bore it advanced. I heard muttered sentences, half-uttered screams that seemed smothered violently, and the swish of invisible garments, the rush of invisible wings. Then I became conscious that my chamber was invaded, that I was not alone. I heard sighs and breathings about my bed, and mysterious whisperings. 3 little spheres of soft phosphorescent light appeared on the ceiling directly over my head, clung and glowed there a moment, and then dropped, 2 of them upon my face, and 1 upon the pillow. They spattered, liquidly, and felt warm. Intuition told me they had turned to gouts of blood as they fell. I needed no light to satisfy myself of that. Then I saw pallid faces, dimly luminous, and white uplifted hands, floating bodiless in the air, floating a moment, and then disappearing. The whispering ceased, and the voices, and the sounds, and a solemn stillness followed. I waited and listened. I felt that I must have light or die. I was weak with fear. I slowly raised myself toward a sitting posture, and my face came in contact with a clammy hand. All strength went from me apparently, and I fell back like a stricken invalid. Then I heard the rustle of a garment. It seemed to pass to the door and go out. When everything was still once more, I crept out of bed, sick and feeble, and lit the gas with a hand that trembled as if it were aged with 100 years. The light brought some little cheer to my spirits. I sat down and fell into a dreamy contemplation of that great footprint in the ashes. By and by its outlines began to waver and grow dim. I glanced up, and the broad gas flame was slowly wilting away. In the same moment I heard that elephantine tread again. I noted its approach, nearer and nearer, among the musty halls, and dimmer the light waned. The tread reached my door and paused. The light had dwindled to a sickly blue, and all things about me lay in a spectral twilight. The door did not open, and yet I felt a faint gust of air fan my cheek, and presently was conscious of a huge cloudy presence before me. I watched it with fascinated eyes. A pale glow stole over the thing. Gradually its cloudy folds took shape. An arm appeared, then legs, then a body, and last a great sad face looked out of the vapor. Stripped of its filmy housings, naked, muscular, and comely, the majestic Cardiff giant loomed above me. All my misery vanished. For a child might know that no harm could come with that benignant countenance. My cheerful spirits returned at once, and, in sympathy with them, the gas flamed up brightly again. Never a lonely outcast was so glad to welcome company as I was to greet the friendly giant. I said, "Why, is it nobody but you? Do you know, I have been scared to death for the last 2 or 3 hours. I am most honestly glad to see you. I wish I had a chair. Here, don't try to sit down in that thing." But it was too late. He was in it before I could stop him, and down he went. I never saw a chair shivered so in my life. Stop, you'll ruin Too late again. There was another crash, and another chair was resolved into its original elements. Confound it, haven't you got any judgment at all? Do you want to ruin all the furniture on the place? Here, you petrified fool! But it was no use. Before I could arrest him, he had sat down on the bed, and it was a melancholy ruin. Now what sort of a way is that to do? First you come lumbering about the place, bringing a legion of vagabond goblins along with you to worry me to death, and then, when I overlook an indelicacy of costume which would not be tolerated anywhere by cultivated people, except in a respectable theatre, and not even there if the nudity were of your sex, you repay me by wrecking all the furniture you can find to sit down on. And why will you? You damage yourself as much as you do me. You have broken off the end of your spinal column, and littered up the floor with chips of your hams till the place looks like a marble yard. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You are big enough to know better. Well, I will not break any more furniture. But what am I to do? I have not had a chance to sit down for a century. And the tears came into his eyes. Poor devil, I said. I should not have been so harsh with you. And you are an orphan too, no doubt. But sit down on the floor here. Nothing else can stand your weight. And besides, we cannot be sociable with you away up there above me. I want you down where I can perch on this high counting-house stool and gossip with you face to face. So he sat down on the floor and lit a pipe which I gave him, threw one of my red blankets over his shoulders, inverted my sitz bath on his head, helmet fashion, and made himself picturesque and comfortable. Then he crossed his ankles while I renewed the fire, and exposed the flat honeycombed bottoms of his prodigious feet to the grateful warmth. What is the matter with the bottom of your feet and the back of your legs that they are gouged up so? Infernal chilblains. I caught them clear up to the back of my head, roosting out there under Newell's farm. But I love the place. I love it as one loves his old home. There is no peace for me like the peace I feel when I am there. We talked along for half an hour, and then I noticed he looked tired, and spoke of it. Tired? He said. Well, I should think so. And now I will tell you all about it, since you have treated me so well. I am the spirit of the petrified man that lies across the street there in the museum. I am the ghost of the Cardiff giant. I can have no rest, no peace, till they have given that poor body burial again. Now, what was the most natural thing for me to do to make men satisfy this wish? Terrify them into it. Haunt the place where the body lay. So, I haunted the museum, night after night. I even got other spirits to help me. But it did no good, for nobody ever came to the museum at midnight. Then it occurred to me to come over the way and haunt this place a little. I felt that if I ever got a hearing, I must succeed, for I had the most efficient company that perdition could furnish. Night after night we have shivered around through these mildewed halls, dragging chains, groaning, whispering, tramping up and down stairs, till, to tell you the truth, I am almost worn out. But when I saw a light in your room tonight, I roused my energies again, and went at it with a deal of the old freshness. But I am tired out, entirely fagged out. Give me, I beseech you, give me some hope. I lit off my perch in a burst of excitement, and exclaimed, "This transcends everything! Everything that ever did occur! Why, you poor blundering old fossil, you have had all your trouble for nothing. You have been haunting a plaster cast of yourself. The real Cardiff giant is in Albany. A fact. The original fraud was ingeniously and fraudfully duplicated and exhibited in New York as the only genuine Cardiff giant, to the unspeakable disgust of the owners of the real Colossus, at the very same time that the latter was drawing crowds at a museum in Albany. Confound it, don't you know your own remains? I never saw such an eloquent look of shame, of pitiable humiliation overspread a countenance before. The petrified man rose slowly to his feet, and said, "Honestly, is that true? As true as I am sitting here." He took the pipe from his mouth, and laid it on the mantel, then stood irresolute a moment, unconsciously from old habit, thrusting his hands where his pantaloons' pockets should have been, and meditatively dropping his chin on his breast, and finally said, "Well, I have never felt so absurd before. The petrified man has sold everybody else, and now the mean fraud has ended by selling its own ghost. My son, if there is any charity left in your heart for a poor, friendless phantom like me, don't let this get out. Think how you would feel if you had made such an ass of yourself." I heard his stately tramp die away, step by step down the stairs, and out into the deserted street, and felt sorry that he was gone, poor fellow, and sorrier still that he had carried off my red blanket and my bathtub. End of a ghost story.
The Wolves of Cernogratz by Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The Wolves of Cernogratz by Saki. "Are there any old legends attached to the castle?" asked Conrad of his sister. Conrad was a prosperous Hamburg merchant, but he was the one poetically dispositioned member of an eminently practical family. The Baroness Grubel shrugged her plump shoulders. "There are always legends hanging about these old places. They are not difficult to invent, and they cost nothing. In this case, there is a story that when anyone dies in the castle, all the dogs in the village and the wild beasts in the forest howl the night long. It would not be pleasant to listen to, would it?" "It would be weird and romantic," said the Hamburg merchant. "Anyhow, it isn't true," said the Baroness complacently. "Since we bought the place, we have had proof that nothing of the sort happens. When the old mother-in-law died last springtime, we all listened, but there was no howling. It is just a story that lends dignity to the place without costing anything." "The story is not as you have told it," said Amelie, the grey old governess. Everyone turned and looked at her in astonishment. She was wont to sit silent and prim and faded in her place at table, never speaking unless someone spoke to her, and there were few who troubled themselves to make conversation with her. Today, a sudden volubility had descended on her. She continued to talk, rapidly and nervously, looking straight in front of her and seeming to address no one in particular. "It is not when anyone dies in the castle that the howling is heard. It was when one of the Cernogratz family died here that the wolves came from far and near and howled at the edge of the forest just before the death hour. There were only a few couple of wolves that had their lairs in this part of the forest, but at such a time the keepers say there would be scores of them gliding about in the shadows and howling in chorus, and the dogs of the castle and the village and all the farms round would bay and howl in fear and anger at the wolf chorus. And as the soul of the dying one left its body, a tree would crash down in the park. That is what happened when a Cernogratz died in his family castle. But for a stranger dying here, of course, no wolf would howl and no tree would fall. Oh, no." There was a note of defiance, almost of contempt in her voice as she said the last words. The well-fed, much too well-dressed Baroness stared angrily at the dowdy old woman, who had come forth from her usual and seemly position of effacement to speak so disrespectfully. "You seem to know quite a lot about the von Cernogratz legends, Fraulein Schmidt," she said sharply. "I did not know that family histories were among the subjects you are supposed to be proficient in." The answer to her taunt was even more unexpected and astonishing than the conversational outbreak which had provoked it. "I am von Cernogratz myself," said the old woman. "That is why I know the family history." "You, a von Cernogratz? You?" came in an incredulous chorus. When we became very poor, she explained, and I had to go out and give teaching lessons, I took another name. I thought it would be more in keeping. But my grandfather spent much of his time as a boy in this castle, and my father used to tell me many stories about it, and of course I knew all the family legends and stories. When one has nothing left to one but memories, one guards and dusts them with especial care. I little thought when I took service with you that I should one day come with you to the old home of my family. I could wish it had been anywhere else." There was silence when she finished speaking, and then the Baroness turned the conversation to a less embarrassing topic than family histories. But afterwards, when the old governess had slipped away quietly to her duties, there arose a clamor of derision and disbelief. "It was an impertinence," snapped out the Baron, his protruding eyes taking on a scandalized expression. "Fancy the woman talking like that at our table. She almost told us we were nobodies, and I don't believe a word of it. She is just Schmidt and nothing more. She has been talking to some of the peasants about the old Cernogratz family, and raked up their history and their stories." "She wants to make herself out of some consequence," said the Baroness. "She knows she will soon be past work, and she wants to appeal to our sympathies. Her grandfather, indeed!" The Baroness had the usual number of grandfathers, but she never boasted about them. "I dare say her grandfather was a pantry boy, or something of the sort in the castle," sniggered the Baron. "That part of the story may be true." The merchant from Hamburg said nothing. He had seen tears in the old woman's eyes when she spoke of guarding her memories, or, being of an imaginative disposition, he thought he had. "I shall give her notice to go as soon as the New Year festivities are over," said the Baroness. "Till then I shall be too busy to manage without her." But she had to manage without her all the same, for in the cold biting weather after Christmas the old governess fell ill and kept to her room. "It is most provoking," said the Baroness, as her guests sat round the fire on one of the last evenings of the dying year. "All the time that she has been with us I cannot remember that she was ever seriously ill, too ill to go about and do her work, I mean. And now, when I have the house full, and she could be useful in so many ways, she goes and breaks down. One is sorry for her, of course. She looks so withered and shrunken, but it is intensely annoying all the same." "Most annoying," agreed the banker's wife sympathetically. "It is the intense cold, I expect. It breaks the old people up. It has been unusually cold this year." "The frost is the sharpest that has been known in December for many years," said the Baron. "And of course she is quite old," said the Baroness. "I wish I had given her notice some weeks ago. Then she would have left before this happened to her. Why, Whoppy, what is the matter with you?" The small woolly lapdog had leapt suddenly down from its cushion and crept, shivering, under the sofa. At the same moment an outburst of angry barking came from the dogs in the castle yard, and other dogs could be heard yapping and barking in the distance. "What is disturbing the animals?" asked the Baron. And then the humans, listening intently, heard the sound that had roused the dogs to their demonstrations of fear and rage, heard a long-drawn, whining howl, rising and falling, seeming at one moment leagues away, at others sweeping across the snow until it appeared to come from the foot of the castle walls. All the starved, cold misery of a frozen world, all the relentless hunger fury of the wild, blended with other forlorn and haunting melodies to which one could give no name, seemed concentrated in that wailing cry. "Wolves!" cried the Baron. Their music broke forth in one raging burst, seeming to come from everywhere. "Hundreds of wolves," said the Hamburg merchant, who was a man of strong imagination. Moved by some impulse, which she could not have explained, the Baroness left her guests and made her way to the narrow, cheerless room where the old governess lay watching the hours of the dying year slip by. In spite of the biting cold of the winter night, the window stood open. With a scandalized exclamation on her lips, the Baroness rushed forward to close it. "Leave it open," said the old woman in a voice that, for all its weakness, carried an air of command such as the Baroness had never heard before from her lips. "But you will die of cold," she expostulated. "I am dying in any case," said the voice, "and I want to hear their music. They have come from far and wide to sing the death music of my family. It is beautiful that they have come. I am the last von Cernogratz that will die in our old castle, and they have come to sing to me. Hark, how loud they are calling. The cry of the wolves rose on the still winter air, and floated round the castle walls in long-drawn, piercing wails. The old woman lay back on her couch, with a look of long-delayed happiness on her face. "Go away," she said to the Baroness. "I am not lonely any more. I am one of a great old family." "I think she is dying," said the Baroness, when she had rejoined her guests. "I suppose we must send for a doctor. And that terrible howling! Not for much money would I have such death music." "That music is not to be bought for any amount of money," said Conrad. "Hark! What is that other sound?" asked the Baron, as a noise of splitting and crashing was heard. It was a tree falling in the park. There was a moment of constrained silence, and then the banker's wife spoke. "It is the intense cold that is splitting the trees. It is also the cold that has brought the wolves out in such numbers. It is many years since we have had such a cold winter." The Baroness eagerly agreed that the cold was responsible for these things. It was the cold of the open window, too, which caused the heart failure that made the doctor's ministrations unnecessary for the old Fraulein. But the notice in the newspapers looked very well. On December 29th, at Schloss Cernogratz, Emily von Cernogratz, for many years the valued friend of Baron and Baroness Grubel. End of The Wolves of Cernogratz.
The Man of the Crowd by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yann Pilet. C'est grand malheur de ne pouvoir être seul. La prière. It was well said of a certain German book that erlässt sich nicht lesen, doesn't permit itself to be read. There are some secrets which do not permit themselves to be told. Men die nightly in their beds, wringing the hands of ghostly confessors, and looking them piteously in the eyes. Die with despair of heart and convulsion of throat, on account of the hideousness of mysteries which will not suffer themselves to be revealed. Now and then, alas, the conscience of man takes up a burden so heavy in horror that it can be thrown down only into the grave, and thus the essence of all crime is undivulged. Not long ago, about the closing in of an evening in autumn, I sat at the large bow window of the D Coffee House in London. For some months I had been ill in health, but was now convalescent, and with returning strength found myself in one of those happy moods which are so precisely the converse of ennui moods, of the keenest appetency, when the film from the mental vision departs aqueous as prinapine, and the intellect, electrified, surpasses as greatly its everyday condition as does the vivid yet candid reason of Leibniz, and the mad and flimsy rhetoric of Gorgias. Merely to breathe was enjoyment, and I derived positive pleasure even from many of the legitimate sources of pain. I felt a calm but inquisitive interest in everything. With a cigar in my mouth and a newspaper in my lap, I had been amusing myself for the greater part of the afternoon, now in poring over advertisements, now in observing the promiscuous company in the room, and now in peering through the smoky panes into the street. This latter is one of the principal thoroughfares of the city, and had been very much crowded during the whole day, but as the darkness came on, the throng momently increased, and, by the time the lamps were well lighted, two dense and continuous tides of population were rushing past the door. At this particular period of the evening, I had never before been in a similar situation, and the tumultuous sea of human heads filled me, therefore, with a delicious novelty of emotion. I gave up, at length, all care of things within the hotel, and became absorbed in contemplation of the scene without. At first my observations took an abstract and generalizing turn. I looked at the passengers in masses, and thought of them in their aggregate relations. Soon, however, I descended to details, and regarded with minute interest the innumerable varieties of figure, dress, air, gait, visage, and expression of countenance. By far the greater number of those who went by had a satisfied businesslike demeanor, and seemed to be thinking only of making their way through the press. Their brows were knit, and their eyes rolled quickly. When pushed against by fellow wayfarers, they evinced no symptom of impatience, but adjusted their clothes and hurried on. Others, still a numerous class, were restless in their movements, had flushed faces, and talked and gesticulated to themselves, as if feeling in solitude on account of the very denseness of the company around. When impeded in their progress, these people suddenly ceased muttering, but redoubled their gesticulations, and awaited with an absent and overdone smile upon their lips the course of the persons impeding them. If jostled, they bowed profusely to the jostlers, and appeared overwhelmed with confusion. There was nothing very distinctive about these two large classes beyond what I have noted. Their habiliments belonged to that order which is pointedly termed the decent. They were undoubtedly noblemen, merchants, attorneys, tradesmen, stock jobbers, the hypocrites, and the commonplaces of society, men of leisure, and men actively engaged in affairs of their own, conducting business upon their own responsibility. They did not greatly excite my attention. The tribe of clerks was an obvious one, and here I discerned two remarkable divisions. There were the junior clerks of flesh houses, young gentlemen with tie coats, bright boots, well-oiled hair, and supercilious lips, setting aside a certain dapperness of carriage, which may be termed the schism, for want of a better word. The manner of these persons seemed to be an exact facsimile of what had been the perfection of bon ton about 12 or 18 months before. They wore the cast-off graces of the gentry, and this, I believe, involves the best definition of the class. The division of the upper clerks of staunch firms, or of the steady old fellows, it wasn't possible to mistake. These were known by their coats and pantaloons of black or brown, made to sit comfortably, with white cravats and waistcoats, broad solid-looking shoes and thick hose or gaiters. They had all slightly bald heads, from which the right ears, long used to pen-holding, had an odd habit of standing off on end. I observed that they always removed or settled their hats with both bands, and wore watches, with short gold chains, a substantial and ancient pattern. Theirs was the affectation of respectability, if indeed there be an affectation so honourable. There were many individuals of dashing appearance, whom I easily understood as belonging to the race of swell pickpockets with which all great cities are infested. I watched this gentry with much inquisitiveness, and found it difficult to imagine how they should ever be mistaken for gentlemen by gentlemen themselves. Their voluminousness of wristband, with an air of excessive frankness, should betray them at once. The gamblers, of whom I descried not a few, were still more easily recognizable. They wore every variety of dress, from that of the desperate thimble-rig bully with velvet waistcoat, fancy neckerchief, gilt chains, and filigreed buttons, to that of the scrupulously inornate clergyman, than which nothing could be less liable to suspicion. Still all were distinguished by a certain sodden swarthiness of complexion, filmy dimness of eye, and pallor and compression of lip. There were two other traits, moreover, by which I could always detect them: a guarded lowness of tone in conversation, and more than ordinary extension of the thumb in a direction at right angles with the fingers. Very often, in company with these sharpers, I observed an order of men somewhat different in habits, but still birds of a kindred feather. They may be defined as the gentlemen who live by their wits. They seem to prey upon the public in two battalions, that of the dandies and that of the military men. Of the first grade, the leading features are long locks and smiles. Of the second, frogged coats and frowns. Descending in the scale of what is termed gentility, I found darker and deeper themes for speculation. I saw Jew peddlers with hawk eyes flashing from countenances whose every other feature wore only an expression of abject humility. Sturdy professional street beggars scowling upon mendicants of a better stamp, whom despair alone had driven forth into the night for charity. Feeble and ghastly invalids upon whom death had placed a sure hand, and who sidled and tottered through the mob, looking everyone beseechingly in the face, as if in search of some chance consolation, some lost hope. Modest young girls, returning from long and late labor to cheerless home, and shrinking more tearfully than indignantly from the glances of ruffians, whose direct contact even could not be avoided. Women of the town, of all kinds and of all ages, the unequivocal beauty in the prime of her womanhood, put in one mind of the statue in Lucian, with the surface of Parian marble, and the interior filled with filth, the loathsome and utterly lost leper in rags, the wrinkled, bejeweled, and paint-begrimed beldam, making a last effort at youth, the mere child of immature form, yet from long association, and adept in the dreadful coquetries of her trade, and burning with a rabid ambition to be ranked the equal of her elders in vice. Drunkards, innumerable and indescribable. Some in shreds and patches, reeling, inarticulate, with bruised visage and lackluster eyes. Some in whole, although filthy garments, with a slightly unsteady swagger, thick sensual lips, and hearty-looking rubicund faces. Others, clothed in materials which had once been good, and which even now were scrupulously well brushed. Men who walked with a more than naturally firm and springy step, but whose countenances were fearfully pale, whose eyes hideously wild and red, and who clutched with quivering fingers, as they strode through the crowd, at every object which came within their reach. Beside these piemen, porters, coal heavers, sweeps, organ grinders, monkey exhibitors, and ballad mongers, those who vended with those who sang, ragged artisans and exhausted laborers of every description, and all full of a noisy and inordinate vivacity, which jarred discordantly upon the ear, and gave an aching sensation to the eye. As the night deepened, so deepened to me the interest of the scene, for not only did the general character of the crowd materially alter, its gentler features retiring in the gradual withdrawal of the more orderly portion of the people, and its harsher ones coming out into bolder relief, as the late hour brought forth every species of infamy from its den. But the rays of the gas lamps, feeble at first in their struggle with the dying day, had now at length gained ascendancy, and threw over everything a fitful and garish lustre. All was dark, yet splendid, as that ebony to which has been likened the style of Tertullian. The wild effects of the light unchained me to an examination of individual faces, and although the rapidity with which the world of light flitted before the window prevented me from casting more than a glance upon each visage, still it seemed that in my then peculiar mental state I could frequently read, even in the brief interval of a glance, the history of long years. With my brow to the glass I was thus occupied in scrutinizing the mob, when suddenly there came into view a countenance, that of a decrepit old man, some 65 or 70 years of age, a countenance which at once arrested and absorbed my whole attention, on account of that absolute idiosyncrasy of its expression. Anything even remotely resembling that expression I had never seen before. I well remember that my first thought, upon beholding it, was that wretch, had he viewed it, would have greatly preferred it to his own pictorial incarnations of the fiend, as I endeavored during the brief minute of my original survey to form some analysis of the meaning conveyed. There arose confusedly and paradoxically within my mind the ideas of vast mental power, of caution, of penuriousness, of avarice, of coolness, of malice, of bloodthirstiness, of triumph, of merriment, of excessive terror, of intense, of supreme despair. I felt singularly aroused, startled, fascinated. How wild a history, I said to myself, is written within that bosom. Then came a craving desire to keep the man in view, to know more of him. Hurriedly putting on an overcoat, and seizing my hat and cane, I made my way into the street, and pushed through the crowd in the direction which I had seen him take, for he had already disappeared. With some difficulty, I at length came within sight of him, approached, and followed him closely, yet cautiously, so as not to attract his attention. I had now a good opportunity of examining his person. He was short in stature, very thin, and apparently very feeble. His clothes generally were filthy and ragged, but as he came now and then within the strong glare of a lamp, I perceived that his linen, although dirty, was of beautiful texture, and my vision deceived me, or through a rent in a closely buttoned and evidently second-handed roquelaire which enveloped him, I caught a glimpse both of a diamond and of a dagger. These observations heightened my curiosity, and I resolved to follow the stranger whithersoever he should go. It was now fully nightfall, and a thick, humid fog hung over the city, soon ending in a settled and heavy rain. This change of weather had an odd effect upon the crowd, the whole of which was at once put into new commotion, and overshadowed by a world of umbrellas. The waver, the jostle, and the hum increased in a tenfold degree. For my own part, I didn't much regard the rain, the lurking of an old fever in my system rendering the moisture somewhat too dangerously pleasant. Tying a handkerchief about my mouth, I kept on. For half an hour the old man held his way with difficulty along the great thoroughfare, and I here walked close at his elbow through fear of losing sight of him. Never once turning his head to look back, he didn't observe me. By and by he passed into a cross street, which, although densely filled with people, wasn't quite so much thronged as the main one he had quitted. Here a change in his demeanour became evident. He walked more slowly and with less object than before, more hesitatingly. He crossed and recrossed the way repeatedly without apparent aim, and the press was still so thick that at every such movement I was obliged to follow him closely. The street was a narrow and long one, and his course lay within it for nearly an hour, during which the passengers had gradually diminished to about that number which is ordinarily seen at noon in Broadway near the Park. So vast a difference is there between a London populace and that of the most frequented American city. A second turn brought us into a square, brilliantly lighted and overflowing with life. The old manner of the stranger reappeared. His chin fell upon his breast, while his eyes rolled wildly from under his knit brows, in every direction, upon those who hemmed him in. He urged his way steadily and perseveringly. I was surprised, however, to find, upon his having made the circuit of the square, that he turned and retraced his steps. Still more was I astonished to see him repeat the same walk several times, once nearly detecting me as he came round with sudden movement. In this exercise he spent another hour, at the end of which we met with far less interruption from passengers than at first. The rain fell fast, the air grew cool, and the people were retiring to their homes. With a gesture of impatience the wanderer passed into a by-street comparatively deserted. Down this, some quarter of a mile long, he rushed with an activity I couldn't have dreamed of seeing in one so aged, and which put me to much trouble in pursuit. A few minutes brought us to a large and busy bazaar, with the localities of which the stranger appeared well acquainted, and where his original demeanour again became apparent, as he forced his way to and fro without aim among a host of buyers and sellers. During the hour and a half, or thereabouts, which we passed into this place, it required much caution on my part to keep him within reach without attracting his observation. Luckily I wore a pair of caoutchouc overshoes, and could move about in perfect silence. At no moment did he see that I watched him. He entered shop after shop, priced nothing, spoke no word, and looked at all objects with a wild and vacant stare. I was now utterly amazed at his behaviour, and firmly resolved that we should not part until I had satisfied myself in some measure respecting him. A loud-toned clock struck 11, and the company were fast deserting the bazaar. The shopkeeper, in putting up a shutter, jostled the old man, and at the instant I saw a strong shudder come over his frame. He hurried into the street, looked anxiously around him for an instant, and then ran with incredible swiftness through many crooked and peopleless lanes, until we emerged once more upon the great thoroughfare whence we had started, the street of the D Hotel. It no longer wore, however, the same aspect. It was still brilliant with gas, but the rain fell fiercely, and there were few persons to be seen. The stranger grew pale. He walked moodily some paces up the once populous avenue, then, with a heavy sigh, turned in the direction of the river, and plunging through a great variety of devious ways, came out, at length, in view of one of the principal theatres. It was about being closed, and the audience were thronging from the doors. I saw the old man gasp as if for breath while he threw himself amid the crowd, but I thought that the intense agony of his countenance had in some measure abated. His head again fell upon his breast. He appeared as I had seen him at first. I observed that he now took the course in which had gone the greater number of the audience, but upon the whole I was at a loss to comprehend the waywardness of his actions. As he proceeded, the company grew more scattered, and his old uneasiness and vacillation were resumed. For some time he followed closely a party of some 10 or 12 roisterers, but from this number one by one dropped off, until 3 only remained together, in a narrow and gloomy lane little frequented. The stranger paused, and for a moment seemed lost in thought. Then, with every mark of agitation, pursued rapidly a route which brought us to the verge of the city, amid regions very different from those we had hitherto traversed. It was the most noisome quarter of London, where everything wore the worst impress of the most deplorable poverty and of the most desperate crime. By the dim light of an accidental lamp, tall, antique, worm-eaten wooden tenements were seen tottering to their fall in directions so many and capricious that scarce the semblance of a passage was discernible between them. The paving stones lay at random, displaced from their beds by the rankly growing grass. Horrible filth festered in the dammed-up gutters. The whole atmosphere teemed with desolation. Yet, as we proceeded, the sounds of human life revived by sure degrees, and at length large bands of the most abandoned of a London populace were seen reeling to and fro. The spirits of the old man again flickered up, as a lamp which is near its death hour. Once more he strode onward with elastic tread. Suddenly a corner was turned, a blaze of the light burst upon our sight, and we stood before one of the huge suburban temples of intemperance, one of the palaces of the fiend, Jinn. It was now nearly daybreak, but a number of wretched inebriates still pressed in and out of the flaunting entrance. With a half shriek of joy, the old man forced a passage within, resumed at once his original bearing, and stalked backward and forward, without apparent object, among the throng. He hadn't been thus long occupied, however, before a rush to the doors gave token that the host was closing them for the night. It was something even more intense than despair that I then observed upon the countenance of the singular being whom I had watched so pertinaciously. Yet he didn't hesitate in his career, but with a mad energy retraced his steps at once to the heart of the mighty London. Long and swiftly he fled, while I followed him in the wildest amazement, resolute not to abandon a scrutiny in which I now felt an interest all-absorbing. The sun arose while we proceeded, and when we had once again reached the most thronged mart of the populous town, the street of the D Hotel, it presented an appearance of human bustle and activity scarcely inferior to what I had seen on the evening before. And here, long amid the momently increasing confusion, did I persist in my pursuit of the stranger. But as usual, he walked to and fro, and during the day didn't pass from out the turmoil of the street. And as the shadows of the second evening came on, I grew wearied unto death, and stopping fully in front of the wanderer, gazed at him steadfastly in the face. He noticed me not, but resumed his solemn walk, while I, ceasing to follow, remained absorbed in contemplation. "This old man," I said at length, "is the type and the genius of deep crime. He refuses to be alone. He is the man of the crowd. It will be in vain to follow, for I shall learn no more of him, nor of his deeds. The worst heart of the world is a grosser book than the Hortulus Anime, and perhaps it's but one of the great mercies of God that lass sich nicht lesen." End of The Man of the Crowd by Edgar Allan Poe.
The Monkey's Paw by W. Jacobs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Travis Baldry. 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlor of Laburnum Villa The blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess, the former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check." "I should hardly think he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathway's a bog, and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife, soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged to loudly, and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major shook hands, and taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the 3rd glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "He don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White, politely. "I like to go to India myself," said the old man, "just to look round a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and, sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White, curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the sergeant major offhandedly. His 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips, and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. "To look at," said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket. "It's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son and, having examined it, placed it upon the table. "It had a spell put on it by an old fakir," said the sergeant major. "A very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it." His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White, cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said, quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes. Yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What do you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward." "If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw, and dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major. "But I warn you of the consequences."
Sounds like the Arabian Nights,
said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper.
"Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?"
Her husband drew the talisman from pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, and placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale of the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he's been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train,
"we shan't make much out of it."
"Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," said he, coloring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away."
"Likely,"
said Herbert, with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich, and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "It seems to me I've got all I want." "If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200 then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man, distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. "It moved," he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table, "and I bet we never shall."
"It must have been your fancy, father,"
said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same."
They sat down by the fire again while the two men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert as he bade them good night, "and something horrible squatting up on top of the wardrobe watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that, with a little uneasy laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went to bed. 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues.
"I suppose all old soldiers are the same,"
said Mrs. White.
"The idea of our listening to such nonsense. How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?"
"Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert.
"Morris said the things happen naturally," said his father. "You might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence."
"Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table, was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity. All of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant majors of bibulous habits when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill.
"Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home,"
she said, as they sat at dinner.
"I dare say,"
said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer.
"But for all that, the thing moved in my hand. That I'll swear to."
"You thought it did,"
said the old lady soothingly.
"I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just... What's the matter?"
His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively, and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Moore and Meggins." The old lady started.
"Is anything the matter?"
she asked, breathlessly.
"Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?"
Her husband interposed.
There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir."
And he eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor.
"Is he hurt? Is he hurt?"
demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly. "But he is not in any pain."
"Oh, thank God,"
said the old woman, clasping her hands.
"Thank God for that.
She broke off suddenly, as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's perverted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length, in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery," repeated Mr. White, in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring blankly out at the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before. "He was the only one left to us," he said, turning gently to the visitor. "It is hard." The other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said, without looking round. "I beg that you will understand I am only their servant, and merely obeying orders." There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into his first action. "I was to say that Moore and Meggins disclaim all responsibility," continued the other. "They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation." Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. "How much?" £200, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped, a senseless heap, to the floor. 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead, and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation, as though of something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that, the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully, and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room toward him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlor, on the bracket," he replied, marveling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had 1. "Was that not enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have 1 more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, you are mad!" he cried, aghast. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly, and wish, oh, my boy, my boy." Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you're saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He has been dead 10 days. And besides, I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see, then how now?" "Bring him back," cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. "Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?" He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlor and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table, and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish!" she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish!" repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman, with burning eyes, walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches and, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed, listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go! I must open the door!" "For God's sake, don't let it in!" cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go! I'm coming, Herbert! I'm coming!" There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting.
"The bolt!"
she cried loudly.
"Come down! I can't reach it!"
But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back, and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road. End of The Monkey's Paw.
The Death of Halpin Frasier from Can Such Things Be? By Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Death of Halpin Frasier by Ambrose Bierce. Part 1. For by death is wrought greater change than hath been shown, whereas in general the spirit that removed cometh back upon occasion, and is sometimes seen of those in flesh, appearing in the form of the body it bore. Yet it hath happened that the veritable body without the spirit hath walked. And it is attested of those encountering who have lived to speak thereon, that a lish so raised up hath no natural affection, nor remembrance thereof, but only hate. Also it is known that some spirits which in life were benign, become by death evil altogether. Hali. One dark night in midsummer, a man waking from a dreamless sleep in the forest lifted his head from the earth, and staring a few moments into the blackness, said, "Catherine LaRue." He said nothing more. No reason was known to him why he should have said so much. The man was Halpin Frasier. He lived in St. Helena, but where he lives now is uncertain, for he is dead. One who practices sleeping in the woods with nothing under him but the dry leaves and the damp earth, and nothing over him but the branches from which the leaves have fallen, and the sky from which the earth has fallen, cannot hope for great longevity, and Frasier had already attained the age of 32. There are persons in this world, millions of persons, and far and away the best persons who regard that as a very advanced age. They are the children. To those who view the voyage of life from the port of departure, the bark that has accomplished any considerable distance appears already in close approach to the farther shore. However, it is not certain that Halpin Frasier came to his death by exposure. He had been all day in the hills west of the Napa Valley, looking for doves and such small game as was in season. Late in the afternoon it had come on to be cloudy, and he had lost his bearings, and although he had only to go always downhill, everywhere the way to safety when one is lost, the absence of trails had so impeded him that he was overtaken by night while still in the forest. Unable in the darkness to penetrate the thickets of manzanita and other undergrowth, utterly bewildered and overcome with fatigue, he had lain down near the root of a large madroño and fallen into a dreamless sleep. It was hours later, in the very middle of the night, that one of God's mysterious messengers, gliding ahead of the incalculable host of his companions, sweeping westward with the dawn line, pronounced the awakening word in the ear of the sleeper, who sat upright and spoke, he knew not why, a name he knew not whose. Halpin Frasier was not much of a philosopher, nor a scientist. The circumstance that, waking from a deep sleep at night in the midst of a forest, he had spoken aloud a name that he had not in memory and hardly had in mind did not arouse an enlightened curiosity to investigate the phenomenon. He thought it odd, and with a little perfunctory shiver, as if in deference to a seasonal presumption that the night was chill, he lay down again and went to sleep. But his sleep was no longer dreamless. He thought he was walking along a dusty road that showed white in the gathering darkness of a summer night. Whence and whither it led, and why he traveled it, he did not know, though all seemed simple and natural, as is the way in dreams. for in the land beyond the bed surprises cease from troubling, and the judgment is at rest. Soon as he came to a parting of the ways, leading from the highway was a road less traveled, having the appearance indeed of having been long abandoned, because he thought it led to something evil. Yet he turned into it without hesitation, impelled by some imperious necessity. As he pressed forward, he became conscious that his way was haunted by invisible existences, whom he could not definitely figure to his mind. From among the trees on either side he caught broken and incoherent whispers in a strange tongue, which yet he partly understood. They seemed to him fragmentary utterances of a monstrous conspiracy against his body and soul. It was now long after nightfall, yet the interminable forest through which he journeyed was lit with a wan glimmer having no point of diffusion, for in its mysterious illumination nothing cast a shadow. A shallow pool in the guttered depression of an old wheel rut, as from a recent rain, met his eye with a crimson gleam. He stooped and plunged his hand into it. It stained his fingers. It was blood. Blood, he then observed, was about him everywhere. The weeds growing rankly by the roadside showed in it blots and splashes on their big, broad leaves. Patches of a dry dust between the wheelways were pitted and spattered as with a red rain. Defiling the trunks of the trees were broad immaculations of crimson, and blood dripped like dew from their foliage. All this he observed with a terror which seemed not incompatible with the fulfillment of a natural expectation. It seemed to him that it was all in expiation of some crime, which, though conscious of his guilt, he could not rightly remember. To the menaces and mysteries of his surroundings, the consciousness was an added horror. Vainly he sought by tracing life backward in memory to reproduce the moment of his sin. Scenes and incidents came crowding tumultuously into his mind, one picture effacing another or commingling with it in confusion and obscurity, but nowhere could he catch a glimpse of what he sought. The failure augmented his terror. He felt as one who has murdered in the dark, not knowing whom nor why. So frightful was the situation, the mysterious light burned with so silent and awful a menace, the noxious plants, the trees that by common consent are invested with a melancholy or baleful character, so openly in his sight conspired against his peace. From overhead and all about came so audible and startling whispers, and the sighs of creatures so obviously not of earth, that he could endure it no longer, and with a great effort to break some malign spell that bound his faculties to silence and inaction, he shouted with the full strength of his lungs. His voice, broken it seemed, into an infinite multitude of unfamiliar sounds, went babbling and stammering away into the distant reaches of the forest, died into silence, and all was as before. But he had made a beginning at resistance, and was encouraged. He said, "I will not submit unheard. There may be powers that are not malignant traveling this accursed road. I shall leave them a record and an appeal. I shall relate my wrongs, the persecutions that I endure. I, a helpless mortal, a penitent, an unoffending poet." Halpin Frasier was a poet only as he was a penitent, in his dreams. Taking from his clothing a small red leather pocketbook, one half of which was leaved for memoranda, he discovered that he was without a pencil. He broke a twig from a bush, dipped it into a pool of blood, and wrote rapidly. He had hardly touched the paper with the point of his twig when a low, wild peal of laughter broke out at a measureless distance away, and growing even louder, seemed approaching even nearer, a soulless, heartless, and unjoyous laugh, like that of the loon, solitary by the lakeside at midnight, a laugh which culminated in an unearthly shout close at hand, then died away by slow gradations, as if the accursed being that uttered it had withdrawn over the verge of the world whence it had come. But the man felt that this was not so, that it was nearby and had not moved. A strange sensation began slowly to take possession of his body and his mind. He could not have said which, if any, of his senses was affected. He felt it rather as a consciousness, a mysterious mental assurance of some overpowering presence, some supernatural malevolence different in kind from the invisible existences that swarmed about him, and superior to them in power. He knew that it had uttered that hideous laugh, and now it seemed to be approaching him from what direction he did not know and dared not conjecture. All his former fears were forgotten or merged in the gigantic terror that now held him in the thrall. Apart from that, he had but one thought, to complete his written appeal to the benign powers who, traversing the haunted wood, might sometime rescue him if he should be denied the blessing of annihilation. He wrote with terrible rapidity, the twig in his fingers rilling blood without renewal, but in the middle of a sentence his hand denied their service to his will. His arms fell to his sides, the book to the earth, and powerless to move or cry out, he found himself staring into the sharply drawn face and blank, dead eyes of his own mother, standing white and silent in the garments of the grave. Part 2. In his youth, Halpin Frasier had lived with his parents in Nashville, Tennessee. The Frasiers were well-to-do, having a good position in such society as had survived the wreck wrought by Civil War. The children had the social and educational opportunities of their time and place, and had responded to good associations and instruction with agreeable manners and cultivated minds. Halpin, being the youngest and not over-robust, was perhaps a trifle spoiled. He had the double disadvantage of a mother's assiduity and a father's neglect. Frasier's père was what no Southern man of means is not, a politician. His country, or rather his section and state, made demands upon his time and attention so exacting that to those of his family he was compelled to turn an ear partly deafened by the thunder of the political captains and the shouting, his own included. Young Halpin was of a dreamy, indolent, and rather romantic turn, somewhat more addicted to literature than law, the profession to which he was bred. Among those of his relations who professed the modern faith of heredity, it was well understood that in him the character of the late Myron Bayne, a maternal great-grandfather, had revisited the glimpses of the moon, by which orb Bayne had in his lifetime been sufficiently affected to be a poet of no small colonial distinction. If not specially observed, it was observable that while a Frasier, who was not the proud possessor of a sumptuous copy of the ancestral poetical works, printed at the family expense, and long ago withdrawn from an inhospitable market, was a rare Frasier indeed. There was an illogical indisposition to honor the great deceased in the person of his spiritual successor. Halpin was pretty generally deprecated as an intellectual black sheep who was likely at any moment to disgrace the flock by bleeding in meter. The Tennessee Frasiers were a practical folk, not practical in the popular sense of devotion to sordid pursuits, but having a robust contempt for any qualities unfitting a man for the wholesome vocation of politics. In justice to young Halpin, it should be said that while in him were pretty faithfully reproduced most of the mental and moral characteristics ascribed by history and family tradition to the famous colonial bard, his succession to the gift and faculty divine was purely inferential. Not only had he never been known to court the muse, but in truth he could not have written correctly a line of verse to save himself from the killer of the wise. Still, there was no knowing when the dormant faculty might awake and smite the lyre. In the meantime, the young man was rather a loose fish, anyhow. Between him and his mother was the most perfect sympathy, for secretly the lady was herself a devout disciple of the late and great Myron Bayne, though with the tact so generally and justly admired in her sex, despite the hardy calumniators who insist that it is essentially the same thing as cunning, she had always taken care to conceal her weakness from all eyes but those of him who shared it. Their common guilt in respect of that was an added tie between them. If in Halpin's youth his mother had spoiled him, he had assuredly done his part toward being spoiled. As he grew to such manhood as is attainable by a Southerner who does not care which way elections go, the attachment between him and his beautiful mother, whom from early childhood he had called Katie, became yearly stronger and more tender. In these two romantic natures was manifest in a single way that neglected phenomenon, that dominance of the sexual element in all the relations of life, strengthening, softening, and beautifying even those of consanguinity. The two were nearly inseparable, and by strangers observing their manner were not infrequently mistaken for lovers. Entering his mother's boudoir one day, Halpin Frasier kissed her upon the forehead, toyed for a moment with a lock of her dark hair which had escaped from its confining pins, and said with an obvious effort at calmness, "Would you greatly mind, Katie, if I were called away to California for a few weeks?" It was hardly needful for Katie to answer with her lips a question to which her telltale cheeks had made instant reply. Evidently she would greatly mind, and the tears, too, sprang into her large brown eyes as corroborative testimony.
"Ah, my son,"
she said, looking up into his face with infinite tenderness.
"I should have known that this was coming. Did I not lie awake a half of the night weeping because, during the other half, Grandfather Bayne had come to me in a dream, and standing by his portrait, young, too, and handsome as that, pointed to yours on the same wall, and when I looked it seemed that I could not see the features,
you had been painted with a face cloth, such as we put upon the dead. Your father has laughed at me, but you and I, dear, know that such things are not for nothing. And I saw below the edge of the cloth the marks of hands on your throat. Forgive me, but we have not been used to keep such things from each other. Perhaps you have another interpretation. Perhaps it does not mean that you will go to California, or maybe you will take me with you." It must be confessed that this ingenious interpretation of the dream in the light of newly discovered evidence did not wholly commend itself to the son's more logical mind. He had, for the moment at least, a conviction that it foreshadowed a more simple and immediate, if less tragic, disaster than a visit to the Pacific coast. It was Halpin Fraser's impression that he was to be garroted on his native heath. "Are there not medicinal springs in California?" Mrs. Fraser resumed before he had time to give her the true reading of the dream. "Places where one recovers from rheumatism and neuralgia. Look, my fingers feel so stiff, and I am almost sure that they have been giving me great pain while I slept." She held out her hands for his inspection. What diagnosis of her case the young man may have thought it best to conceal with a smile, the historian is unable to state. But for himself he feels bound to say that the fingers, looking less stiff and showing fewer evidences of even insensible pain, have seldom been submitted for medical inspection by even the fairest patient desiring a prescription of unfamiliar scenes. The outcome of it was that of these two odd persons having equally odd notions of duty, the one went to California, as the interest of his client required, and the other remained at home in compliance with a wish that her husband was scarcely conscious of entertaining. While in San Francisco, Halpin Fraser was walking one dark night alone the waterfront of the city, when with a suddenness that surprised and disconcerted him, he became a sailor. He was in fact shanghaied aboard a gallant ship, and sailed for a far country. Nor did his misfortunes end with the voyage, for the ship was cast ashore on an island of the South Pacific, and it was 6 years afterwards when the survivors were taken off by a venturesome trading schooner and brought back to San Francisco. Though poor in purse, Fraser was no less proud in spirit than he had been in the years that seemed ages and ages ago. He would accept no assistance from strangers, and it was while living with a fellow survivor near the town of St. Helena, awaiting news and remittances from home, that he had gone gunning and dreaming. Part 3. The apparition confronting the dreamer in the haunted wood. The thing so like yet so unlike his mother was horrible. It stirred no love nor longing in his heart. It came unattended with pleasant memories of a golden past, inspired no sentiment of any kind. All the finer emotions were swallowed up in fear. He tried to turn and run from before it, but his legs were as lead. He was unable to lift his feet from the ground. His arms hung helpless at his sides. Of his eyes only he retained control, and these he dared not remove from the lusterless orbs of the apparition, which he knew was not a soul without a body, but that most dreadful of all existences infesting that haunted wood, a body without a soul. In its blank stare was neither love, nor pity, nor intelligence, nothing to which to address an appeal for mercy. An appeal will not lie, he thought, with an absurd reversion to the professional slang, making the situation more horrible, as the fire of a cigar might light up a tomb. For a time which seemed so long that the world grew gray with age and sin, and the haunted forest, having fulfilled its purpose in this monstrous culmination of its terrors, vanished out of his consciousness with all its sights and sounds. The apparition stood within a pace, regarding him with the mindless malevolence of a wild brute, then thrust its hands forward and sprang upon him with appalling ferocity. The act released his physical energies without unfettering his will. His mind was still spellbound, but his powerful body and agile limbs, endowed with a blind, insensate life of their own, resisted stoutly and well. For an instant he seemed to see this unnatural contest between a dead intelligence and a breathing mechanism only as a spectator. Such fancies are in dreams. Then he regained his identity almost as if by a leap forward into his body, and the straining automaton had a directing will as alert and fierce as that of its hideous antagonist. But what mortal can cope with a creature of his dream? The imagination creating the enemy is already vanquished. The combat's result is the combat's cause. Despite his struggles, despite his strength and activity which seemed wasted in a void, he felt the cold fingers close upon his throat. Borne backward to the earth, he saw above him the dead and drawn face within a hand's breadth of his own, and then all was black. A sound as of the beating of distant drums, a murmur of swarming voices, a sharp, far cry signing all to silence, and Halpin Frasier dreamed that he was dead. Part 4. A warm, clear night had been followed by a morning of drenching fog. At about the middle of the afternoon of the preceding day, a little whiff of light vapor, a mere thickening of the atmosphere, the ghost of a cloud, had been observed clinging to the western side of Mount St. Helena, away up along the barren altitudes near the summit. It was so thin, so diaphanous, so like a fancy made visible that one would have said, "Look quickly, in a moment it will be gone." In a moment it was visibly larger and denser, while with one edge it clung to the mountain, with the other it reached farther and farther out into the air above the lower slopes. At the same time it extended itself to north and south, joining small patches of mist that appeared to come out of the mountainside on exactly the same level, with an intelligent design to be absorbed. And so it grew and grew until the summit was shut out of view from the valley, and over the valley itself was an ever-extending canopy, opaque and gray. At Calistoga, which lies near the head of the valley and the foot of the mountain, there were a starless night and a sunless morning. The fog, sinking into the valley, had reached southward, swallowing up ranch after ranch, until it had blotted out the town of St. Helena 9 miles away. The dust in the road was laid. Trees were adrip with moisture. Birds sat silent in their coverts. The morning light was wan and ghastly, with neither color nor fire. 2 men left the town of St. Helena at the first glimmer of dawn and walked along the road northward up the valley towards Calistoga. They carried guns on their shoulders, yet no one having knowledge of such matters could have mistaken them for hunters of bird or beast. They were a deputy sheriff from Napa and a detective from San Francisco, Holker and Jarlson, respectively. Their business was man-hunting. "How far is it?" inquired Holker as they strode along, their feet stirring white the dust beneath the damp surface of the road. "The White Church. Only a half-mile further," the other answered. "By the way," he added, "it is neither white nor a church. It is an abandoned schoolhouse, gray with age and neglect. Religious services were once held in it, when it was white, and there is a graveyard that would delight a poet. Can you guess why I sent for you and told you to come healed?" "Oh, I have never bothered you about things of that kind. I've always found you communicative when the time came. But if I may hazard a guess, you want me to help you arrest one of the corpses in the graveyard." "You remember Branscombe?" said Jarlson, treating his companion's wit with the inattention that it deserved. "The chap who cut his wife's throat? I ought. I wasted a week's work on him and had my expenses for my trouble. There is a reward of $500, but none of us ever got a sight of him. You don't mean to say—" "Yes, I do. He has been under the noses of you fellows all the time. He comes by night to the old graveyard at the White Church." "The devil! That's where they buried his wife." "Well, you fellows might have had sense enough to suspect that he would return to her grave sometime." "The very last place that anyone would have expected him to return to." "But you had exhausted all the other places. Learning your failure at them, I laid for him there." "And you found him?" "Damn it, he found me. The rascal got the drop on me, regularly held me up and made me travel. It's God's mercy that he didn't go through me. Oh, he's a good one, and I fancy the half of that reward is enough for me, if you're needy." Holker laughed good-humoredly and explained that his creditors were never more importunate. "I wanted merely to show you the ground and arrange a plan with you," the detective explained. "I thought it was as well for us to be healed, even in daylight." "The man must be insane," said the deputy sheriff. "The reward is for his capture and conviction. If he's mad, he won't be convicted." Mr. Holker was so profoundly affected by that possible failure of justice that he involuntarily stopped in the middle of the road, then resumed his walk with abated zeal. "Well, he looks it," assented Jarlson. "I'm bound to admit that a more unshaven, unshorn, unkempt, and un-everything wretch I never saw outside the ancient and honorable order of tramps. But I've gone in for him, and I can't make up my mind to let go. There's glory in it for us, anyhow. Not another soul knows that he is this side of the Mountains of the Moon." "All right," Holker said. "We will go and view the ground." And he added, in the words of a once-favorite inscription for tombstones, "where you must shortly lie. I mean, if old Branscombe ever gets tired of you and your impertinent intrusion. By the way, I heard the other day that Branscombe was not his real name."
"What is it?"
"I can't recall. I had lost all interest in the wretch, and it did not fix itself in my memory. Something like Pardee. The woman whose throat he had the bad taste to cut was a widow when he met her. She had come to California to look up some relatives. There are persons who will do that sometimes, but you know all that."
"Naturally."
"But not knowing the right name, by what happy inspiration did you find the right grave? The man who told me what the name was said it had been cut on the headboard."
"I don't know the right grave."
Jarlson was apparently a trifle reluctant to admit his ignorance of so important a point of his plan.
"I have been watching about the place generally. A part of our work this morning will be to identify that grave. Here is the white church."
For a long distance the road had been bordered by fields on both sides, but now on the left there was a forest of oaks, madroños, and gigantic spruces whose lower parts could only be seen, dim and ghostly in the fog. The undergrowth was in places thick, but nowhere impenetrable. For some moments Holker saw nothing of the building, but as they turned into the woods it revealed itself, in faint grey outline through the fog, looking huge and far away. A few steps more, and it was within an arm's length, distinct, dark, with moisture, and insignificant in size. It had the usual country schoolhouse form, belonged to the packaging box order of architecture, had an underpinning of stones, a moss-grown roof, and blank window spaces whence both glass and sash had long departed. It was ruined, but not a ruin, a typical Californian substitute for what are known to be guide-bookers abroad as monuments of the past. With scarcely a glance at this uninteresting structure, Jarlson moved on into the dripping undergrowth beyond.
"I will show you where he held me up," he said. "This is the graveyard."
Here and there among the bushes were small enclosures containing graves, sometimes no more than one. They were recognized as graves by the discolored stones or rotting boards at head and foot, leaning at all angles, some prostrate, by the ruined picket fences surrounding them, or infrequently by the mound itself showing its gravel through the fallen leaves. In many instances nothing marked the spot where lay the vestiges of some poor mortal, who, leaving a large circle of sorrowing friends, had been left by them in turn, except a depression in the earth more lasting than that in the spirits of the mourners. The paths, if any paths had been, were long obliterated. Trees of a considerable size had been permitted to grow up from the graves and thrust aside with root or branch the enclosing fences. Over all was that air of abandonment and decay which seems nowhere so fit and significant as in a village of the forgotten dead. As the two men, Jarlson leading, pushed their way through the growth of young trees, that enterprising man suddenly stopped and brought up his shotgun to the height of his breast, uttered a low note of warning, and stood motionless, his eyes fixed upon something ahead. As well as he could, obstructed by brush, his companion, though seeing nothing, imitated the posture and so stood, prepared for what might ensue. A moment later, Jarlson moved cautiously forward, the other following. Under the branches of an enormous spruce lay the dead body of a man. Standing silent above it, they noted such particulars as first strike the attention: the face, the attitude, the clothing. Whatever most promptly and plainly answers the unspoken question of a sympathetic curiosity. The body lay upon its back, the legs wide apart. One arm was thrust upward, the other outward, but the latter was bent acutely, and the hand was near the throat. Both hands were tightly clenched. The whole attitude was that of desperate but ineffectual resistance to... what? Nearby lay a shotgun and a game bag, through the meshes of which was seen the plumage of shot birds. All about were evidences of a furious struggle. Small sprouts of poison oak were bent and denuded of leaf and bark. Dead and rotting leaves had been pushed into heaps and ridges on both sides of the legs by the action of other feet than theirs. Alongside the hips were unmistakable impressions of human knees. The nature of the struggle was made clear by a glance at the dead man's throat and face. While breast and hands were white, those were purple, almost black. The shoulders lay upon a low mound, and the head was turned back at an angle otherwise impossible, the expanded eyes staring blankly backward in a direction opposite to that of the feet. From the froth filling the open mouth, the tongue protruded, black and swollen. The throat showed horrible contusions, not mere finger marks, but bruises and lacerations wrought by two strong hands that must have buried themselves in the yielding flesh, maintaining their terrible grasp until long after death. Breast, throat, face were wet. The clothing was saturated. Drops of water, condensed from the fog, studded the hair and mustache. All this the two men observed without speaking, almost at a glance. Then Holker said, "Poor devil! He had a rough deal." Jarlson was making a vigilant circumspection of the forest, his shotgun held in both hands and at full cock, his finger upon the trigger. "The work of a maniac," he said, without withdrawing his eyes from the enclosing wood. "It was done by Branscombe, Pardee." Something half hidden by the disturbed leaves on the earth caught Holker's attention. It was a red leather pocketbook. He picked it up and opened it. It contained leaves of white paper for memoranda, and upon the first leaf was the name, Halpin Fraser. Written in red on several succeeding leaves, scrawled as if in haste and barely legible, were the following lines which Holker read aloud, while his companion continued scanning the dim gray confines of their narrow world, and hearing matter of apprehension in the drip of water from every burdened branch. "Enthralled by some mysterious spell I stood in the lit gloom of an enchanted wood. The cypress there and myrtle twined their boughs, significant in baleful brotherhood. The brooding willow whispered to the yew beneath the deadly nightshade, and the rue, with immortelles self-woven into strange funereal shapes and horrid nettles grew. No song of bird nor any drone of bees, nor light leaf lifted by the wholesome breeze. The air was stagnant all, and silence was a living thing that breathed among the trees. Conspiring spirits whispered in the gloom, half heard the stilly secrets of the tomb. With blood the trees were all adrip, the leaves shone in the witchlight with a ruddy bloom. I cried aloud, the spell unbroken still rested upon my spirit and my will. Unsouled, unhearted, hopeless and forlorn, I strove with monstrous presages of ill. At last, the viewless." Holker ceased reading. There was no more to read. The manuscript broke off in the middle of a line. "That sounds like Bane," said Jarlson, who was something of a scholar in his way. He had abated his vigilance and stood looking down at the body. "Who's Bane?" Holker asked rather incuriously. "Myron Bane, a chap who flourished in the early years of the nation, more than a century ago. Wrote mighty dismal stuff. I have his collected works. That poem is not among them, but it must have been omitted by mistake." "It is cold," said Holker. "Let us leave here. We must have up the coroner from Napa." Jarlson said nothing, but made a movement in compliance. Passing the end of the slight elevation of earth upon which the dead man's head and shoulders lay, his foot struck some hard substance under the rotting forest leaves, and he took the trouble to kick it into view. It was a fallen headboard, and painted on it were the hardly decipherable words, "Catherine LaRue." "LaRue! LaRue!" exclaimed Holker, with sudden animation. "Why, that is the real name of Branscombe, not Pardee! And bless my soul, how it all comes to me! The murdered woman's name had been Fraser!" "There is some rascally mystery here," said Detective Jarlson. "I hate anything of that kind." There came to them out of the fog, seemingly from a great distance, the sound of a laugh, a low, deliberate, soulless laugh, which had no more of joy than that of a hyena night prowling in the desert, a laugh that rose by slow gradation, louder and louder, clearer, more distinct and terrible, until it seemed barely outside the narrow circle of their vision, a laugh so unnatural, so unhuman, so devilish, that it filled those hardy manhunters with a sense of dread unspeakable. They did not move their weapons, nor think of them. The menace of that horrible sound was not of the kind to be met with arms. As it had grown out of silence, so it died away. From a culminating shout which had seemed almost in their ears, it drew itself away into the distance, until its failing notes, joyless and mechanical to the last, sank to silence at a measureless remove. End of the Death of Halpin Fraser. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.
The Spook House by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Armitage SP. The Spook House by Ambrose Bierce. On the road leading north from Manchester in eastern Kentucky to Boonville, 20 miles away, stood in 1862 a wooden plantation house of a somewhat better quality than most of the dwellings in that region. The house was destroyed by fire in the year following, probably by some stragglers from the retreating column of General George W. Morgan, when he was driven from Cumberland Gap to the Ohio River by General Kirby Smith. At the time of its destruction, it had for 4 or 5 years been vacant. The fields about it were overgrown with brambles, the fences gone, even the few Negro quarters and outhouses generally, fallen partly into ruin by neglect and pillage. For the Negroes and poor whites of the vicinity found in the building and fences an abundant supply of fuel, of which they availed themselves without hesitation, openly and by daylight. By daylight alone. After nightfall, no human being, except passing strangers, ever went near the place. It was known as the Spook House. That it was tenanted by evil spirits, visible, audible, and active, no one in all that region doubted any more than he doubted what he was told of Sundays by the traveling preacher. Its owner's opinion of the matter was unknown. He and his family had disappeared one night, and no trace of them had ever been found. They left everything, household goods, clothing, provisions, the horses in the stable, the cows in the field, the Negroes in the quarters, all as it stood. Nothing was missing, except a man, a woman, 3 girls, a boy, and a babe. It was not altogether surprising that a plantation where 7 human beings could be simultaneously effaced and nobody the wiser should be under some suspicion. One night in June 1859, 2 citizens of Frankfort, Colonel J.C. McArdle, a lawyer, and Judge Myron Vey of the state militia, were driving from Boonville to Manchester. Their business was so important that they decided to push on, despite the darkness and the mutterings of an approaching storm, which eventually broke upon them just as they arrived opposite the Spook House. The lightning was so incessant that they easily found their way through the gateway and into a shed, where they hitched and unharnessed their team. Then they went to the house, through the rain, and knocked at all the doors without getting any response. Attributing this to the continuous uproar of the thunder, they pushed at one of the doors, which yielded. They entered without further ceremony and closed the door. That instant they were in darkness and silence. Not a gleam of the lightning's unceasing blaze penetrated the windows or crevices. Not a whisper of the awful tumult without reached them there. It was as if they had suddenly been stricken blind and deaf. And McArdle afterward said that for a moment he believed himself to have been killed by a stroke of lightning as he crossed the threshold. The rest of this adventure can as well be related in his own words, from the Frankfort Advocate of August 6, 1876. When I had somewhat recovered from the dazing effect of the transition from uproar to silence, my first impulse was to reopen the door which I had closed, and from the knob of which I was not conscious of having removed my hand. I felt it distinctly, still in the clasp of my fingers. My notion was to ascertain, by stepping again into the storm, whether I had been deprived of sight and hearing. I turned the doorknob and pulled open the door. It led into another room. This apartment was suffused with a faint greenish light, the source of which I could not determine, making everything distinctly visible, though nothing was sharply defined. Everything, I say, but in truth the only objects within the blank stone walls of that room were human corpses. In number they were perhaps 8 or 10. It may well be understood that I did not truly count them. They were of different ages, or rather sizes, from infancy up, and of both sexes. All were prostrate on the floor, excepting one, apparently a young woman, who sat up, her back supported by an angle of the wall. A babe was clasped in the arms of another and older woman. A half-grown lad lay face downward across the legs of a full-bearded man. 1 or 2 were nearly naked, and the hand of a young girl held the fragment of a gown which she had torn open at the breast. The bodies were in various stages of decay, all greatly shrunken in face and figure. Some were but little more than skeletons. While I stood stupefied with horror by this ghastly spectacle and still holding open the door, by some unaccountable perversity, my attention was diverted from the shocking scene and concerned itself with trifles and details. Perhaps my mind, with an instinct of self-preservation, sought relief in matters which would relax its dangerous tension. Among other things, I observed that the door that I was holding open was of heavy iron plates, riveted, equidistant from one another, and from the top and bottom 3 strong bolts protruded from the beveled edge. I turned the knob, and they were retracted flush with the edge. Released it, and they shot out. It was a spring lock. On the inside there was no knob, nor any kind of projection, a smooth surface of iron. While noting these things with an interest and attention which it now astonishes me to recall, I felt myself thrust aside, and Judge Vey, whom in the intensity and vicissitudes of my feeling I had altogether forgotten, pushed by me into the room. "For God's sake," I cried, "do not go in there. Let us get out of this dreadful place." He gave no heed to my entreaties, but, as fearless a gentleman as lived in all the South, walked quickly to the center of the room, knelt beside one of the bodies for a closer examination, and tenderly raised its blackened and shriveled head in his hands. A strong, disagreeable odor came through the doorway, completely overpowering me. My senses reeled. I felt myself falling, and in clutching at the edge of the door for support, pushed it shut with a sharp click. I remember no more. 6 weeks later, I recovered my reason in a hotel in Manchester, whither I had been taken by strangers the next day. For all these weeks I had suffered from a nervous fever, attended with constant delirium. I had been found lying in the road several miles away from the house, but how I had escaped from it to get there I never knew. On recovery, or as soon as my physicians permitted me to talk, I inquired the fate of Judge Vey, whom, to quiet me as I now know, they represented as well and at home. No one believed a word of my story, and who can wonder? And who can imagine my grief when, arriving at my home in Frankfurt 2 months later, I learned that Judge Vey had never been heard of since that night. I then regretted bitterly the pride which, since the first few days after the recovery of my reason, had forbidden me to repeat my discredited story and insist upon its truth. With all that afterward occurred, the examination of the house, the failure to find any room corresponding to that which I have described, the attempt to have me adjudged insane, and my triumph over my accusers, the readers of the Advocate are familiar. After all these years, I am still confident that excavations, which I have neither the legal right to undertake nor the wealth to make, would disclose the secret of the disappearance of my unhappy friend, and possibly of the former occupants and owners of the deserted and now destroyed house. I do not despair of yet bringing about such a search, and it is a source of deep grief to me that it has been delayed by the undeserved hostility and unwise incredulity of the family and friends of the late Judge Vey. Colonel McArdle died in Frankfurt on the 13th day of December in the year 1879. End of The Spook House by Ambrose Bierce.
The Diary of Philip Westerly by Paul Compton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Diary of Philip Westerly by Paul Compton. A strange, brief tale of the terrible fear inspired by a man's horrendous reflection in a mirror. It has been 10 years since my uncle Philip Westerly disappeared. Many theories have been advanced as to why and how he vanished so strangely and so completely. Many have wondered why a man should vanish and leave nothing behind him but a smashed mirror. But none of these theories or wild imaginings are half so fantastic as the story I gathered from the diary which some whim prompted him to keep. But first, a word about Philip Westerly. He was a wealthy man, and also a cruel, selfish man. His wealth was attributed to the same cruelty and selfishness. He also had many whims. One of them was keeping a diary. Another was his love for mirrors. He was handsome in a cruel sort of way, and almost effeminate in his liking to stand before them and admire himself. This eccentricity was borne out by the fact that covering one whole side of his room was a mirror of gigantic size, the same mirror that is linked with his disappearance. But read the excerpts from the diary of Philip Westerly. August 3rd, afternoon. Billings asked for an extension on that note today, but I saw no reason why I should grant him any such thing. When I told him this, he began cursing me in a frightful manner. He said I was cruel, and that some day I would be called to account for the way I treated people. I laughed outright at this, but at the same time I felt a vague sense of uneasiness, which even yet I have not dispelled. Night. A remarkable thing has happened. I had gone to my room to dress for dinner, and I was standing before the mirror tying my tie. I had begun the usual procedure that one follows when I noticed that no such action was recorded in the mirror. True, there was my reflection in the glass, but it followed none of the movements that I made. It was immobile. I extended my hand to touch the reflection, and encountered nothing but the polished surface of the mirror. Then I noticed a truly remarkable thing. The reflection in the mirror wore no tie. I stepped back aghast. Was this an illusion? Had my mind and vision been affected by some malady that I was not aware of? Impossible. Then I regarded the reflection with more careful scrutiny. There were a number of differences between it and myself. For one thing, it wore a stubby growth of beard on its face. I was positive that I had visited the barber that very day, and passed my hand across my chin to verify this. It encountered nothing but smooth skin. The lips of the man in the mirror drooped in a display of gnarled yellow fangs, while my own bared nothing but 2 rows of gleaming, well-cared-for teeth. I was filled simultaneously with a feeling of disgust and fear, and looked for further discrepancies. I found them. The feet and hands were abnormally large, and the clothing of the thing was old, baggy, and covered with filth. I dared not stay longer. I tied the tie as best I could and descended hurriedly to dinner. August 4th, morning. I awoke feeling jaded and tired. My friend in the mirror is still with me. Ordinarily, the reflection of myself in bed is caught in the mirror, but not so this morning. Instead, I saw that the dweller within had, like myself, been having a night's rest. I hope he slept better than I did, for my own night was a series of fitful, restless tossings. "Good morning," I said, rising. When I moved, he moved. As I advanced toward the mirror, he drew closer to me. I stopped and surveyed him. He resembled me only remotely, I hope. I smiled, and he responded with a wolfish twist of his mouth. I extended my hand as if I wanted to shake hands with him, but he drew back as if from fire. I can't understand the terror which he holds for me. I try not to show my fear in front of him, but I feel that, animal-like, he senses it. I refer to the reflection as he, him, or it, for I cannot bring myself to admit that the thing in the mirror is my reflection. But I scarcely dare write what I do believe it to be. I have always been skeptical about such things as soul. But when I look into the mirror, God help me. Night. I am spending much time in my room now. I've spent most of the day here. This thing is beginning to hold a morbid fascination for me. I can't stay away for any length of time. I wish I could. My wife is beginning to worry about me. She says I look pale. She tells me I need a rest, a long rest. If I could only confide in her, in anyone, but I can't. I must fight and wait this out alone. August 5th. There has been little or no change in our relationship. He still remains aloof. Today my wife came to my room to see how I was feeling. She stood in such a position that looking into the mirror was unavoidable. She stood before the mirror arranging her hair. She noticed nothing out of the ordinary. And he was still there. Damn him! He was still there, and this time he snarled in triumph at me. One other remarkable thing. My wife hadn't seen the thing there in the mirror, but neither had I seen her reflection. It was the same with Peter, my valet, and Anna, the maid. Anna would have dusted the mirror had I not stopped her. I must take no chances. A close scrutiny might reveal him to them, and they must not know. They must not know. August 6th. 3 days. 3 days of hell. That's what it has been since I discovered that damn thing. How he tortures me. He has begun to mock me. When he thinks he has given an extraordinarily clever impersonation, he shakes with laughter. I can't hear him laugh, but I see him, and that's worse. I can't stand it much longer. August 7th. We never know how much we can stand until we go through some ordeal, such as I am now undergoing. But I feel that my nerve is near the breaking point. I have locked the door of my room. Anna leaves a tray outside my door. Sometimes I eat the food she brings, but more often I don't. My wife begs me to let her in, but I tell her to go away. I'm afraid to tell her. I'm afraid to tell anyone. I know what they do with people who have hallucinations. No, I can't tell. Neither can I leave. God knows why, but I can't. August 8th. It was the day before yesterday that I mentioned his mocking me. Today, I tremble at the thought, he is beginning to resemble me. This morning I looked in the mirror and discovered that he had discarded his rags and was now dressed in one of my suits. I ran to the wardrobe and discovered his clothes hanging where mine had been. I turned and faced him. He laughed and pointed toward my hands and feet. They were bloated beyond recognition. I dare not guess how far this change has gone. I can write no more today. August 9th. The change is complete. He looks more like me than I do myself. He has grown more cruel with the change. He taunts me with my ugliness. Finally, I could stand it no longer. I fled from the room. At last I found the thing I was looking for, a mirror. When I came face to face with what I now am, I nearly collapsed. Yes, he has taken my form. God pity me, I've taken his. I slunk back to the room in horror, back to his laughter, and the hell that is now my existence. God knows what tomorrow will bring. August 10th. 7 days since that devil has been in the mirror. I have prayed to God that it may be the last. It will. I know it will. He, in the mirror, senses it too. I see the look of apprehension in his eyes. Damn him! It's my turn to snarl in triumph now. For when I lay down this pen for the last time, perhaps I shall leap through the mirror. And he exists only in the mirror. God help me! I am laying down my pen. End of The Diary of Philip Westerly by Paul Compton.
By Water by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jan Pile. The night before Jan Larsen left to take up his new appointment in Egypt, he went to the clairvoyant. He neither believed nor disbelieved. He felt no interest, for he already knew his past and did not wish to know his future. "Just to please me, Jim," the girl pleaded. "The woman is wonderful. Before I had been 5 minutes with her, she told me your initials, so there must be something in it." "She read your thought," he smiled indulgently. "Even I can do that." But the girl was in earnest. He yielded. and that night, at his farewell dinner, he came to give his report of the interview. The result was meagre and unconvincing. Money was coming to him. He was soon to make a voyage, and he would never marry. So you see how silly it all is, he laughed. For they were to be married when his first promotion came. He gave the details, however, making a little story of it, the way he knew she laughed. But was that all, Jim? The girl asked it, looking rather hard into his face. Aren't you hiding something from me? He hesitated a moment, then burst out laughing at her clever discernment. There was a little more, he confessed. But you take it all so seriously. He had to tell it then, of course. The woman had told him a lot of gibberish about friendly and unfriendly elements. She said water was unfriendly to me. I was to be careful of water, or else I should come to harm by it. Fresh water only. He hastened to add, seeing that the idea of shipwreck was in her mind. Drowning? The girl asked quickly. Yes, he admitted with reluctance, but still laughing. She did say drowning, though drowning in no ordinary way. The girl's face showed uneasiness a moment. What does that mean? Drowning in no ordinary way? She asked, catching her breath. But that he could not tell her, because he did not know himself. He gave therefore the exact words. You will drown, but will not know you drown. It was unwise of him. He wished afterwards he had invented a happier report, or had kept this detail back. I'm safe in Egypt anyhow, he laughed. I shall be a clever man if I can find enough water in the desert to do me harm. And all the way from Trieste to Alexandria, he remembered the promise she had extracted, that he would never once go on the Nile unless duty made it imperative for him to do so. He kept that promise like the literal faithful soul he was. His love was equal to the somewhat quixotic sacrifice it occasionally involved. Fresh water in Egypt there was practically none other, and in any case the Natron works, where his duty lay, had their headquarters some distance out into the desert. The river, with its banks of welcome, refreshing verdure, wasn't even visible. Months passed quickly, and the time for leave came within measurable distance. In the long interval, luck had played the cards kindly for him. Vacancies had occurred, early promotion seemed likely, and his letters were full of plans to bring her out to share a little house of their own. His health, however, had not improved. The dryness didn't suit him. Even in this short period, his blood had thinned, his nervous system deteriorated, and contrary to the doctor's prophecy, the waterless air had told upon his sleep. A damp climate liked him best, and once the sun had touched him with its fiery finger. His letters made no mention of this. He described the life to her, the work, the sport, the pleasant people, and his chances of increased pay and early marriage. And a week before he sailed, he rode out upon a final act of duty to inspect the latest diggings his company were making. His course lay some 20 miles into the desert, behind El Chobak and towards the limestone hills of Guebel Haidi, and he went alone, carrying lunch and tea, for it was the weekly holiday of Friday, and the men were not at work. The accident was ordinary enough. On his way back in the heat of early afternoon, his pony stumbled against a boulder on the treacherous desert film, threw him heavily, broke the girth, bolted before he could seize the reins again, and left him stranded some 10 or 12 miles from home. There was a pain in his knee that made walking difficult, a buzzing in his head that troubled sight and made the landscape swim, while worse than either, his provisions, fastened to the saddle, had vanished with a frightened pony into those blazing leagues of sand. He was alone in the desert, beneath the pitiless afternoon sun, 12 miles of utterly exhausting country between him and safety. Under normal conditions he could have covered the distance in 4 hours, reaching home by dark, but his knee pained him so that a mile an hour proved the best he could possibly do. He reflected a few minutes. The wisest course was to sit down and wait till the pony told its obvious story to the stable, and help should come. And this was what he did. For the scorching heat and glare were dangerous. They were terrible, He was shaken and bewildered by his fall, hungry, and weak into the bargain, and an hour's painful scrambling over the baked and burning little gorges must have speedily caused complete prostration. He sat down and rubbed his aching knee. It was quite a little adventure, yet, though he knew the desert might not be lightly trifled with, he felt at the moment nothing more than this, and the amusing description of it he would give in his letter, or intoxicating thought by word of mouth. In the heat of the sun he began to feel drowsy. The soft torpor crept over him. He dozed. He fell asleep. It was a long, a dreamless sleep, for when he woke at length the sun had just gone down. The dusk lay awfully upon the enormous desert, and the air was chilly. The cold had waked him. Quickly, as though on purpose, the red glow faded from the sky. The first stars shone. It was dark. The heavens were a deep violet. He looked round and realized that his sense of direction had gone entirely. Great hunger was in him. The cold already was bitter as the wind rose, but the pain in his knee having eased, he got up and walked a little, and in a moment lost sight of the spot where he had been lying. The shadowy desert swallowed it. Ah, he realized, this is not an English field, or moor. I'm in the desert. The safe thing to do was to remain exactly where he was. Only thus could the rescuers find him. Once he wandered, he was done for. It was strange, the search party had not yet arrived. To keep warm, however, he was compelled to move. So he made a little pile of stones to mark the place, and walked round and round it in a circle of some dozen yards diameter. He limped badly, and the hunger gnawed dreadfully. But after all, the adventure was not so terrible. The amusing side of it kept uppermost still. Though fragile in body, his spirit wasn't unduly timid or imaginative. He could last out the night, or if the worst came to the worst, the next day as well. But when he watched the little group of stones, he saw that there were dozens of them, scores, hundreds, thousands of these little groups of stones. The desert's face, of course, is thickly strewn with them. The original one was lost in the first 5 minutes, so he sat down again, but the biting cold and the wind that licked his very skin beneath the light clothing soon forced him up again. It was ominous, and the night huge and shelterless. The shaft of green zodiacal light that hung so strangely in the western sky for hours had faded away. The stars were out in their bright thousands. No guide was anywhere. The wind moaned and puffed among the sandy mounds. The vast sheet of desert stretched appallingly upon the world. He heard the jackal's cry. And with the jackal's cry came suddenly the unwelcome realization that no play was in this adventure any more, but that a bleak reality stared at him through the surrounding darkness. He faced it at bay. He was genuinely lost. Thought blocked in him. I must be calm and think, he said aloud. His voice woke no echo. It was small and dead. Something gigantic ate it instantly. He got up and walked again. Why did no one come? Hours had passed. The pony had long ago found its stable, or had it run madly in another direction altogether. He walked out possibilities, tightened in his belt. The cold was searching. He never had been, never could be warm again. The hot sunshine of a few hours ago seemed the merest dream. Unfamiliar with hardship, he knew not what to do, but he took his coat and shirt off, vigorously rubbed his skin, where the dry perspiration of the afternoon still caused clammy shivers, swung his arms furiously like a London cabman, and quickly dressed again. Though the wind upon his bare back was fearful, he felt warmer a little. He lay down exhausted, sheltered by an overhanging limestone crag, and took snatches of fitful dog's sleep, while the wind drove overhead the dry sand prickled his skin. One face continually was near him, one pair of tender eyes. 2 dear hands smoothed him. He smelled the perfume of light brown hair. It was all natural enough. His whole thought, in his misery, ran to her in England. England, where there was soft fresh grass, big sheltering trees, hemlock and honeysuckle in the hedges, while the hot black desert guarded him, and consciousness dipped away at little intervals under this dry and pitiless Egyptian sky. It was perhaps 5 in the morning when a voice spoke, and he started up with a hurried jerk. The voice of that clairvoyant woman. The sentence died away into the darkness, but one word remained. Water! At first he wondered, but at once explanation came. Cause and effect were obvious. The clue was physical. His body needed water, and so the thought came up into his mind. He was thirsty. This was the moment when fear first really touched him. Hunger was manageable. More or less for a day or two, certainly. But thirst! Thirst and the desert were an evil pair that, by cumulative suggestion gathering since childhood days, brought terror in. Once in the mind, it could not be dislodged. In spite of his best efforts, the ghastly thing grew passionately because his thirst grew too. He had smoked much, had eaten spiced things at lunch, had breathed in alkali with a dry, scorched air. He searched for a cool flint pebble to put into his burning mouth, but found only angular scraps of dusty limestone. There were no pebbles here. The cold helped a little to counteract, but already he knew in himself subconsciously the dread of something that was coming. What was it? He tried to hide the thought and bury it out of sight. The utter futility of his tiny strength against the power of the universe appalled him. And then he knew the merciless sun was on the way, already rising. Its return was like the presage of execution to him. It came. With true horror he watched the marvelous swift dawnbreak over the sandy sea. The eastern sky glowed hurriedly as from crimson fires. Ridges not noticeable in the starlight turned black in endless series, like flat-topped billows of a frozen ocean. White streaks of blue and yellow followed, as the sky dropped sheets of faint light upon the wind-eaten cliffs, and showed their undersides. They did not advance. They waited till the sun was up, and then they moved. They rose and sank. They shifted as the sunshine lifted them, and the shadows crept away. But in an hour there would be no shadows any more. There would be no shade. The little groups of stones began to dance. It was horrible. The unbroken huge expanse lay round him, warming up 12 hours of blazing hell to come. Already the monstrous desert glared, each bit familiar, since each bit was a repetition of the bit before, behind, on either side. It left at guidance and direction. He rose and walked. For miles he walked, though how many, north, south, or west, he knew not. The frantic thing was in him now, the fury of the desert. He took its pace, its endless, tireless stride, the stride of the burning, murderous desert that is waterless. He felt it alive, a blindly having desire in it to reduce him to its conditionless, awful dryness. He felt yet knowing this was feverish and not to be believed that his own small life lay on its mighty surface, a mere dot in space, a mere heap of little stones. His emotions, his fears, his hopes, his ambition, his love mere bundled group of little unimportant stones that danced with apparent activity for a moment, then were merged in the undifferentiated surface underneath. He was included in a purpose greater than his own. The will made a plucky effort then. A night and a day, he laughed, while his lips cracked smartingly with the stretching of the skin. What is it? Many a chap has lasted days and days. Yes, only he was not of that rare company. He was ordinary, unaccustomed to privation, weak, untrained of spirit, unacquainted with stern resistance. He knew not how to spare himself. The desert struck him where it pleased all over. It played with him. His tongue was swollen. The parched throat could not swallow. He sank. An hour he lay there, just wit enough in him to choose the top of a mound, where he could be most easily seen. He lay 2 hours, 3, 4 hours. The heat blazed down upon him like a furnace. The sky, when he opened his eyes, once was empty. Then a speck became visible in the blue expanse, and presently another speck. They came from nowhere. They hovered very high, almost out of sight. They appeared, they disappeared, they reappeared. Nearer and nearer they swung down in sweeping stealthy circles, little dancing groups of them, miles away but ever drawing closer. The vultures. He had strained his ears so long for sounds of feet and voices that it seemed he could no longer hear at all. Hearing had ceased within him. Then came the water dreams with their agonizing torture. He heard it running in silver streams and rivulets across green English meadows. It rippled with silvery music. He heard it splash. He dipped hands and feet and head in it, in deep, clear pools of generous depth. He drank. With his skin he drank, not with mouth and throat alone. Eyes clinked in effervescent, sparkling water against a glass. He swam and plunged. Water gushed freely over back and shoulders, gallons and gallons of it, bathfuls, and to spare, a flood of gushing, crystal, cool, life-giving liquid. And then he stood in a beech wood, and felt the streaming deluge of delicious summer rain upon his face. Heard it drip luxuriantly upon a million thirsty leaves. The wet trunks shone, the damp moss spread its perfume, ferns waved heavily in the moist atmosphere. He was soaked to the skin in it. A mountain torrent, fresh from fields of snow, foamed boiling past, and the spray fell in a shower upon his cheeks and hair. He dived head foremost. He was up to the neck, and she was with him. They were under water together. He saw her eyes gleaming into his own beneath the copious flood. The voice, however, was not hers. "You will drown. Yet you will not know you drown." His swollen tongue called out a name, but no sound was audible. He closed his eyes. There came sweet unconsciousness. A sound in that instant was audible, though. It was a voice, voices and the thud of animal hoofs upon the sand. The specks had vanished from the sky as mysteriously as they came, and as though in answer to the sound, he made a movement, an automatic, unconscious movement. He did not know he moved, and the body, uncontrolled, lost its precarious balance. He rolled, but he did not know he rolled. Slowly over the edge of the sloping mound of sand, he turned sideways. Like a log of wood, he slid gradually, turning over and over, nothing to stop him to the bottom. A few feet only, and not even steep, just steep enough to keep rolling slowly. There was a splash, but he did not know there was a splash. They found him in a pool of water, one of these rare pools the desert Bedouin mark preciously for their own. He had lain within 3 yards of it for hours. He was drowned, but he did not know he drowned. End of By Water by Algernon Blackwood.
Keeping His Promise by Algernon Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Kane. Keeping His Promise by Algernon Blackwood. It was 11 o'clock at night, and young Marriott was locked into his room, cramming as hard as he could cram. He was a fourth-year man at Edinburgh University, and he had been plowed for this particular examination so often that his parents had positively declared they could no longer supply the funds to keep him there. His rooms were cheap and dingy, but it was the lecture fees that took the money. So Marriott pulled himself together at last, and definitely made up his mind that he would pass or die in the attempt, and for some weeks now he had been reading as hard as a mortal man could read. He was trying to make up for lost time and money in a way that showed conclusively he did not understand the value of either. For no ordinary man, and Marriott was in every sense an ordinary man, can afford to drive the mind as he had lately been driving his, without sooner or later paying the cost. Among the students he had few friends or acquaintances, and these few had promised not to disturb him at night, knowing he was at last reading in earnest. It was therefore with feelings a good deal stronger than mere surprise that he heard the door-bell ring on this particular night, and realized that he was to have a visitor. Some men would simply have muffled the bell and gone on quietly with their work, but Marriott was not this sort. He was nervous. It would have bothered him and pecked at his mind all night not to know who the visitor was and what he wanted. The only thing to do, therefore, was to let him in, and out again, as quickly as possible. The landlady went to bed at 10 o'clock punctually, after which hour nothing could induce her to pretend she heard the bell. So Marriott jumped up from his books with an exclamation that augured ill for the reception of his caller, and prepared to let him in with his own hand. The streets of Edinburgh town were very still at this late hour. It was late for Edinburgh, and in the quiet neighborhood of Foley Street, where Marriott lived on the 3rd floor, scarcely a sound broke the silence. As he crossed the floor, the bell rang a second time with unnecessary clamor, and he unlocked the door and passed into the little hallway with considerable wrath and annoyance in his heart at the insolence of the double interruption. "The fellows all know I'm reading for this exam. Why in the world do they come bother me at such an unearthly hour?" The inhabitants of the building with himself were medical students, general students, poor riders to the Signet, and some others whose vocations were perhaps not so obvious. The stone staircase, dimly lighted at each floor by a gas jet that would not turn above a certain height, wound down to the level of the street with no pretence at carpet or railing. At some levels it was cleaner than at others. It depended on the landlady of that particular level. The acoustic properties of a spiral staircase seemed to be particular. Marriott, standing by the open door, book in hand, thought every moment the owner of the footsteps would come into view. The sound of the boots was so close and so loud that they seemed to travel disproportionately in advance of their cause. Wondering who it could be, he stood ready with all manner of sharp greetings for the man who dared thus to disturb his work. But the man did not appear. The steps sounded almost under his nose, yet no one was visible. A sudden queer sensation of fear passed over him, a faintness and a shiver down the back. It went, however, almost as soon as it came, and he was just debating whether he would call aloud to his invisible visitor or slam the door and return to his books, when the cause of the disturbance turned the corner very slowly and came into view. It was a stranger. He saw a youngish man, short of figure and very broad. His face was the color of a piece of chalk, and the eyes, which were very bright, had heavy lines underneath them. Though the cheeks and chin were unshaven and the general appearance unkempt, the man was evidently a gentleman, for he was well dressed and bore himself with a certain air. But strangest of all, he wore no hat and carried none in his hand, and although rain had been falling steadily all the evening, he appeared to have neither overcoat nor umbrella. 100 questions sprang up in Marriott's mind and rushed to his lips, chief among which was something like, "Who in the world are you, and what in the name of heaven do you come to me for?" But none of these questions found time to express themselves in words, for almost at once the caller turned his head a little so that the gas light in the hall fell upon his features from a new angle. Then in a flash Marriott recognized him. "Field! Man alive, is it you?" he gasped. The fourth-year man was not lacking in intuition, and he perceived at once that here was a case for delicate treatment. He divined, without any actual process of thought, that the catastrophe often predicted had come at last, and that this man's father had turned him out of the house. They had been at private school together years before, and though they hardly met once since, the news had not failed to reach him from time to time with considerable detail, for the family lived near his own, and between certain of the sisters there was a great intimacy. Young Field had gone wild later. He remembered hearing about it all. Drink, a woman, opium, or something of the sort, he could not exactly call to mind. "Come in," he said at once, his anger vanishing. "There's been something wrong, I can see. Come in and tell me all about it, and perhaps I can help." He hardly knew what to say, and stammered a lot more besides. The dark side of life, and the horror of it, belonged to a world that lay remote from his own select little atmosphere of books and dreamings. But he had a man's heart for all that. He led the way across the hall, shutting the front door carefully behind him, and noticed as he did so that the other, though certainly sober, was unsteady on his legs and evidently much exhausted. Marriott might not be able to pass his examinations, but he at least knew the symptoms of starvation, acute starvation unless he was mistaken, when they stared him in the face. "Come along," he said cheerfully, and with genuine sympathy in his voice. "I'm glad to see you. I was going to have a bite of something to eat, and you're just in time to join me." The other made no audible reply, and shuffled so feebly with his feet that Marriott took his arm by way of support. He noticed for the first time that the clothes hung on him with pitiful looseness. The broad frame was literally hardly more than a frame. He was as thin as a skeleton, but as he touched him, the sensation of faintness and dread returned. It only lasted a moment and then passed off, and he ascribed it not unnaturally to the distress and shock of seeing a former friend in such a pitiful plight. "Better let me guide you. It's shamefully dark, this hall. I'm always complaining," he said lightly, recognizing by the weight upon his arm that the guidance was sorely needed. "But the old cat never does anything except promise." He led him to a sofa, wondering all the time where he had come from and how he had found out the address. It must be at least 7 years since those days at the private school when they used to be such close friends. "Now, if you'll forgive me for a moment," he said, "I'll get supper ready, such as it is, and don't bother to talk. Just take it easy on the sofa. I see you're dead tired. You can tell me about it afterwards, and we'll make plans." The other sat down on the edge of the sofa and stared in silence, while Marriott got out the brown loaf, scones, and huge pot of marmalade that Edinburgh students always keep in their cupboards. His eyes shone with a brightness that suggested drugs, Marriott thought, stealing a glance at him from behind the cupboard door. He did not like yet to take a full square look. The fellow was in a bad way, and it would have been so like an examination to stare and wait for explanations. Besides, he was evidently almost too exhausted to speak, so for reasons of delicacy, and for another reason as well, which he could not exactly formulate to himself, he let his visitor rest apparently unnoticed while he busied himself with the supper. He lit the spirit lamp to make cocoa, and when the water was boiling he drew up the table with the good things to the sofa, so that Field need not have even the trouble of moving to a chair. "Now let's tuck in," he said, "and afterwards we'll have a pipe and a chat. I'm reading for an exam, you know, and I always have something about this time. It's jolly to have a companion." He looked up and caught his guest's eyes directed straight upon his own. An involuntary shudder ran through him from head to foot. The face opposite him was deadly white and wore a dreadful expression of pain and mental suffering. "By gad," he said, jumping up, "I quite forgot. I've got some whiskey somewhere. What an ass I am. I never touch it myself when I'm working like this." He went to the cupboard and poured out a stiff glass, which the other swallowed at a single gulp and without any water. Marriott watched him while he drank it, and at the same time noticed something else as well. Field's coat was all over dust, and on one shoulder was a bit of cobweb. It was perfectly dry. Field arrived on a soaking wet night without hat, umbrella, or overcoat, and yet perfectly dry, even dusty. Therefore he had been under cover. What did it all mean? Had he been hiding in the building? It was very strange, yet he volunteered nothing, and Marriott had pretty well made up his mind by this time that he would not ask any questions until he had eaten and slept. Food and sleep were obviously what the poor devil needed most and first. He was pleased with his powers of ready diagnosis, and it would not be fair to press him till he had recovered a bit. They ate their supper together while the host carried on a running, one-sided conversation, chiefly about himself and his exams and his old cat of a landlady, so that the guest need not utter a single word unless he really wished to, which he evidently did not. But while he toyed with his food, feeling no desire to eat, the other ate voraciously. To see a hungry man devour cold scones, stale oatcake, and brown bread laden with marmalade was a revelation to this inexperienced student who had never known what it was like to be without at least 3 meals a day. He watched in spite of himself, wondering why the fellow did not choke in the process. But Field seemed to be as sleepy as he was hungry. More than once his head dropped and he ceased to masticate the food in his mouth. Marriott had positively to shake him before he would go on with his meal. A stronger emotion will overcome a weaker, but this struggle between the sting of real hunger and the magical opiate of overpowering sleep was a curious sight to the student, who watched it with mingled astonishment and alarm. He had heard of the pleasure it was to feed hungry men and watch them eat, but he had never actually witnessed it, and he had no idea it was like this. Field ate like an animal, gobbled, stuffed, gorged. Marriott forgot his reading and began to feel something very much like a lump in his throat. "Afraid there's been awfully little to offer you, old man," he managed to blurt out when at length the last scone had disappeared and the rapid one-sided meal was at an end. Field still made no reply, for he was almost asleep in his seat. He merely looked up, wearily and gratefully. "Now you must have some sleep, you know," he continued, "or you'll go to pieces. I shall be up all night reading for this blessed exam. You're more than welcome to my bed. Tomorrow we'll have a late breakfast and see what can be done, and make plans. I'm awfully good at making plans, you know," he added with an attempt at lightness. Field maintained his dead sleepy silence, but appeared to acquiesce, and the other led the way into the bedroom, apologizing as he did so to this half-starved son of a baronet, whose own home was almost a palace, for the size of the room. The weary guest, however, made no pretense of thanks or politeness. He merely steadied himself on his friend's arm as he staggered across the room, and then, with all his clothes on, dropped his exhausted body on the bed. In less than a minute he was to all appearances sound asleep. For several minutes Marriott stood in the open door and watched him, praying devoutly that he might never find himself in a like predicament, and then fell to wondering what he would do with his unbidden guest on the morrow. But he did not stop long to think, for the call of the books was imperative, and happen what might, he must see to it that he passed that examination. Having again locked the door into the hall, he sat down to his books and resumed his notes on materia medica where he had left off when the bell rang. But it was difficult for some time to concentrate his mind on the subject. His thoughts kept wandering to the picture of that white-faced, strange-eyed fellow, starved and dirty, lying in his clothes and boots on the bed. He recalled their school days together before they had drifted apart, and how they had vowed eternal friendship, and all the rest of it. And now! What horrible straits to be in! How could any man let the love of dissipation take such hold upon him? But one of their vows together Marriott, it seemed, had completely forgotten. Just now, at any rate, it lay too far in the background of his memory to be recalled. Through the half-open door, the bedroom led out of the sitting-room and had no other door, came the sound of deep, long-drawn breathing, the regular, steady breathing of a tired man. So tired, even to listen to it made Marriott almost want to go to sleep himself. He needed it, reflected the student, and perhaps it came only just in time. Perhaps so, for outside the bitter wind from across the Forth howled cruelly and drove the rain in cold streams against the window-panes and down the deserted streets. Long before Marriott settled down again properly to his reading, he heard distantly, as it were, through the sentences of the book, the heavy, deep breathing of the sleeper in the next room. A couple of hours later, when he yawned and changed his books, he still heard the breathing and went cautiously up to the door to look round. At first the darkness of the room must have deceived him, or else his eyes were confused and dazzled by the recent glare of the reading lamp. For a minute or two he could make out nothing at all but dark lumps of furniture, the massive chest of drawers by the wall, and the white patch where his bath stood in the center of the floor. Then the bed came slowly into view, and on it he saw the outline of the sleeping body gradually take shape before his eyes, growing up strangely into the darkness, till it stood out in marked relief, the long black form against the white counterpane. He could hardly help smiling. Field had not moved an inch. He watched him a moment or two, and then returned to his books. The night was full of the singing voices of the wind and rain. There was no sound of traffic, no hansoms clattering over the cobbles, and it was still too early for the milk carts. He worked on steadily and conscientiously, only stopping now and again to change a book or to sip some of the poisonous stuff that kept him awake and made his brain so active, and on these occasions Field's breathing was always distinctly audible in the next room. Outside, the storm continued to howl, but inside the house was all stillness. The shade of the reading lamp threw all the light upon the littered table, leaving the other end of the room in comparative darkness. The bedroom door was exactly opposite him where he sat. There was nothing to disturb the worker, nothing but an occasional rush of wind against the windows and a slight pain in his arm. This pain, however, which he was unable to account for, grew once or twice very acute. It bothered him, and he tried to remember how and when he could have bruised himself so severely, but without success. At length the page before him turned from yellow to gray, and there were sounds of wheels in the street below. It was 4 o'clock. Marriott leaned back and yawned prodigiously. Then he drew back the curtains. The storm had subsided, and the Castle Rock was shrouded in mist. With another yawn, he turned away from the dreary outlook and prepared to sleep the remaining 4 hours till breakfast on the sofa. Field was still breathing heavily in the next room, and he first tiptoed across the floor to take another look at him. Peering cautiously round the half-opened door, his first glance fell upon the bed now, plainly discernible in the grey light of morning. He stared hard. Then he rubbed his eyes again and thrust his head farther round the edge of the door. With fixed eyes he stared harder still, and harder, but it made no difference at all. He was staring into an empty room. The sensation of fear he had felt when Field first appeared upon the scene returned suddenly, but with much greater force. He became conscious, too, that his left arm was throbbing violently and causing him great pain. He stood wondering and staring and trying to collect his thoughts, but he trembled from head to foot. By a great effort of the will he left the support of the door and walked forward boldly into the room. There upon the bed was the impress of a body where Field had lain and slept. There was the mark of the head on the pillow and the slight indentation at the foot of the bed where the boots had rested on the counterpane. And there, plainer than ever, for he was closer to it, was the breathing. Marriott tried to pull himself together. With a great effort he found his voice and called his friend aloud by name. "Field, is that you? Where are you?" There was no reply, but the breathing continued without interruption, coming directly from the bed. His voice had such an unfamiliar sound that Marriott did not care to repeat his questions, but he went down on his knees and examined the bed above and below, pulling the mattress off finally and taking the coverings away separately, one by one. But though the sounds continued, there was no visible sign of Field, nor was there any space in which a human being, however small, could have concealed itself. He pulled the bed out from the wall, but the sound stayed where it was. It did not move with the bed. Marriott, finding self-control a little difficult in his weary condition, at once set about a thorough search of the room. He went through the cupboard, the chest of drawers, the little alcove where the clothes hung, everything, but there was no sign of anyone. The small window near the ceiling was closed, and anyhow was not large enough to let a cat pass. The sitting-room door was locked on the inside. He could not have got out that way. Curious thoughts began to trouble Marriott's mind, bringing in their train unwelcome sensations. He grew more and more excited. He searched the bed again till it resembled the scene of a pillow fight. He searched both rooms, knowing all the time it was useless, and then he searched again. A cold perspiration broke out all over his body, and the sound of heavy breathing all this time never ceased to come from the corner where Field had lain down to sleep. Then he tried something else. He pushed the bed back exactly into its original position, and himself lay down upon it where his guest had lain. But the same instant he sprang up again in a single bound. The breathing was close beside him, almost on his cheek, and between him and the wall. Not even a child could have squeezed into that space. He went back into his sitting-room, opened the windows, welcoming all the light and air possible, and tried to think the whole matter over quietly and clearly. Men who read too hard and slept too little, he knew, were sometimes troubled with very vivid hallucination. Again he calmly reviewed every incident of the night, his accurate sensations, the vivid details, the emotions stirred in him, the dreadful feast. No single hallucination could ever combine all these and cover so long a period of time. But with less satisfaction he thought of the recurring faintness and curious sense of horror that had once or twice come over him, and then the violent pains in his arm. These were quite unaccountable. Moreover, now that he began to analyze and examine, There was one other thing that fell upon him like a sudden revelation. During the whole time Field had not actually uttered a single word. Yet, as though in mockery upon his reflections, there came ever from that inner room the sound of the breathing, long drawn, deep, and regular. The thing was incredible. It was absurd. Haunted by visions of brain fever and insanity, Marriott put on his cap and mackintosh and left the house. The morning air on Arthur's Seat would blow the cobwebs from his brain, the scent of the heather, and above all, the sight of the sea. He roamed over the wet slopes above Holyrood for a couple of hours, and did not return until the exercise had shaken some of the horror out of his bones, and given him a ravening appetite into the bargain. As he entered, he saw that there was another man in the room, standing against the window with his back to the light. He recognized his fellow student Green, who was reading for the same examination. "Read hard all night, Marriott," he said, "and thought I'd drop in here to compare notes and have some breakfast. You're out early?" he added by way of a question. Marriott said he had a headache and a walk had helped it, and Green nodded and said, "Ah." But when the girl had set the steaming porridge on the table and gone out again, he went on with a rather forced tone. "Didn't know you had any friends who drank, Marriott." This was obviously tentative, and Marriott replied dryly that he did not know it either. "Sounds just as if some chap were sleeping it off in there, doesn't it, though?" persisted the other, with a nod in the direction of the bedroom, and looking curiously at his friend. The two men stared steadily at each other for several seconds, and then Marriott said earnestly, "Then you hear it too! Thank God! Of course I hear it. The door's open. Sorry if I wasn't meant to." "Oh, I don't mean that," said Marriott, lowering his voice, "but I'm awfully relieved. Let me explain. Of course, if you hear it too, then it's all right, but really it frightened me more than I can tell you. I thought I was going to have brain fever or something, and you know what a lot depends on this exam. It always begins with sounds or visions or some sort of beastly hallucination, and I—" "Rot!" ejaculated the other impatiently. "What are you talking about?" "Now listen to me, Green," said Marriott as calmly as he could, for the breathing was still plainly audible, "and I'll tell you what I mean. Only don't interrupt." And thereupon he related exactly what had happened during the night, telling everything, down to the pain in his arm. When it was over, he got up from the table and crossed the room. "You hear the breathing now plainly, don't you?" he said. Green said he did. "Well, come with me, and we'll search the room together." The other, however, did not move from his chair. "I've been in already," he said sheepishly. "I heard the sounds and thought it was you. The door was ajar, so I went in." Marriott made no comment, but pushed the door open as wide as it would go. As it opened, the sound of breathing grew more and more distinct. "Someone must be in there," said Green under his breath. "Someone is in there. But where?" said Marriott. Again he urged his friend to go in with them, but Green refused point blank, and said he had been in once and had searched the room, and there was nothing there. He would not go in again for a good deal. They shut the door and retired into the other room to talk it over with many pipes. Green questioned his friend very closely, but without illuminating result, since questions cannot alter facts. "The only thing that ought to have a proper, a logical explanation is the pain in my arm," said Marriott, rubbing that member with an attempt at a smile. "It hurts so infernally and aches all the way up. I can't remember bruising it, though." "Let me examine it for you," said Green. "I'm awfully good at bones, in spite of the examiner's opinion to the contrary." It was a relief to play the fool a bit, and Marriott took his coat off and rolled up his sleeve. "By George, though, I'm bleeding!" he exclaimed. "Look here! What on earth's this?" On the forearm, quite close to the wrist, was a thin red line. There was a tiny drop of apparently fresh blood on it. Green came over and looked closely at it for some minutes. Then he sat back in his chair, looking curiously at his friend's face. "You've scratched yourself without knowing it," he said presently. "There's no sign of a bruise. It must be something else that made the arm ache." Marriott sat very still, staring silently at his arm, as though the solution of the whole mystery lay there, actually written upon the skin. "What's the matter?" "I see nothing very strange about a scratch," said Green in an unconvincing sort of voice. "It was your cufflinks, probably, last night in your excitement." But Marriott, white to the very lips, was trying to speak. The sweat stood in great beads on his forehead. At last he leaned forward close to his friend's face. "Look," he said in a low voice that shook a little. "Do you see that red mark?" I mean underneath what you call the scratch. Green admitted that he saw something or other, and Marriott wiped the place clean with his handkerchief and told him to look again more closely. Yes, I see, returned the other, lifting his head after a moment's careful inspection. It looks like an old scar. It is an old scar, whispered Marriott, his lips trembling. Now it all comes back to me. All what? Green fidgeted on his chair. He tried to laugh, but without success. His friend seemed bordering on collapse. Hush! Be quiet, and I'll tell you. Field made that scar. For a whole minute the two men looked at each other full in the face, without speaking. Field made that scar, repeated Marriott at length in a louder voice. Field? You mean last night? No, not last night. Years ago, at school, with his knife. And I made a scar in his arm with mine. Marriott was talking rapidly now. We exchanged drops of blood in each other's cuts. He put a drop into my arm, and I put one into his. In the name of heaven, what for? It was a boys' compact. We made a sacred pledge, a bargain. I remember it all perfectly now. We had been reading some dreadful book, and we swore to appear to one another. I mean, whoever died first swore to show himself to the other. And we sealed the compact with each other's blood. I remember it all so well, the hot summer afternoon in the playground, 7 years ago, and one of the masters caught us and confiscated the knives, and I have never thought of it again to this day. And you mean, stammered Green. But Marriott made no answer. He got up and crossed the room and lay down wearily upon the sofa, hiding his face in his hands. Green himself was a bit nonplussed. He left his friend alone for a little while, thinking it all over again. Suddenly an idea seemed to strike him. He went over to where Marriott still lay motionless on the sofa and roused him. In any case, it was better to face the matter, whether there was an explanation or not. Giving in was always the silly exit. I say, Marriott, he began, as the other turned his white face up to him, there's no good being so upset about it. I mean, if it's all an hallucination, we know what to do. And if it isn't, well, we know what to think, don't we? I suppose so. But it frightens me horribly for some reason, returned his friend in a hushed voice. And that poor devil. But after all, if the worst is true, and that chap has kept his promise, well, he has. That's all, isn't it? Marriott nodded. There's only one thing that occurs to me, Green went on, and that is, are you quite sure that he really ate like that? I mean that he actually ate anything at all, he finished, blurting out all his thought. Marriott stared at him for a moment, and then said he could easily make certain. He spoke quietly, after the main shock, no lesser surprise, could affect him. I put the things away myself, he said, after we had finished. They are on the third shelf in that cupboard. No one's touched them since. He pointed without getting up, and Green took the hint and went over to look. Exactly, he said, after a brief examination. Just as I thought. It was partly hallucination at any rate. The things haven't been touched. Come and see for yourself. Together they examined the shelf. There was the brown loaf, the plate of stale scones, the oat cake, all untouched. Even the glass of whiskey Marriott had poured out stood there with the whiskey still in it. You were feeding no one, said Green. Field ate and drank nothing. He was not there at all. But the breathing, urged the other in a low voice, staring with a dazed expression on his face. Green did not answer. He walked over to the bedroom, while Marriott followed him with his eyes. He opened the door and listened. There was no need for words. The sound of deep, regular breathing came floating through the air. There was no hallucination about that, at any rate. Marriott could hear it where he stood on the other side of the room. Green closed the door and came back. There's only one thing to do, he declared with decision. Write home and find out about him, and meanwhile come and finish your reading in my rooms. I've got an extra bed. Agreed, returned the fourth-year man. There's no hallucination about that exam. I must pass that whatever happens. And this is what they did. It was about a week later when Marriott got the answer from his sister. Part of it he read out to Green. It is curious, she wrote, that in your letter you should have inquired after Field. It seems a terrible thing, but you know only a short while ago Sir John's patience became exhausted, and he turned him out of the house, they say, without a penny. Well, what do you think? He has killed himself. At least it looks like suicide. Instead of leaving the house, he went down into the cellar and simply starved himself to death. They're trying to suppress it, of course, but I heard it all from my maid, who got it from their footman. They found the body on the 14th, and the doctor said he died about 12 hours before. He was dreadfully thin." "Then he died on the 13th," said Green. Marriott nodded. "That's the very night he came to see you." Marriott nodded again. End of Keeping His Promise. Recording by Michelle Kane.
The Lost Room by James O'Brien. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lost Room by James O'Brien. It was oppressively warm. The sun had long disappeared, but seemed to have left its vital spirit of heat behind it. The air rested. The leaves of the acacia trees that have shrouded my windows hung plum-like on the delicate stalks. The smoke of my cigar scarce rose above my head, but hung about me in a pale blue cloud, which I had to dissipate with a languid wave of my hand. My shirt was open at the throat, and my chest heaved laboriously in the effort to catch some breaths of fresher air. The very noises of the city seemed to be wrapped in slumber, and the shrilling of the mosquitoes were the only sounds that broke the stillness. As I lay, with my feet elevated on the back of a chair, wrapped in that peculiar frame of mind in which thought assumes a species of lifeless motion, the strange fancy seized me of making a languid inventory of the principal articles of furniture in my room. It was a task well suited to the mood in which I found myself. Their forms were duskily defined in the dim twilight that floated shadowily through the chamber. It was no labour to note and particularize each, and from the place where I sat I could command a view of all my possessions without even turning my head. There was imprimus that ghostly lithograph by Calame. It was a mere black spot on the white wall, but my inner vision scrutinized every detail of the picture. A wild, desolate midnight heath, with a spectral oak tree in the centre of the foreground. The wind blows fiercely, and the jagged branches, clothed scantily with ill-grown leaves, are swept to the left continually by its giant force. A formless rack of clouds streams across the awful sky, and the rain sweeps almost parallel with the horizon. Beyond, the heath stretches off into endless blackness, in the extreme of which either fancy or art has conjured up some undefinable shapes that seem riding into space. At the base of the huge oak stands a shrouded figure. His mantle is wound by the blast in tight folds around his form, and the long cock's feather in his hat is blown upright, till it seems as if it stood on end with fear. His features are not visible, for he has grasped his cloak with both hands, and drawn it from either side across his face. The picture is seemingly objectless. It tells no tale, but there is a weird power about it that haunts one, and it was for that I bought it. Next to the picture comes the round blot that hangs below it, which I know to be a smoking cap. It has my coat of arms embroidered on the front, and for that reason I never wear it, though when properly arranged on my head, with its long blue silken tassel hanging down by my cheek, I believe it becomes me well. I remember the time when it was in the course of manufacture. I remember the tiny little hands that pushed the coloured silk so nimbly through the cloth that was stretched on the embroidery frame, the vast trouble I was put to get a coloured copy of my armorial bearings for the heraldic work which was to decorate the front of the band, the pursings up of the little mouth, and the contractions of the young forehead, as their possessor plunged into a profound sea of cogitation touching the way in which the cloud should be represented from which the armed hand that is my crest issues, the heavenly moment when the tiny hands placed it on my head, in a position that I could not bear for more than a few seconds, and I, king-like, immediately assumed my royal prerogative after the coronation, and instantly levied a tax on my only subject, which was, however, not paid unwillingly. Ah, the cap is there, but the embroiderer has fled, for Atropos was severing the web of life above her head, while she was weaving that silken shelter for mine. How uncouthly the huge piano that occupies the corner at the left of the door looms out in the uncertain twilight. I neither play nor sing, yet I own a piano. It is a comfort to me to look at it, and to feel that the music is there, although I am not able to break the spell that binds it. It is pleasant to know that Bellini and Mozart, Cimarosa, Popara, Gluck, and all such, or at least their souls, sleep in that unwieldy case. There he embalmed, as it were, all operas, sonatas, oratorios, notturnos, marches, songs, and dances that ever climbed into existence through the 4 bars that wall in melody. Once I was entirely repaid for the investment of my funds in that instrument which I never use. Blockita, the composer, came to see me. Of course his instincts urged him as irresistibly to my piano as if some magnetic power lay within it compelling him to approach. He tuned it, he played on it. All night long, until the grey and spectral dawn rose out of the depths of the midnight, he sat and played, and I lay smoking by the window listening. Wild, unearthly, and sometimes insufferably painful were the improvisations of Blockita. The chords of the instrument seemed breaking with anguish. Lost soul shrieked in his dismal preludes. The half-heard utterances of spirits in pain that groped at inconceivable distances from anything lovely or harmonious seemed to rise dimly up out of the waves of sound that gathered under his hands. Melancholy human love wandered out on distant heaths, or beneath dank and gloomy cypresses, murmuring its unanswered sorrow, or hateful gnomes sported and sang in the stagnant swamps, triumphing in unearthly tones over the knight whom they had lured to his death. Such was Blockita's night's entertainment, and when he at length closed the piano and hurried away through the cold morning, he left a memory about the instrument from which I could never escape. Those snowshoes that hung in the space between the mirror and the door recall Canadian wanderings. A long race through the dense forests over the frozen snow, through whose brittle crust the slender hooves of the caribou that we were pursuing sank at every step, until the poor creature despairingly turned at bay in a small juniper coppice, and we heartlessly shut him down. And I remember how Gabriel, the habitant, and Francois, the half-breed, cut his throat, and how the hot blood rushed out in the torrent over the snowy soil. And I recall the snow cabin that Gabriel built, where we all three slept so warmly, and the great fire that glowed at our feet, painting all kinds of demonic shapes on the black screen of forest that lay without, and the deer steaks that we roasted for our breakfast, and the savage drunkenness of Gabriel in the morning, he having been privately drinking out of my brandy flask all the night long. That long, haftless dagger that dangles over the mantelpiece makes my heart swell. I found it when a boy in a hoary old castle in which one of my maternal ancestors once lived. That same ancestor, who, by the way, yet lives in history, was a strange old sea-king who dwelt on the extremest point of the southwestern coast of Ireland. He owned the whole of that fertile island called Inniskayrin, which directly faces Cape Clear, where between them the Atlantic rolls furiously, forming what the fishermen of the place call the Sound. An awful place in winter is that same Sound. On certain days no boat can live there for a moment, and Cape Clear is frequently cut off for days from any communication with the mainland. This old sea-king, Sir Florence O'Driscoll by name, passed a stormy life. From the summit of his castle he watched the ocean, and when any richly laden vessels, bound from the south to the industrious Galway merchants, hove in sight, Sir Florence hoisted the sails of his galley, and it went hard with him if he did not tow into harbour ship and crew. In this way he lived, not a very honest mode of livelihood certainly, according to our modern ideas, but quite reconcilable with the morals of his time. As may be supposed, Sir Florence got into trouble. Complaints were laid against him at the English court by the plundered merchants, and the Irish Viking set out for London to plead his own case before good Queen Bess, as she was called. He had one powerful recommendation. He was a marvellously handsome man, not Celtic by descent, but half Spanish, half Danish in blood. He had the great northern stature, with the regular features, flashing eyes, and dark hair of the Iberian race. This may account for the fact that his stay at the English court was much longer than was necessary, as also for the tradition which a local historian mentions, that the English queen evinced a preference for the Irish chieftain of other nature than that usually shown from monarch to subject. Previous to his departure, Sir Florence had entrusted the care of his property to an Englishman named Hull. During the long absence of the knight, this person managed to ingratiate himself with the local authorities and gain their favour so far that they were willing to support him in almost any scheme. After a protracted stay, Sir Florence, pardoned of all his misdeeds, returned to his home. home no longer. Hull was in possession, and refused to yield an acre of the lands he had so nefariously acquired. It was no use appealing to the law, for its officers were in the opposition interest. It was no use appealing to the Queen, for she had another lover, and had forgotten the poor Irish knight by this time. And so the Viking passed the best portion of his life in unsuccessful attempts to reclaim his vast estates, and was eventually, in his old age, obliged to content himself with his castle by the sea, and the island of Inniskeren, the only spot of which the usurper was unable to deprive him. So this old story of my kinsman's fate looms up out of the darkness that enshrouds that haftless dagger hanging on the wall. It was somewhat after the foregoing fashion that I dreamily made the inventory of my personal property. As I turned my eyes on each object, one after the other, or the places where they lay, for the room was now so dark that it was almost impossible to see with any distinctness, a crowd of memories connected with each rose up before me, and perforce I had to indulge them. So I proceeded but slowly, and at last my cigar shortened to a hot and bitter morsel that I could barely hold between my lips, while it seemed to me that the night grew each moment more insufferably oppressive. While I was revolving some impossible means of cooling my wretched body, the cigar stump began to burn my lips. I flung it angrily through the open window, and stooped out to watch it falling. It first lighted on the leaves of the acacia, sending out a spray of red sparkles. Then, rolling off, it fell plump on the dark walk in the garden, faintly illuminating for a moment the dusky trees and breathless flowers. Whether it was the contrast between the red flash of the cigar stump and the silent darkness of the garden, or whether it was that I detected by the sudden light a faint waving of the leaves, I know not, but something suggested to me that the garden was cool. I will take a turn there, thought I, just as I am. It cannot be warmer than this room, and however still the atmosphere, there is always a feeling of liberty and spaciousness in the open air that partially supplies one's wants. With this idea running through my head, I arose, lit another cigar, and passed out into the long, intricate corridors that led to the main staircase. As I crossed the threshold of my room, with what a different feeling I should have passed it, had I known that I was never to set foot in it again. I lived in a very large house, in which I occupied 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. The house was old-fashioned, and all the floors communicated by a huge circular staircase that wound up through the centre of the building, while at every landing long rambling corridors stretched off into mysterious nooks and corners. This palace of mine was very high, and its resources, in the way of crannies and windings, seemed to be interminable. Nothing seemed to stop anywhere. Cul-de-sacs were unknown on the premises. The corridors and passages, like mathematical lines, seemed capable of indefinite extension, and the object of the architect must have been to erect an edifice in which people might go ahead for ever. The whole place was gloomy, not so much because it was large, but because an unearthly nakedness seemed to pervade its structure. The staircases, corridors, halls, and vestibules all partook of a desert-like desolation. There was nothing on the walls to break the sombre monotony of those long vistas of shade. No carvings on the wainscoting, no moulded masks peering down from the simply severe cornices, no marble vases on the landings. There was an eminent dreariness and want of life, so rare in an American establishment, all over the abode. It was Hood's haunted house, put in order and newly painted. The servants, too, were shadowy and chary of their visits. Bells rang 3 times before the gloomy chambermaid could be induced to present herself, and the negro waiter, a ghoul-like looking creature from Congo, obeyed the summons only when one's patience was exhausted or one's want satisfied in some other way. When he did come, one felt sorry that he had not stayed away altogether, so sullen and savage did he appear. He moved along the echoless floors with a slow, noiseless shamble, until his dusky figure, advancing from the gloom, seemed like some reluctant afreet, compelled by the superior power of his master to disclose himself. When the doors of all the chambers were closed, and no light illuminated the long corridor save the red, unwholesome glare of a small oil lamp on a table at the end, where late lodgers lit their candles, one could not by any possibility conjure up a sadder or more desolate prospect. Yet the house suited me. Of meditative and sedentary habits, I rather enjoyed the extreme quiet. There were but few lodgers, from which I infer that the landlord did not drive a very thriving trade, and these, probably oppressed by the sombre spirit of the place, were quiet and ghost-like in their movements. The proprietor I scarcely ever saw. My bills were deposited by unseen hands every month on my table while I was out walking or riding, and my pecuniary response was entrusted to the attendant afreet. On the whole, when the bustling, wide-awake spirit of New York is taken into consideration, the sombre, half-vivified character of the house in which I lived was an anomaly that no one appreciated better than I who lived there. I felt my way down the wide, dark staircase in my pursuit of zephyrs. The garden, as I entered it, did feel somewhat cooler than my own room, and I puffed my cigar along the dim, cypress-shrouded walks with a sensation of comparative relief. It was very dark. The tall growing flowers that bordered the path were so wrapped in gloom as to present the aspect of solid pyramidal masses. All the details of leaves and blossoms are being buried in an embracing darkness, while the trees had lost all form and seemed like masses of overhanging cloud. It was a place and time to excite the imagination, for in the impenetrable cavities of endless gloom there was room for the most riotous fancies to play at will. I walked and walked, and the echoes of my footsteps on the ungravelled and mossy path suggested a double feeling. I felt alone and yet in company at the same time. The solitariness of the place made itself distinct enough in the stillness, broken alone by the hollow reverberations of my step, while those very reverberations seemed to imbue me with an undefined feeling that I was not alone. I was not, therefore, much startled when I was suddenly accosted from beneath the solid darkness of an immense cypress by a voice saying, "Will you give me a light, sir?" "Certainly," I replied, trying in vain to distinguish the speaker amidst the impenetrable dark. Somebody advanced, and I held out my cigar. All I could gather definitively about the individual that thus accosted me was that he must have been of extremely small stature, for I, who am by no means an overgrown man, had to stoop considerably in handing him my cigar. The vigorous puff that he gave his own lighted up my Havana for a moment, and I fancied that I caught a glimpse of a pale, weird countenance, immersed in a background of long, wild hair. The flash was, however, so momentary that I could not even say certainly whether this was an actual impression, or the mere effort of imagination to embody that which the senses had failed to distinguish. "Sir, you are out late," said this unknown to me, as he, with a half-uttered thanks, handed me back my cigar, for which I had to grope in the gloom. "Not later than usual," I replied dryly. You are fond of late wanderings, then?" "That is just as the fancy seizes me." "Do you live here?" "Yes." "Queer house, isn't it?" "I have only found it quiet." "But you will find it queer. Take my word for it." This was earnestly uttered, and I felt at the same time a bony finger laid on my arm that cut it sharply like a blunted knife. "I cannot take your word for any such assertion," I replied rudely, shaking off the bony finger with an irrepressible motion of disgust. "No offence, no offence," muttered my unseen companion rapidly, in a strange, subdued voice that would have been shrill had it been louder. "Your being angry does not alter the matter. You'll find it a queer house. Everybody finds it a queer house. Do you know who lived there?" "I never busy myself, sir, about other people's affairs," I answered sharply, for the individual's manner, combined with my utter uncertainty as to his appearance, oppressed me with an irksome longing to be rid of him. "Oh, you don't? Well, I do. I know what they are. Well. And as he pronounced the three last words, his voice rose with each until with the last it reached a shrill shriek that echoed horribly among the lonely walks. "Do you know what they eat?" he continued. "No, sir, nor care." "Oh, but you will care. You must care. You shall care. I'll tell you what they are. They are enchanters. They are ghouls. They are cannibals. Did you never remark their eyes, and how they gloated on you when they passed? Did you never remark the food that they served up at your table? Did you never, in the dead of night, hear muffled and unearthly footsteps gliding along the corridors, and stealthy hands turning the handle of your door? Does not some magnetic influence fold itself continually around you when they pass, and send a thrill through spirit and body, and a cold shiver that no sunshine will chase away? Oh, you have felt all these things. I know it." The earnest rapidity, the subdued tones, the eagerness of accent with which all this was uttered impressed me most uncomfortably. It really seemed as if I could recall all those weird occurrences and influences of which he spoke, and I shuddered in spite of myself in the midst of that impenetrable darkness that surrounded me. Said I, assuming, without knowing it, a confidential tone. "May I ask how you know of these things?" "How I know them? Because I am their enemy, because they tremble at my whisper, because I hang upon their track with the perseverance of a bloodhound and the stealthiness of a tiger, Because I was of them once. Wretch! I cried excitedly, for involuntarily his eager tones had wrought me up to a high pitch of spasmodic nervousness. Then you mean to say that you— As I uttered this word, obeying an uncontrollable impulse, I stretched forth my hand in the direction of the speaker and made a blind clutch. The tips of my fingers seemed to touch a surface as smooth as glass that glided suddenly from under them. A sharp, angry hiss sounded through the gloom, followed by a whirring noise, as if some projectile passed rapidly by, and the next moment I felt instinctively that I was alone. A most disagreeable sensation instantly assailed me, a prophetic instinct that some terrible misfortune menaced me, an eager and overpowering anxiety to get back to my own room without loss of time. I turned and ran blindly along the dark cypress alley, every dusky clump of flowers that arose blackly in the borders making my heart each moment cease to beat. The echoes of my own footsteps seemed to redouble and assume the sounds of unknown pursuers following fast upon my track. The boughs of lilac bushes and syringas that here and there stretched partly across the walk seemed to have been furnished suddenly with hooked hands that sought to grasp me as I flew by, and each moment I expected to behold some awful and impassable barrier fall right across my track and wall me up for ever. At length I reached the wide entrance. With a single leap I sprang up the 4 or 5 steps that formed the stoop, and dashing along the hall, up the wide echoing stairs, and again along the dim funereal corridors, until I paused breathless and panting at the door of my room. Once so far, I stopped for an instant, and leaned heavily against one of the panels, panting lustily after my late run. I had, however, scarcely rested my whole weight against the door, when it suddenly gave way, and I staggered in head foremost. To my utter astonishment, the room that I had left in profound darkness was now a blaze of light. So intense was the illumination that for a few seconds, while the pupils of my eyes were contracting under the sudden change, I saw absolutely nothing save the dazzling glare. This fact in itself, coming on me with such utter suddenness, was sufficient to prolong my confusion, and it was not until after several moments had elapsed that I perceived the room was not alone illuminated, but occupied, and such occupants. Amazement at the scene took such possession of me that I was incapable of either moving or uttering a word. All that I could do was to lean against the wall and stare blankly at the whole business. It might have been a scene out of Faublas, or Grammont's memoirs, or happened in some palace of Minister Fouque. Round a large table in the centre of the room, where I had left a student-like litter of books and papers, were seated 6 persons. 3 were men, and 3 were women. The table was heaped with a prodigality of luxuries. Luscious Eastern fruits were piled up in silver filigree vases, through whose meshes their glowing rinds shone in the contrasts of 1,000 hues. Small silver dishes that Benvenuto might have designed, filled with succulent and aromatic meats, were distributed upon a cloth of snowy damask. Bottles of every shape, slender ones from the Rhine, stout fellows from Holland, sturdy ones from Spain, and quaint basket-woven flasks from Italy, absolutely littered the board. Drinking glasses of every size and hue filled up the interstices, and the thirsty German flagon stood side by side with the aerial bubbles of Venetian glass that rested so lightly on their thread-like stems. An odour of luxury and sensuality floated through the apartment. The lamps that burned in every vacant spot where room for one could be found seemed to diffuse a subtle incense on the air, and in a large vase that stood on the floor I saw a mass of magnolias, tuberoses, and jasmines grouped together, stifling each other with their honeyed and heavy fragrance. The inhabitants of my room seemed beings well suited to so sensual an atmosphere. The women were strangely beautiful, and all were attired in dresses of the most fantastic devices and brilliant hues. Their figures were round, supple, and elastic, their eyes dark and languishing, their lips full, ripe, and of the richest bloom. The three men wore half masks, so that all I could distinguish were heavy jaws, pointed beards, and brawny throats that rose like massive pillars out of their doublets. All six lay reclining on Roman couches about the table, drinking down the purple wines in large draughts, and tossing back their heads, and laughing wildly. I stood, I suppose, for some 3 minutes, with my back against the wall, staring vacantly at the bacchanal vision, before any of the revellers appeared to notice my presence. At length, without any expression to indicate whether I had been observed from the beginning or not, 2 of the women arose from their couches, and, approaching, took each a hand, and led me to the table. I obeyed their motions mechanically. I sat on a couch between them, as they indicated. I unresistingly permitted them to wind their arms about my neck. "You must drink," said one, pouring out a large glass of red wine. "Here is Clos Vougeot of a rare vintage, and here," pushing a flask of amber-hued wine before me, "is Lacrima Christa." "You must eat," said the other, drawing the silver dishes toward her. "Here are cutlets stewed with olives, and here are slices of a fillet stuffed with bruised sweet chestnuts." And as she spoke, she, without waiting for a reply, proceeded to help me. The sight of the food recalled to me the warnings I had received in the garden. This sudden effort of memory restored to me my other faculties at the same instant. I sprang to my feet, thrusting the women from me with each hand. "Demons!" I almost shouted. "I will have none of your accursed food. I know you. You are cannibals. You are ghouls. You are enchanters. Begone, I tell you. Leave my room in peace." A shout of laughter from all six was the only effect that my passionate speech produced. The men rolled on their couches, and their half-masks quivered with the convulsions of their mirth. The women shrieked, and tossed the slender wine-glasses wildly aloft, and turned to me and flung themselves on my bosom, fairly sobbing with laughter. "Yes," I continued, as soon as the noisy mirth had subsided, "yes, I say, leave my room instantly. I will have none of your unnatural orgies here." "His room!" shrieked the woman on my right. "His room!" echoed she on my left. "His room! He calls it his room!" shouted the whole party, as they rolled once more into jocular convulsions. "How know you that it is your room?" said one of the men, who sat opposite to me at length, after the laughter had once more somewhat subsided. "How do I know?" I replied indignantly. "How do I know my own room? How could I mistake it, pray? There's my furniture, my piano." "He calls that a piano!" shouted my neighbours, again in convulsions, as I pointed to the corner where my huge piano, sacred to the memory of Blockita, used to stand. "Oh, yes, it is his room. There is his piano." The peculiar emphasis they laid on the word piano caused me to scrutinize the article I was indicating more thoroughly. Up to this time, though utterly amazed at the entrance of these people into my chamber, and connecting them somewhat with the wild stories I had heard in the garden, I still had a sort of indefinite idea that the whole thing was a masquerading freak got up in my absence, and that the bacchanalian orgy I was witnessing was nothing more than a portion of some elaborate hoax of which I was to be the victim. But when my eyes turned to the corner where I had left a huge and cumbrous piano, and beheld a vast and sombre organ lifting its fluted front to the very ceiling, and convinced myself by a hurried process of memory that it occupied the very spot in which I had left my own instrument, the little self-possession that I had left forsook me. I gazed around me bewildered. In like manner, everything was changed. In the place of that old half-thrust dagger, connected with so many historic associations personal to myself, I beheld a Turkish yataghan dangling by its belt of crimson silk, while the jewels in the hilt blazed as the lamplight played upon them. In the spot where hung my cherished smoking-cap, memorial of a buried love, a knightly casque was suspended, on the crest of which a golden dragon stood in the act of springing. That strange lithograph by Calame was no longer a lithograph, but it seemed to me that the portion of the wall which it had covered, of the exact shape and size, had been cut out, and in place of the picture a real scene on the same scale and with real actors was distinctly visible. The old oak was there, and the stormy sky was there, but I saw the branches of the oak sway with the tempest, and the clouds drive before the wind. The wanderer in his cloak was gone, but in his place I beheld a circle of wild figures, men and women, dancing with linked hands around the bole of the great tree, chanting some wild fragment of a song to which the winds roared an unearthly chorus. The snowshoes, too, on whose sinewy woof I had sped for many days amidst Canadian wastes, had vanished, and in their place lay a pair of strange up-curled papooses that had perhaps been many a time shuffled off at the doors of mosques beneath the steady blaze of an orient sun. All was changed. Wherever my eyes turned, they missed familiar objects, yet encountered strange representatives. Still, in all the substitutes, there seemed to me a reminiscence of what they replaced. They seemed only for a time transmuted into other shapes, and there lingered around them the atmosphere of what they once had been. Thus I could have sworn the room to have been mine, yet there was nothing in it that I could rightly claim. Everything reminded me of some former possession that it was not. I looked for the acacia at the window, and lo! long silken palm leaves swayed in through the open lattice, yet they had the same motion and the same air of my favourite tree, and seemed to murmur to me, Though we seem to be palm leaves, yet are we acacia leaves. Yea, those very ones on which you used to watch the butterflies alight, and the rain patter, while you smoked and dreamed. So in all things the room was, yet was not mine, and a sickening consciousness of my utter inability to reconcile its identity with its appearance overwhelmed me and choked my reason. "Well, have you determined whether or not this is your room?" asked the girl on my left, proffering me a huge tumbler creaming over with champagne, and laughing wickedly as she spoke. "It is mine," I answered doggedly, striking the glass rudely with my hand, and dashing the aromatic wine over the white cloth. "I know that it is mine, and ye are jugglers and enchanters that want to drive me mad." "Hush, hush," she said gently, not in the least angered at my rough treatment. "You are excited. Alf shall play something to soothe you." At her signal, one of the men arose and sat down at the organ. After a short, wild, spasmodic prelude, he began what seemed to me to be a symphony of recollections. Dark and sombre, and all through full of quivering and intense agony, it appeared to recall a dark and dismal night on a cold reef, around which an unseen but terribly audible ocean broke with eternal fury. It seemed as if a lonely pair were on the roof, one living, the other dead, one clasping his arms around the tender neck and naked bosom of the other, striving to warm her into life when his own vitality was being each moment sucked from him by the icy breath of the storm. Here and there a terrible wailing minor key would tremble through the chords like the shriek of sea-birds, or the warning of advancing death. While the man played, I could scarce restrain myself. It seemed to be Blackita whom I listened to, and on whom I gazed. That wondrous night of pleasure and pain that I'd once passed listening to him seemed to have been taken up again at the spot where it had been broken off, and the same hand was continuing it. I stared at the man called Alf. There he sat, with his cloak and doublet and long rapier and mask of black velvet. But there was something in the air of the peaked beard, a familiar mystery in the wild mass of raven hair that fell as if wind-blown over his shoulders, which riveted my memory. "Blackita! Blackita!" I shouted, starting up furious from the couch on which I was lying, and bursting the fair arms that were linked around my neck as if they had been hateful chains. "Blackita, my friend, speak to me, I entreat you. Tell these horrid enchanters to leave me. Say that I hate them. Say that I command them to leave my room." The man at the organ stirred not in answer to my appeal. He ceased playing, and the dying sound of the last note he had touched faded off into a melancholy moan. The other men and women burst once more into peals of mocking laughter. "Why will you persist in calling this your room?" said the woman next to me with a smile meant to be kind, but to me inexpressibly loathsome. "Have we not shown you by the furniture, by the general appearance of the place, that you are mistaken, and that this cannot be your apartment? Rest content then with us. You are welcome here, and need no longer trouble yourself about your room." "Rest content!" I answered madly. "Live with ghosts, eat of awful meats, and see awful sights? Never, never! You have cast some enchantment over the place that has disguised it, but for all that I know it to be my room. You shall leave it." "Softly, softly," said another of the sirens. "Let us settle this amicably. This poor gentleman seems obstinate and inclined to make an uproar. Now we do not want an uproar. We love the night and its quiet, and there is no night that we love so well. as that on which the moon is coffined in clouds. Is it not so, my brothers? An awful and sinister smile gleamed on the countenances of her unearthly audience, and seemed to glide visibly from underneath their masks. "Now," she continued, "I have a proposition to make. It would be ridiculous for us to surrender this room simply because this gentleman states that it is his, and yet I feel anxious to gratify, as far as may be fair, his wild assertion of ownership. A room, after all, is not much to us. We can get one easily enough, but still we would be loath to give this apartment up to so imperious a demand. We are willing, however, to risk its loss. That is to say," turning to me, "I propose that we play for the room. If you win, we will immediately surrender it to you just as it stands. If, on the contrary, you lose, you shall bind yourself to depart and never molest us again." Agonized at the over-darkening mysteries that seemed to thicken around me, and despairing of being able to dissipate them by the mere exercise of my own will, I caught almost gladly at the chance thus presented to me. The idea of my loss or my gain scarce entered into my calculations. All I felt was an indefinite knowledge that I might, in the way proposed, regain in an instant that quiet chamber and that peace of mind which I had so strangely been deprived of. "I agree!" I cried eagerly. "I agree! Anything to rid myself of such unearthly company!" The woman touched a small golden bell that stood near her on the table, and it had scarce ceased to tinkle when a negro dwarf entered, with a silver tray on which were dice-boxes and dice. A shudder passed over me as I thought in this stunted African I could trace a resemblance to the ghoul-like black servant to whose attendance I had been accustomed. "Now," said my neighbour, seizing one of the dice-boxes and giving me the other, "the highest wins. Shall I throw first?" I nodded assent. She rattled the dice, and I felt an inexpressible load lifted from my heart as she threw 15. "It is your turn," she said, with a mocking smile. "But before you throw, I repeat the offer I made you before. Live with us. Be one of us. We will initiate you into our mysteries and enjoyments of which you can form no idea unless you experience them. Come, it is not too late yet to change your mind. Be with us." My reply was a fierce oath, as I rattled the dice with spasmodic nervousness and flung them on the board. They rolled over and over again, and during that brief instant I felt a suspense the intensity of which I have never known before or since. At last they lay before me. Shout of the same horrible, maddening laughter rang in my ears. I peered in vain at the dice, but my sight was so confused that I could not distinguish the amount of the cast. This lasted for a few moments. Then my sight grew clear, and I sank back almost lifeless with despair, as I saw that I had thrown but 12. "Lost! Lost!" screamed my neighbour with a wild laugh. "Lost! Lost!" shouted the deep voices of the masked men. "Leave us, coward!" they all cried. "You are not fit to be one of us. Remember your promise. Leave us!" Then it seemed as if some unseen power caught me by the shoulders and thrust me toward the door. In vain I resisted. In vain I screamed and shouted for help. In vain I implored them for pity. All the reply I had for those mocking peals of merriment, while under the invisible influence I staggered like a drunken man toward the door. As I reached the threshold, the organ pealed out a wild, triumphal strain. The power that impelled me concentrated itself into one vigorous impulse that sent me blindly staggering out into the echoing corridor, and as the door closed swiftly behind me, I caught one glimpse of the apartment I had left forever. A change passed like a shadow over it. The lamps died out, the siren women and masked men vanished, the flowers, the fruits, the bright silver and bizarre furniture faded swiftly, and I saw again, for the 10th of a second, my own old chamber restored. There was the acacia waving darkly. There was the table littered with books. There was the ghostly lithograph, the dearly beloved smoking cap, the Canadian snowshoes, the ancestral dagger, and there, at the piano, organ no longer, sat Blockita playing. The next instant the door closed violently, and I was left standing in the corridor, stunned and despairing. As soon as I had partially recovered my comprehension, I rushed madly to the door with the dim idea of beating it in. My fingers beat against a cold and solid wall. There was no door. I felt all along the corridor for many yards on both sides. There was not even a crevice to give me hope. I rushed downstairs, shouting madly. No one answered. In the vestibule I met the negro. I seized him by the collar and demanded my room. The demon showed his white and awful teeth, which were filed into a saw-like shape, and extricating himself from my grasp with a sudden jerk, fled down the passage with a gibbering laugh. Nothing but echo answered to my despairing shrieks. The lonely garden resounded with my cries as I strode madly through the dark walks, and the tall funereal cypresses seemed to bury me beneath their heavy shadows. I met no one, could find no one. I had to bear my sorrow and despair alone. Since that awful hour, I have never found my room. Everywhere I look for it, yet never see it. Shall I ever find it? End of The Lost Room. Wandering Willie's Tale by Sir Walter Scott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tony Addison. Wandering Willie's Tale by Sir Walter Scott. Honest folks like me. How do you ken whether I am honest or what I am? I may be the devil himself for what ye ken, for he has poor to come disguised like an angel of light, and besides he is a prime fiddler. He played a sonata to Corelli, ye ken. There was something odd in this speech, and the tone in which it was said. It seemed as if my companion was not always in his constant mind, or that he was willing to try if he could frighten me. I laughed at the extravagance of his language, however, and asked him in reply if he was fool enough to believe that the foul fiend would play so silly a masquerade. "Ye ken little about it," said the old man, shaking his head and beard, and knitting his brows. "I could tell ye something about that." What his wife mentioned of his being a tale-teller, as well as a musician, now occurred to me, and, as you know, I like tales of superstition. I begged to have a specimen of his talent as we went along. "It is very true," said the blind man, "that when I am tired of scraping tharum or singing ballants, I whiles make a tale serve the turn among the country bodies, and I have some fearsome anes that make the old Colleen shake on the settle and the bits of bairns skirl on their minnies out frae their beds. But this that I am going to tell you was a thing that befell in our ain house in my father's time. That is, my father was then a Haplin's callant, and I tell it to you that it may be a lesson to you that I'm but a young, thoughtless chap, what ye draw up wi' on a lonely road. For muckle was the dole and care that came o' it to my gudesire. He commenced his tale accordingly in a distinct narrative tone of voice, which he raised and depressed with considerable skill, at times sinking almost into a whisper, and turning his clear but sightless eyeballs upon my face, as if it had been possible for him to witness the impression which his narrative made upon my features. I will not spare a syllable of it, although it be of the longest, so I make a dash, and begin. Ye mun have heard of Sir Robert Redgauntlet of that ilk, who lived in these parts before the dear years. The country were lang, mind him, and our fathers used to draw breath thick if ever they heard him named. He was out with the Highlandmen in Montrose's time, and again he was in the hills wi' Glencairn in the 1652, and said when King Charles II came in, wha was in sic favour as the Laird of Redgauntlet. He was knighted at Lunnon Court with the king's ain sword, and being a red-hot prelatist, he came down here rampaging like a lion, with commission of lieutenancy and of lunacy for what I ken, to put down all the Whigs and Covenanters in the country. Wild work they made of it, for the Whigs were as dour as the Cavaliers were fierce, and it was which should first tire the other. Redgauntlet was aye for the strong hand, and his name is kenned as wide in the country as Claverhouses or Tam Dalyell's. Glen, nor dargle, nor mountain, nor cave could hide the poor hill folk when Redgauntlet was out with bugle and bloodhound after them, as if they had been sae many deer. And troth, when they found them, they didna make muckle mair ceremony than a Highlandman wi' a roebuck. It was just, will ye tak the test? If not, make ready, present, fire! And there lay the recusant. Far and wide was Sir Robert hated and feared. Men thought he had a direct compact with Satan, that he was proof against steel, and that bullets happed up his buff coat like hailstanes from a hearth, that he had a mare that would turn a hair on the side of Carriffragons, a precipitous side of a mountain in Moffatdale, and muckle to the same purpose of whilk mair anon. The best blessing they word on him was, deal scalp wi' Redgauntlet. He was nae a bad master to his ain folk, though, and was weel enough liked by his tenants. And as for the lackeys and troopers that rade out wi' him to the persecutions, as the Whigs called those killing times, they would hae drunken themselves blind to his health at any time. Now you are to ken that my gudesire lived on Redgauntlet's ground. They called the place Primrose Knowe. We had lived on the ground and under the Redgauntlets since the riding days and long before. It was a pleasant bit, and I think the air is clearer and fresher there than anywhere else in the country. It's a deserted now, and I sat on the broken dirt cheek 3 days since, and was glad I couldna see the plight the place was in. But that's all wide of the mark. There dwelt my gudesire, Steenie Steenson, a rambling, rattling chiel he had been in his young days, and could play weel on the pipes. He was famous at hoopers and girders. Cumberland couldna touch him at Chucky Latin, and he had the finest finger for the backlout between Berwick and Carlisle. The like of Steenie wasna the sort that they made wigs of, and so he became a Tory, as they called it, which we now call Jacobites, just out of a kind of necessity, that he might belong to some side or other. He had nae ill will to the Whig bodies, and liked little to see the blood run, though, being obliged to follow Sir Robert in hunting and hoisting, watching and warding, he saw muckle mischief, and maybe did some that he couldna avoid. Now, Steenie was a kind of favourite with his master, and kenned all the folk about the castle, and was often sent for to play the pipes when they were at their merriment. Old Dougal MacCallum the butler, that had followed Sir Robert through good and ill, thick and thin, pool and stream, was specially fond of the pipes, and I gave my gudesire his good word with the laird, for Dougal could turn his master round his finger. Weel, round came the Revolution, and it had like to hae broken the hearts baith of Dougal and his master. But the change was not altogether so great as they feared and other folk thought for. The Whigs made an unco crawing what they would do with their old enemies, and in special with Sir Robert Redgauntlet. But there were o'er many great folks dipped in the same doings to make a spick and span new world. So Parliament passed it o'er easy, and Sir Robert, bating that he was held to hunting foxes instead of Covenanters, remained just the man he was. His revel was as loud, and his hall as weel lighted as ever it had been, though, maybe, he lacked the fines of the nonconformists that used to come to stock his larder and cellar, for it is certain he began to be keener about the rents than his tenants used to find him before, and they behoved to be prompt to the rent day, or else the laird wasna pleased. And he was sick and awesome body that naebody cared to anger him, for the oaths he swore, and the rage that he used to get into, and the looks that he put on made men sometimes think him a devil incarnate. Weel, my gudesire was nae man at it. No that he was a very great misguider, but he had the saving gift, and he got 2 terms rent in arrear. He got the first brush at Whitsunday put o'er with fair wood and piping, but when Martinmas came, there was a summons from the ground officer to come with your rent on a day precise, or else Steenie behoved to flit. Sair work he had to get the siller, but he was weel friended, and at last he got the hale scraped together, 1,000 marks. The maist of it was from a neighbour they called Laurie Laprick, a sly tod. Laurie had wealth o' gear, could hunt with a hound, and run with a hare, and be Whig or Tory, Saint or Senate, as the wind stood. He was a professor in the Revolution world, but he liked an hour or so of the world, and a tune on the pipes weel enough at a by time, and Bonat, he thought he had good security for the siller. He lent my gudesire o'er the stocking at Primrose Knowe. Away trots my gudesire to Redgauntlet Castle, wi' a heavy purse and a light heart, glad to be out of the laird's danger. Well, the first thing he learned at the castle was that Sir Robert had fretted himself into a fit of the gout because he didn't no appear before 12 o'clock. It wasna altogether for sake of the money, Dougal thought, but because he didna like to part wi' my good sire off the ground. Dougal was glad to see Steenie, and brought him into the great oak parlour, and there sat the laird, his leesome lane, excepting that he had beside him a great ill-favoured jackanapes that was a special pet of his. A cankered beast it was, and mony an ill-natured trick it played. Ill to please it was, and easily angered, ran about the hale castle, chattering and rowling, and pinching and biting folk, specially before ill weather or disturbance in the state. Sir Robert called it Major Weir, after the warlock that was burnt, and few folk liked either the name or the conditions of the creature. They thought there was something in it by ordinary, and my good sire was not just easy in mind when the door shut on him, and he saw himself in the room with naebody but the laird, Dougal MacCallum, and the Major, a thing that hadna chanced to him before. Sir Robert sat, or I should say lay, in a great armchair, wi' his grand velvet gown, and his feet on a cradle, for he had baith gout and gravel, and his face looked as gash and ghastly as Satan's. Major Weir sat opposite to him, in a red-laced coat, and the laird's wig on his head, and I, as Sir Robert girned wi' pain, the jackanape girned too, like a sheep's head between a pair of tongues. An ill-fared, fearsome couple they were. The laird's buff coat was hung on a pin behind him, and his broadsword and his pistols within reach, for he kept up the old fashion of having the weapons ready, and a horse saddled day and night, just as he used to do when he was able to loup on horseback and sway after any of the hill folk he could get spearings of. Some said it was for fear of the Whigs taking vengeance, but I judge it was just his old custom. He wasna gain not fear anything. The rental book, wi' its black cover and brass clasps, was lying beside him, and a book of skullduggery songs was put betwixt the leaves to keep it open at the place where it bore evidence against the good man of Primrose Knowe, as behind the hand with his mails and duties. Sir Robert gave my good sire a look, as if he would have withered his heart in his bosom. Ye mun ken he had a way of bending his brows that men saw the visible mark of a horseshoe in his forehead, deep dinted, as if it had been stamped there. "Ah, ye come light-handed, ye son of a tomb whistle," said Sir Robert. "Zounds up ye are!" My good sire, with as good a countenance as he could put on, made a leg, and placed the bag of money on the table wi' a dash, like a man that does something clever. The lad drew it to him hastily. "Is all here, Steenie, man?" "Your honour will find it right," said my good sire. "Here, Dougal," said the laird, "gie Steenie a tass of brandy till I count the siller and write the receipt." But they werena weel out of the room when Sir Robert gied a yellock that garred the castle rock. Back ran Dougal. In flew the liverymen. Yell on yell gied the laird, ilk ane mair awful than the other. My good sire knew not whether to stand or flee, but he ventured back into the parlour, where a' was going hurdy-gurdy, naebody to say come in or gae out. Terribly the lad ran for cold water to his feet, and wine to cool his throat, and hell, 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 and his flames was aye the word in his mouth, They brought him water, and when they plunged his swollen feet into the tub, he cried out it was burning, and folks say that it did bubble and sparkle like a seething cauldron. He flung the cup at Dougal's head, and said he had given him blood instead of burgundy, and sure enough, the lass washed clotted blood off the carpet the next day. The jackanape they called Major Weir, it gibbered and cried as if it was mocking its master. My goodsire's head was like to turn. He forgot baith, cellar, and receipt, and downstairs he banged. But as he ran, the shrieks came fainter and fainter. There was a deep-drawn shivering groan, and word gae to the castle that the laird was dead. Well, away came my gudesire, wi' his finger in his mouth, and his best hope was that Dougal had seen the money bag, and heard the laird speak of writing the receipt. The young laird, now Sir John, came from Edinburgh to see things put to rights. Sir John and his father never agreed weel. Sir John had been bred an advocate, and afterwards sat in the Lost Scots Parliament and voted for the Union, having gotten, it was thought, a rug of the compensations. If his father could have come out of his grave, he would have brained him for it on his own hearthstone. Some thought it was easier counting with the old rough knight than the fair-spoken youngin, but mair of that anon. Dougal MacCallum, poor body, neither grat nor grained, but gaed about the house, looking like a corpse, but directing, as was his duty, all the order of the grand funeral. Now Dougal looked aye waur and waur when night was coming, and was aye the last to gang to his bed. Wilk was in a little round just opposite the chamber of dais. Wilk his master occupied while he was living, and where he now lay in state, as they called it, weel a day. The night before the funeral, Dougal could keep his own counsel nae longer. He came down wi' his proud spirit, and fairly asked old Hutcheon to sit in his room with him for an hour. When they were in the room, Dougal took a tass of brandy to himself, and gave another to Hutcheon, and wished him all health and long life, and said that for himself he wasna long for this world, for that every night since Sir Robert's death his silver call had sounded from the state chamber, just as it used to do at nights in his lifetime, to call Dougal to help to turn him in his bed. Dougal said that being alone with the dead on that floor of the tower, for naebody cared to wake Sir Robert Redgauntlet like another corpse, he had never dared to answer the call, for that now his conscience checked him for neglecting his duty. For though death breaks service, said MacCallum, it shall never weak my service to Sir Robert, and I will answer his next whistle, so be you will stand by me, Hutcheon. Hutcheon had nae will to the work, but he had stood by Dougal in battle and broil, and he would not fail him at this pinch. So doon the carle sat o'er a stoup of brandy, and Hutcheon, who was something of a clerk, would have read a chapter of the Bible, but Dougal would hear nothing but a blood of Davy Lindsay, which was the wear of preparation. When midnight came, and the house was quiet as the grave, sure enough the silver whistle sounded as sharp and shrill as if Sir Robert was blowing it, and up got the twa old serving men, and tottered into the room where the dead man lay. Hutcheon saw enow at the first glance, for there were torches in the room, which showed him the foul fiend in his ain shape, sitting on the laird's coffin. Or he couped as if he had been dead. He could not tell how long he lay in a trance at the door, but when he gathered himself, he cried on his neighbour, and getting nae answer raised the hoose, when Dougal was found lying dead within 2 steps of the bed where his master's coffin was placed. As for the whistle, it was gane anes and aye, but many a time was it heard at the top of the house on the bartizan, and among the old chimneys and turrets where the howlets had their nests. Sir John hushed the matter up, and the funeral passed over without mair bogey work. But when all was o'er, and the laird was beginning to settle his affairs, every tenant was called up by his arrears, and my good sire for the full sum that stood against him in the rental book. Well, away he trots to the castle to tell his story, and there he is introduced to Sir John, sitting in his father's chair in deep mourning, with weepers and hanging cravat, and a small walking rapier by his side, instead of the old broadsword that had a hundredweight of steel about it, what with blade, chape, and basket hilt. I have heard the communing so often told over that I almost think I was there myself, though I couldna be born at the time. In fact, Alan, my companion, mimicked with a good deal of humour the flattering, conciliating tone of the tenant's address, and the hypocritical melancholy of the lad's reply. His grandfather, he said, had, while he spoke, his eyes fixed on the rental book, as if it were a mastiff dog that he was afraid would spring up and bite him. "I wish you joy, sir, of the head seat, and the white loaf, and the bread lordship. Your father was a kind man to friends and followers. Muckle grace to you, Sir John, to fill his shoon, his boots, I should say, for he seldom wore shoon, unless it were mull's, when he had the gout." "Ay, Steenie," quoth the laird, sighing deeply, and putting his napkin to his een. "His was a sudden call, and he will be missed in the country. No time to set his house in order. Weel prepared, Godward, no doubt, which is the root of the matter, but left us behind a tangled hesk to wind, Steenie. Hum, hum, we mun go to business, Steenie. Much to do, and little time to do it in." Here he opened the fatal volume. I have heard of a thing they call Doomsday Book. I am clear it has been a rental of back-hanging tenants. "Stephen," said Sir John, still in the same soft, sleeked tone of voice, "Stephen Stevenson or Steenson, ye are down here for a year's rent behind the hand, due at last term." Stephen: "Please your honour, Sir John, I paid it to your father." Sir John: "Ye took a receipt then, doubtless, Stephen, and can produce it." Stephen: "Indeed, I hadna time on it, like your honour, for nae sooner had I set down the siller, and just as his honour Sir Robert that's gane drew it to him to count it and write out the receipt, he was ta'en with the pains that removed him." "That was unlucky," said Sir John, after a pause, "but ye maybe paid it in the presence of somebody. I want but a talis qualis evidence, Stephen. I would go o'er strictly to work with no poor man." Stephen: "Truth, Sir John, there was naebody in the room but Dougal MacCallum, the butler, but as your honour kens, he has e'en followed his old master." "Very unlucky again, Stephen," said Sir John, without altering his voice a single note. "The man to whom ye paid the money is dead, and the man who witnessed the payment is dead too, and the siller which should have been to the fore is neither seen nor heard tell of in the repositories. How am I to believe all this? Stephen. I dinna ken, your honour, but there was a bit memorandum note of the very coins, for God help me, I had to borrow out of 20 purses, and I am sure that ilka man there set down will take his great oath for what purpose I borrowed the money. Sir John. I have little doubt ye borrowed the money, Steenie. It is the payment that I want to have proof of. Stephen. The siller mun be about the house, Sir John, and since your honour never got it, and his honour that was canna have ta'en it wi' him, maybe some of the family may have seen it. Sir John. We will examine the servant, Stephen. That is but reasonable. But lackey and lass and page and groom all denied stoutly that they had ever seen such a bag of money as my good sire described. Whatsoever, he had unluckily not mentioned to any living soul of them his purpose of paying his rent. I, Queen, had noticed something under his arm, but she took it for the pipes. Sir John Redgauntlet ordered the servants out of the room, and then said to my gudesire, Now, Steenie, ye see ye have fair play, and as I have little doubt ye ken better where to find the siller than any other body, I beg in fair terms, and for your own sake, that you will end this fasher, for Stephen, ye mun pay or flit. The Lord forgie your opinion, said Stephen, driven almost to his wits' end. I am an honest man. So am I, Stephen, said his honour, and so are all the folks in the house, I hope. But if there be a knave amongst us, it must be he that tells the story he cannot prove. He paused, and then added mair sternly, If I understand your trick, sir, you want to take advantage of some malicious reports concerning things in this family, and particularly respecting my father's sudden death, thereby to cheat me out of the money, and perhaps take away my character by insinuating that I have received the rent I am demanding. Where do you suppose the money to be? I insist upon knowing. My good sire, so everything looked so muckle against him that he grew nearly desperate. However, he shifted from one foot to another, looked to every corner of the room, and made no answer. Speak out, sir, said the lad, assuming a look of his father's, a very particular ane, which he had when he was angry. It seemed as if the wrinkles of his frown made that self-same fearful shape of a horse's shoe in the middle of his brow. Speak out, sir, I will know your thoughts. Do you suppose that I have this money? Far be it from me to say so, said Stephen. Do you charge any of my people with having taken it? I would be loath to charge them that may be innocent, said my good sir, and if there be any one that is guilty, I have no proof. Somewhere the money must be, if there is a word of truth in your story, said Sir John. I ask where you think it is, and demand a correct answer. In hell, if you will have my thoughts of it, said my gudesire, driven to extremity. In hell, with your father his jackanape and his silver whistle. Down the stairs he ran, for the parlour was nae place for him after such a word, and he heard the laird swearing blood and wounds behind him, as fast as ever did Sir Robert, and roaring for the baillie and the baron officer. Away rode my gudesire to his chief creditor, him they called Laurie Leprec, to try if he could make anything out of him. But when he told his story, he got the worst word in his wame. Thief, beggar, and diva were the softest terms, and to the boot of these hard terms, Laurie brought up the auld story of dipping his hand in the blood of God's saints, just as if a tenant could have helped riding with the laird, and that a laird like Sir Robert Redgauntlet. My gudesire was by this time far beyond the bounds of patience, and while he and Laurie were at deal speed the liars, he was one chancey enough to abuse the prake's doctrine as weel as the man, and said things that garred folks' flesh grew that heard them. He wasna just himsel', and he had lived wi' a wild set in his day. At last they parted, and my gudesire was to ride hame through the wood of Pitmurky. That is a foe of black farrers, as they say. I ken the wood, but the farrers may be black or white for what I can tell. At the entry of the wood there is a wild common, and on the edge of the common a little lonely change house, that was keepit then by an hostler wife. They should have called her Tibby Faw, and there poor Steenie cried for a mutchkin of brandy, for he had had no refreshment the whole day. Tibby was earnest wi' him to take a bite of meat, but he couldna think of it, nor would he take his foot out of the stirrup, and took off the brandy wholly at 2 draughts, and named a toast at each. The first was the memory of Sir Robert Redgauntlet, and may he never lie quiet in his grave till he had righted his poor bond tenant, and the second was a health to man's enemy, if he would but get him back the puck of Selleck, or tell him what came o' it, for he saw the whole world was like to regard him as a thief and a cheat, and he took that worse than even the ruin of his house and hold. On he rode, little caring where. It was a dark night turned, and the trees made it yet darker, and he let the beast take its ain road through the wood, when all of a sudden, from tired and wearied that it was before, the nag began to spring and flee and stand, that my gudesire could hardly keep the saddle. Upon the whilk, a horseman, suddenly riding up beside him, said, "That's a mettle beast of yours, friend. Will you sell him?" So saying, he touched the horse's neck with his riding wand, and it fell into its old hey-ho of a stumbling trot. "But his spunk's soon out of him, I think," continued the stranger, "and that is like many a man's courage, that thinks he would do great things." My gudesire scarce listened to this, but spurred his horse with "Good e'en to ye, friend." But it's like the stranger was ane that doesna like to yield his point, for ride as Steenie liked, he was aye beside him at the self same pace. At last my gudesire, Steenie Steenson, grew half angered, and to say the truth, half feared. "What is it that you want with me, friend?" he said. "If ye be a robber, I have nae money. If ye be a leal man wanting company, I have nae heart to mouth or speaking, and if ye want to ken the road, I scarce ken it mysel." "If you will tell me your grief," said the stranger, "I am one that, though I've been sair misca'd in the world, am the only hand for helping my friends." So my gudesire, to ease his ain heart, mair than from any hope of help, told him the story from beginning to end. "It's a hard pinch," said the stranger, "but I think I can help you. If you could lend me the money, sir, and take a long day, I ken nae other help on earth," said my gudesire. "But there may be some under the earth," said the stranger. "Come, I'll be frank wi' ye. I could lend you the money on bond, but you would maybe scruple my terms. Now, I can tell you that your old laird is disturbed in his grave by your curses and the wailing of your family, and if you dare venture to go to see him, he will give you the receipt." My gudesire's hair stood on end at this proposal, but he thought his companion might be some humoursome chield that was trying to frighten him, and might end with lending him the money. Besides, he was bold wi' brandy, and desperate wi' distress, and he said he had courage to go to the gate of hell and a step farther for that receipt. The stranger laughed. Weel, they rode on through the thickest of the wood, when all of a sudden the horse stopped at the door of a great house, and but that he knew the place was 10 miles off, my father would have thought he was at Redgauntlet Castle. They rode into the outer courtyard, through the muckle folding yetts, underneath the old portcullis, and the whole front of the house was lighted, and there were pipes and fiddles, and as much dancing and array within as used to be at Sir Robert's house at Pace and Yule and such high seasons. They lap off, and my gudesire, as seemed to him, fastened his horse to the very ring he had tied him to that morning when he gaed to wait on the young Sir John. God, said my gudesire, if Sir Robert's death be but a dream. He knocked at the hall door just as he was wont, and his old acquaintance, Dougal MacCallum, just after his wont too, came to open the door, and said, Piper Steenie, hiya there, lad. Sir Robert has been crying for you. My gudesire was like a man in a dream. He looked for the stranger, but he was gane for the time. At last he just tried to say, Ah, a Dougal drive o'er. Are you living? I thought you had been dead. Never fuss yourself wi' me, said Dougal, but look to yourself, and see you take naething from anybody here, neither meat, drink, or siller, except the receipt that is your ain. So saying, he led the way out through the halls and trances that were well kenned to my gudesire, and into the old oak parlour, and there was as much singing of profane songs, and barrelling of red wine, and blasphemy and skullduggery as had ever been in Redgauntlet Castle when it was at the blithest. But Lord take us in keeping, what a set of ghastly revellers there were that sat around that table. My gudesire kenned many that had long before gane to their place, for often had he piped to the most part in the hall of Redgauntlet. There was the fierce Middleton, and the dissolute Rothers, and the crafty Lauderdale, and Dalyell with his bald head and a beard to his girdle, and Earlshall with Cameron's blood on his hand, and wild Bonshaw that tied blessed Mr. Cargill's limbs till the blood sprung, and Dumbarton Douglas that twice turned traitor bait the country and king. There was the bloody advocate MacKenzie, who for his worldly wit and wisdom had been to the rest as a god. And there was Claverhouse, as beautiful as when he lived, with his long, dark, curled locks streaming down over his laced buff coat, and with his left hand always on his right spool blade, to hide the wound that the silver bullet had made. He sat apart from them all, and looked at them with a melancholy, haughty countenance, while the rest hallooed and sang and laughed, that the room rang. But their smiles were fearfully contorted from time to time, and their laughter passed into such wild sounds as made my gudesire's very nails grow blue, and chilled the marrow in his bones. They that waited at the table were just the wicked serving men and troopers that had done their work and cruel bidding on earth. There was the landlad of the Nethertown that helped to take Argyle, and the bishop's summoner that they called the Deal's Rattlebag, and the wicked guardsmen in their laced coats, and the savage Highland Amorites that shed blood like water, and many a proud serving man, haughty of heart and bloody of hand, cringing to the rich, and making them wickeder than they would be, grinding the poor to powder when the rich had broken them to fragments, and many more were coming and ganging, all as busy in their vacation as if they had been alive. Sir Robert Redgauntlet, in the midst of all this fearful riot, cried with a voice like thunder on Steenie Piper to come to the boar's head, where he was sitting, his legs stretched out before him, and swathed up with flannel, with his holster pistols aside him, while the great broadsword rested against his chair, just as my gudesire had seen him the last time upon earth. The very cushion for the jackanape was close to him, but the creature itself was not there. It was not its hour, it's likely, for he heard them say as he came forward, "Is not the Major come yet?" And another answered, "The jackanape will be here betimes the morn." And when my gudesire came forward, Sir Robert, or his ghaist, or the devil in his likeness, said, "Weel, piper, are ye settled with my son for the year's rent?" With much ado, my father got breath to say that Sir John would not settle without his honour's receipt. "Ye shall have that for a tune of the pipe, Steenie," said the appearance of Sir Robert. "Play us up, Weel Huddled Lucky." Now, this was a tune my gudesire learned for a warlock that heard it when they were worshipping Satan at their meetings, and my gudesire had sometimes played it at the ranting suppers in Redgauntlet Castle, but never very willingly, and now he grew cold at the very name of it, and said for excuse he had na his pipes wi' him. "MacCallum, ye limb of Beelzebub," said the faithful Sir Robert, "bring Steenie the pipes that I am keeping for him." MacCallum brought a pair of pipes, might have served the piper of Donald of the Isles, but he gave my gudesire a nudge as he offered them, and looking secretly and closely, Steenie saw that the chanter was of steel and heated to a white heat, so he had fair warning not to trust his fingers with it. So he excused himself again, and said he was faint and frightened, and had not wind enough to fill the bag. "Then ye maun eat and drink, Steenie," said the figure, "for we do little else here, and it's ill speaking between a poor man and a fasting." Now these were the very words that the bloody Earl of Douglas said to keep the king's messenger in hand, while he kept the head of MacLennan of Bombay at the Threave Castle, and put Steenie mair and mair on his guard. So he spoke up like a man, and said he came neither to eat nor drink nor make minstrelsy, but simply for his ain, to ken what was come of the money he had paid, and to get a discharge for it. And he was so stout-hearted by this time that he charged Sir Robert for conscience's sake he had no power to say the holy name, and as he hoped for peace and rest, to spread no snares for him, but just to give him his ain. The appearance gnashed its teeth and laughed, but it took from a large pocket-book the receipt, and handed it to Steenie. "There is your receipt, ye pitiful cur, and for the money my dog whelp of a son, I go look for it in the cat's cradle." My gudesire uttered mony thanks, and was about to retire, when Sir Robert roared aloud, "Stop, thou sack-doddling son of a... I am not done with thee. Here, we do nothing for nothing, and you must return on this very day 12-month to pay your master the homage that you owe me for my protection." My father's tongue was loosed of a suddenty, and he said aloud, "I refer myself to God's pleasure, and not to yours." He had no sooner uttered the word than all was dark around him, and he sank on the earth with such a sudden shock that he lost both breath and sense. How long Steenie lay there he could not tell, but when he came to himself, he was lying in the old kirkyard of Redgauntlet Parishin, just at the door of the family aisle, and the scutcheon of the old knight Sir Robert hanging over his head. There was a deep morning fog on grass and gravestone around him, and his horse was feeding quietly beside the minister's twa cows. Steenie would have thought the whole was a dream, but he had the receipt in his hand, fairly written and signed by the old laird. Only the last letters of his name were a little disorderly, written like one seized with sudden pain. Sorely troubled in his mind, he left that dreary place, rode through the mist to Red Gauntlet Castle, and with much ado he got speech of the laird. "Well, ye deaver bankrupt," was the first word, "have ye brought me my rent?" "No," answered my gudesire, "I have not, but I have brought your honour Sir Robert's receipt for it." "How, Sir Robert's receipt? You told me he had not given you one." "Will your honour please to see it? That bit line is right." Sir John looked at every line and at every letter with much attention, and at last at the date, which my gudesire had not observed. "From my appointed place," he read, "this 25th of November." "What! That is yesterday. Villain, thou must have gone to hell for this." "I got it from your honour's father. Whether he be in heaven or hell, I know not," said Steenie. "I will debate you for a warlock to the Privy Council," said Sir John. "I will send you to your master the devil with the help of a tar barrel and a torch." "I intend to debate my soul to the presbytery," said Steenie, "and tell them all I have seen last night, work of things fitter for them to judge of than a borrel man like me." Sir John paused, composed himself, and desired to hear the full history, and my gudesire told it him from point to point as I have told it you, neither more nor less. Sir John was silent again for a long time, and at last he said very composedly, "Steenie, this story of yours concerns the honour of many a noble family besides mine, and if it be a leasing making to keep yourself out of my danger, the least you can expect is to have a red-hot iron driven through your tongue, and that will be as bad as scalding your fingers wi' a red-hot chanter. But yet it may be true, Steenie, and if the money cast up, I shall not know what to think of it. But where shall we find the cat's cradle? There are cats enough about the old house, but I think they kitten without the ceremony of bed or cradle." "We were best ask Hutcheon," said my gudesire. "He kens all the odd corners about as well as another serving man that is now gane, and that I would not like to name." Weel, Hutcheon, when he was asked, told them that a ruinous turret lang disused next to the clock house, only accessible by a ladder, for the opening was on the outside, above the battlements, was called of old the cat's cradle. "There will I go immediately," said Sir John, and he took, with what purpose heaven kens, one of his father's pistols from the hall table, where they had lain since the night he died, and hastened to the battlements. It was a dangerous place to climb, for the ladder was old and frail, and wanted ane or two rooms. However, up got Sir John, and entered at the turret door, where his body stopped the only little light that was in the bit turret. Something flees at him wi' a vengeance. Mace dang him back, or bang gave the knight's pistol, and Hutcheon that held the ladder, and my gudesire that stood beside him, hears a loud skelloch. A minute after, Sir John flings the body of the jackanapes down to them, and cries that the siller is fund, and that they should come up and help him. And there was the beggar's cellar sure enough, and many other thing besides that had been missing for many a day. And Sir John, when he had wiped the turret wheel, led my gudesire into the dining parlour, and took him by the hand, and spoke kindly to him, and said he was sorry he should have doubted his word, and that he would hereafter be a good master to him, to make amends. "And now, Steenie," said Sir John, "although this vision of yours tends, on the whole, to my father's credit as an honest man, that he should, even after his death, desire to see justice done to a poor man like you, yet you are sensible that ill-dispositioned men might make bad constructions upon it concerning his soul's health. So I think we had better lay the hairderdom and that ill-deedy creature made your way, and say naething about your dream in the wood of Pitmurky. You had ta'en o'er muckle brandy to be very certain about anything, and Steenie this receipt. His hand shook while he held it out. It's but a queer kind of document, and we will do best, I think, to put it quietly in the fire. Odd, but for as queer as it is, it's all the voucher I have for my rent, said my good sir, who was afraid, it may be, of losing the benefit of Sir Robert's discharge. I will bear the contents to your credit in the rental book, and give you a discharge under my own hand, said Sir John, and that on the spot. And, Steenie, if you can hold your tongue about this matter, you shall sit from this time downward at an easier rent. Mony thanks to your honour, said Steenie, who saw easily in what corner the wind was. Doubtless I will be conformable to all your honour's commands, only I would willingly speak with some powerful minister on the subject, for I do not like the sort of summons of appointment which your honour's father— Do not call the phantom my father, said Sir John, interrupting him. Weel, then, the thing that was so like him, said my good sir. He spoke of my coming back to see him this time 12-month, and it's a weight on my conscience. Ah, weel, then, said Sir John, if ye be so much distrust in mind, ye may speak to our minister of the parish. He is a douce man, regards the honour of our family, and the mair that he may look for some patronage from me. With that, my father readily agreed that the receipt should be burnt, and the laird threw it into the chimney with his ain hand. Burn it would not for them, though, but away it flew up the lum, wi' a lang train of sparks at its tail, and a hissing noise like a squib. My good sire gaed down to the manse, and the minister, when he had heard the story, said it was his real opinion that though my good sire had gone very far in tampering with dangerous matters, yet, as he had refused the devil's arrows, for such was the offer of meat and drink, and had refused to do homage by piping at his bidding, he hoped that, if he held a circumspect walk hereafter, Satan could take little advantage by what was come and gain. And, indeed, my good sire, of his ain accord, long forswore baith the pipes and the brandy. It was not even till the year was out, and the fatal day past, that he would so much as take the fiddle, or drink usquebaugh or tippenny. Sir John made up his story about the jackanape as he liked himself, and some believe till this day there was no more in the matter than the filching nature of the brute. Indeed, he'll no hinder some to thread that it was nane of the old enemy that Dougal and Hutcheon saw in the laird's room, but only that one chancy creature, the Major, capering on the coffin, and that as to the blowing on the laird's whistle that was heard after he was dead, the filthy brute could do that as well as the laird himself, if no better. But heaven kens the truth. Will first came out by the minister's wife, after Sir John and her ain goodman were baith in the moulds, and then my good sir, who was failed in his limbs, but not in his judgment or memory, at least nothing to speak of, was obliged to tell the real narrative to his friends for the credit of his good name. He might else have been charged for a warlock. The shades of evening were growing thicker around us, as my conductor finished his long narrative with this moral: "Ye see, Bertie, it is nae chancy thing to take a stranger traveller for a guide when you're in an uncouth land." "I should not have made that inference," said I. "Your grandfather's adventure was fortunate for himself, whom it saves from ruin and distress, and fortunate for his landlord." "Ay, but they had baith to sup the sauce of it sooner or later," said Wandering Willie. "What was frusted was nae forgiven. Sir John died before he was much over 80, and it was just like a moment's illness. And for my good sire, though he departed in fullness of life, yet there was my father, a young man of 45, fell down betwixt the stilts of his plough, and raised never again, and left nae bairn but me, a poor, sightless, fatherless, motherless creature, could neither work nor want. Things gaed well enough at first, for Sir Redwald Redgauntlet, the only son of Sir John, and the eye of old Sir Robert, and Waysmith, the last of the honourable house, took the farm off our hands and brought me into his household to have care of me. I had never settled since I lost him, and if I say another word about it, deal apart will I have the harp to play the night. Look out, my gentle chap, he resumed, in a different tone. You should see the lights at Buchan Glen by this time. End of Wandering Willie's Tale.